Good morning to the members of the public. If you're just joining us, we're admitting everyone from the wait room. If you bear with us, we'll be starting shortly. Thank you. Very well. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, May 25th, 2021. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Decker,
Here.
Commissioner Briggs,
Here.
Commissioner Bonner, present, Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
Commissioner Soboroff.
Here, thank you.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, and welcome to everyone joining us this morning. Before we begin our agenda, a few reminders. All public comment will be heard on item 2 on the agenda, to which we will dedicate a total of 45 minutes. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. And at the request of the speaker can be given that 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other specific individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinion shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment process, there are a number of ways to do so. First, written public comment is accepted prior to any meeting to the email address policecommission@lapd.online. If you have logged into today's Zoom meeting, you can raise your virtual hand and you will be placed in queue. If you have called into today's Zoom meeting at the number listed on the agenda, you can press *9 if you wish to speak on an agenda item. If you wish to just listen to the meetings, you can call into the phone numbers listed on the agenda that are designated for listening purposes only. Before we begin our agenda today, I think it is important to begin today by recognizing and reflecting on this somber day, the anniversary of George Floyd's murder. Since that time, we have seen members of the public exercise their First Amendment rights by protesting, not just here in Los Angeles, but across the nation. And many have come to this police commission meeting to advocate for reforms. Many reforms certainly have taken place, such as banning chokeholds, updating the use of force policy, adding policies on no-knock warrants, consent searches, and prohibiting the use of the CalGang database based upon an audit that the commission had requested earlier last year. In addition, members of this commission have been working on alternative dispatch models, and these are just some of the actions that the commission has taken in just the last year. Now, I understand some think that these reforms are not enough, and there may be some who think that these are too much. But I also recognize that by itemizing any list, it minimizes the collective work that has taken place, but also it minimizes the importance of the work that is yet to come and that must take place. What is clear is that our work as a commission is not done. We absolutely must do more. This commission will remain committed to advancing more reforms, working to ensure all communities in Los Angeles can feel confident in their police department, and that the department provides protection that is deeply needed in many communities, but does so in a way that is consistent with the Constitution. We certainly have much work to do. Today's agenda continues to advance that work. But before we do, I do want to ask Police Commission Vice President, Commissioner Briggs, if he would like to make a statement at this time as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. And I would, and thank you for your remarks. I too believe it's a somber day. Last year, when I saw that horrific video of George Floyd's murder, I was devastated. To me, it represented another needless murder of a Black man today. having grown up in South Central Los Angeles, I was accustomed to encounters with the police, some good, some bad. So when the nation rose up to demand social justice for Black and brown folks, I too joined in that demand. I understand from both a personal and professional nature the need for real reform and policing in America. In fact, when I was asked by Mayor Garcetti to join the Police Commission, it was to help institute some of the needed reforms. Since joining the Police Commission in December, I can honestly say that what I've learned is eye-opening. First, let me reiterate something that the mayor recently said. I do not believe in defunding the police. The police are essential to community safety. What I do believe in is investment in some alternative approaches to the problems that we face, such as mental health services for those who are suffering from mental health crisis. We, the LAPD, in conjunction with other city services in the county, are now rolling out those alternative programs. In addition, the LAPD has spearheaded what is now becoming a national model for community policing. The Community Safety Partnership Bureau is something that we hold up as a national model because it works. We've seen that the communities that it goes into, it establishes trust, which is critical to creating the type of partnership between the community and law enforcement. Third, as Commissioner Decker pointed out, the Commission and the LAPD has also worked hard to revise its use of force policies, particularly with the parotid chokehold. The LAPD is currently assessing new models of use of less than lethal force, and I am firmly behind such efforts. Finally, I will say this from having been out now since December and having visited, I'd say 2/3 of the divisions in our cities. We have some of the finest officers in this country. They care about our city, they care about our citizens, they care about providing good service to the citizens of our city, and each day they put their lives on the line to do so. I did not find any officer out there who knowingly or willingly says, I'm going to go out and attack someone who's Black or brown today. Rather, I found people who are committed to the service. Now, is that to say that we're perfect? No, changes are needed. There are other issues that we're working on. But the LAPD is doing the work to make the necessary reforms to keep our city safe, and so that we have a model of policing going forward. So on this anniversary of George Floyd's killing, I will say this. One of the essential reforms that I pledge to work on is creating a partnership between the LAPD and our community members so that we can all feel safe in our communities. Thank you, Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs, for your thoughtful and eloquent remarks and sharing your personal experiences both on and off the commission and emphasizing the need to move forward with the community, a partnership between the police and their community. Commissioner Soboroff, I see you opened your microphone, sir.
Thank you. Commission President, Commission Vice President. A moment of silence is a gesture of respect, particularly in mourning of those who have died as part of a tragic historical event or recently. It's certainly an appropriate time for this commission and everyone involved to take a moment of silence for George Floyd and his family and reflect. So may we do that?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Soberoff. And thank you all commissioners for your comments this morning.
Wait, Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Bond, thank you, sir. Thank you for opening your microphone and alerting me. Sir, the floor is yours.
Sure. I don't have too much to say. I'm, as a private citizen, going to reserve my right to a day of quiet reflection, both on the murder and the aftermath and what it might mean for the future. I would just observe, that I was born, I think, 3 months before the Watts riots, and as an adult have participated in some of the response to the Rodney King uprising, and then more recently the George Floyd matter. And I observing that throughout my my entire life, I think the fissure of trust between law enforcement and communities of color has been the predominant theme, or a predominant theme. And so I just wish there were some easy solutions that I think still remain elusive. And all I would say is that my goal or vision or hope is that we all live to see a day when this is not the predominant theme. I mean, there will always be lots of issues between the public and law enforcement, but when I've referred to trying to find ways to break the cycle, if you will, that's really what I think that for me it comes down to, is really trying to work toward a day when this is not the dominant theme that exists between law enforcement and communities of color. So I don't know how we get there, and I don't know what it's going to take or when that will happen, but I'll just leave it there and say that I intend to spend, when we're done with our work today, a personal day of quiet reflection and to continue to think about the complex issues that still need to be addressed.
Commissioner Decker, your microphone is muted.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs, for alerting me to that. Commissioner Bonner, I was thanking you for your remarks and for your thoughtful approach as always, and for sharing with us the importance of having a day of reflection today. So thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Thank you all very much. And let me just, pull out my agenda and we'll get started on that. Chief of Police, item 1, the floor is yours. Chief Moore.
Madam President, thank you. Members of the Commission, Mr. Teefank, our City Attorney, Inspector General. I'm going to echo your remarks and of each of the commissioners. This is a time of reflection and looking over this past year, looking at the just a year ago today, the videos that came out of the death of George Floyd, his murder. I remember the immediate days afterwards expressing as the Chief of Police and as just as an American, the disgust, the disdain, and just how troubling it was to see that act of brutality, the callousness of that officer and others in regards to the death of this man and his pleas and how they were unresponded. And we've reflect upon, as I reflect upon this past year, I'm also, however, encouraged the efforts of this commission, your commitment to hasten the pace, the evolution of this department to match the needs of 21st century policing, not to look back and defend and articulate everything that's been done, but rather to identify what needs to be done and to insist on a pace that meets this moment that Commissioner Bonner, you have indicated so well and eloquently over the years, which is why are we back here? And how do we move from here where we reach a time that you've discussed in your remarks, that the issue of race in America is not so prominent, and particularly the issue of trust between our communities, particularly communities of color and police, is not this vision that we have. Our work over this last year has been to meet this moment and to demonstrate our commitment to improve policing, to evolve policing. I'm proud of the work of our people in trying times and circumstances, their work and their valor, but also their willingness to lean into this and meet this moment with a commitment of quality through continuous improvement. That we go out each day and we build trust through living up to our mission by ensuring our adherence to core values. Now, Commissioner Decker, as you indicated, there'll be those that my remarks will perhaps ring hollow, or there'll be exceptions to what is said. My commitment as chief, and I know every member of this organization, is to proudly wear this badge, is to recognize that that is an awesome privilege, and that with it comes great responsibilities, and that we hold ourselves accountable, not just as an organization, but on an individual basis. So let's get on with the work that we have before us here today, while recognizing, as Commissioner Soboroff did, the pain, the suffering, the grief of not just the Floyd family and his friends, but all of America, as we look and reflect upon why is this intersection of police and communities of color have these instances of such violence and such needless loss of life, and the commitment of LAPD to ensure that we lead policing in America with a path forward to meet the goals and objectives of 21st century policing. With this, I'd like to move over to my normal agenda items, which includes the first matter, our COVID update. I was just notified, I thought we'd had a second week of no additional COVID infections, but I was just notified this morning that we did have an additional employee, a civilian employee, that has tested positive for COVID. I'm happy to report there's no hospitalizations or serious threats at this point with this. But that does bring our total 2,697 of our personnel, and this added personnel will make up 508th employees who is a civilian professional employee that has been brought about or has been tested positive for the COVID virus. We have had an additional 11 personnel return to duty of those that have been impacted by this pandemic. Yet we still have 51 individuals who are remaining at home. Over this past week, our outreach and engagement with those that have received the first or second dose of the vaccine has resulted in an additional 90 individuals that have now received their second dose and completed the regimen for the vaccination. That brings our total number to 5,533 within the organization that received a first and second dose or the Johnson & Johnson dose. Additionally, when we identify those that have natural antibodies and or still remain for that second dose, we have nearly 65% of our organization that have some protection against the virus. Our work this week and moving forward is to continue to identify those that have that we don't have a record of having that second vaccine, to ensure that they receive the full protections if at all possible, while also ensuring that we continue to exercise good protective measures both in the field as well as in our office settings. We are studying and reviewing LA County public health guidelines to ensure compliance with the evolving standards as we move into the last tier, which is expected a countywide and statewide opening of many of the current restrictions on June 15th. Moving over to the next topic, today, as the anniversary of George Floyd's death, significantly is today we'll have and do expect a number of demonstrations and protests. Some will be in our streets. There's one currently outside in the downtown corridor. We expect them to be peaceful. Our deployment, we have added additional personnel to ensure and facilitate demonstrations in different parts of the city, and we'll continue to do so over the course of the day. I'm proud of the work of Chief Kamala in the Office of Operations and her 4 bureau chiefs and area commands that have sought and outreached with organizers to ensure that, again, that we can facilitate marches and demonstrations to ensure the safety of everyone involved. The second matter I want to report is a very serious concern relative to a series of hate crimes that occurred this last week. And I want to update the status of that investigation, as well as report an additional arrest that has occurred in regards to it. As a matter of framing of this, you may recall I made remarks last week involving 2 significant protest events that took place in the weekend of May 15th and 16th, each hosted by pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli supporters, respectively. These demonstrations were primarily in the western portion of the city, and within those demonstrations, we did observe some roving caravans of vehicles that were flying both Israeli as well as Palestinian flags. Unfortunately, on May 17th and 18th, a series of 2 what we believe to be related criminal acts occurred within the Wilshire area of the Jewish communities, both involving vehicles waving a Palestinian flag or flags. Both incidents involved violent attacks or attempted attacks, which evidence indicates were motivated by hate. On Monday's assault on the 17th, which occurred approximately 9 p.m. in the Fairfax district along the 400 block of North La Brea, an Orthodox Jewish victim was chased by two vehicles waving Palestinian flags and yelling anti-Semitic slurs. The victim was forced to flee on foot, and according to video evidence that we've gathered, was chased a considerable distance as vehicles chased him in an apparent effort to run him over. There was no arrest from that, and fortunately that victim was not injured and was able to escape that assault. On the following day at approximately 9:50 at night, and which has been reported, a second attack occurred in the Fairfax district in the 300 block of North Cienega at a restaurant. There, a group of 5 victims were seated in an outdoor dining area when they observed a caravan of multiple vehicles driving. They were honking their horns, yelling, and flying Palestinian flags. Vehicle occupants from one of those vehicles stopped and assaulted the victims, and that assault included throwing glass bottles, as well as physically attacking them, all while making derogatory statements, anti-Semitic remarks. The victims suffered various contusions, lacerations, and bruising. Fortunately, none of them were hospitalized. The suspects did escape and were not arrested that evening. Now, what sprang from those series of events, and much of this was captured on social media, was the establishment of a task force within Wilshire area, led by Captain Shannon Paulson, and aided with the assistance of Robbery Homicide Division, our District Attorney's Office Hate Crime Unit, as well as the FBI and the U.S. Marshal Service. In their investigation, they determined that in addition to these attacks, that the attack that occurred on Tuesday night appeared to spring from a roving band of vehicles that were seen flying flags within the Jewish populated areas of Hollywood, West LA, Mid-Wilshire, West Hollywood, and Beverly Hills. From that video evidence, as well as in tip lines that were established both by telephone and email, the investigation was able to identify an individual known as Xavier James Pabon, and he was later arrested Friday night for assault with a deadly weapon with a hate crime enhancement. I want to thank the assistance of the LA and Empire teams from the U.S. Marshal Service who helped us, as well as with the other members of this task force, and both identifying him and bringing him to justice. A search warrant was served on his residence, and while I'll not go into the details of what was recovered there, we firmly believe that he was one of the individuals responsible for the Tuesday night's attack. Now, the investigation continued in the aftermath of that, recognizing that we have as many as 4 individuals that we believe on Tuesday night exited their vehicles and physically engaged in this assault. And that investigation continued in the following days, and last night resulted in a second arrest. That arrest of that individual occurred in the Whittier area. I want to thank the Whittier Police Department and their assistance with our task force in detaining and arresting a Mr. Samir Sanan Jalusi. His last name spelling is Jaylylusi, 35-year-old male, a resident of Anaheim. He was taken into custody without incident, and our investigation overnight will conclude today with a booking of him this morning for assault with a deadly weapon, again with hate crime enhancements being sought. This is the second individual of this group on Tuesday night. Our investigation into the identities of the third and fourth individual from that vehicle continues. We have substantial amount of video evidence, as well as additional clues and tips that are coming in, as well as fruits of the arrest of these 2 individuals. Additionally, we're continuing to pursue the video evidence and other information on Monday night's assault. Over the course of this work, though, has not just been the department's work in identifying and bringing to justice those individuals involved, but has also been the gathering and organizing of faith leaders of all houses to come this past Thursday to join with members of law enforcement community, both from the District Attorney's Office, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, certainly the City Attorney's Office, and LAPD, to unify and stand together to denounce these instances of hate, denounce these hate crimes, and denounce the violence. While there are certainly much grief and turmoil in regards to the turmoil in the Middle East, and I'm grateful for a ceasefire that was announced on Thursday, we know that there are communities here still hurting, and communities here that still feel that they must be heard in this moment. They must step forward and identify the injustices that are occurring. But I'm proud of the work of the interfaith community, as well as the leaders throughout Los Angeles that stand united and denounce the hate, denounce instances of violence. I believe that those steps and those efforts with their respective communities will form the lasting impact on deterring further acts of hate and further acts and further instances of these slurs and these hateful words that are being expressed about our community during this time. I'm happy to answer any questions on that in a moment, while also recognizing that this is a very active investigation and we still have much work to do. I typically report on categorical uses of force. At this time, there were none this past period of time, and I will report that results in our use of force data being a total of 16 officer-involved shootings this year versus 10 last year, with 6 of those are resulting in a fatality this year versus 4 last year. And of course, later this morning, you'll hear the presentation on our 2020 use of force report, as well as a brief update on the first 4 months of this year on use of force. And we'll look forward to the public's review of that lengthy report, as well as a follow-up before you in a couple weeks. Moving to the next area that is I want to talk about, it's our crime statistics. We continue to see an increase in violent crime, particularly shooting violence here in Los Angeles. This year to date, we have a 67% increase in shooting violence. That is 220 additional victims of shooting violence. So while we have seen a slight reduction in the number of homicides, as far as the steady rate of increase, we now have 24 additional homicides, which is a 22% increase from last year. The reality of this is that the shooting violence and resulting peril is still at a very challenging and concerning pace. Overall, violent crime has increased 5.4% in the city. That's 548 additional violent crimes, primarily in the aggravated assaults and homicide arena. In our property crime arena, we continue to see a decrease in all categories, with the exception of motor vehicle thefts. However, motor vehicle thefts are slowing. We have an overall 9.2% reduction in property crime, for overall Part 1 crime reduction of 5.9%. In working with our efforts and strategies, we will remain committed to focusing our resources primarily on our violent crimes, as well as these hate crime instances, as well as hate crime attacks. Our efforts in enforcement will include identifying those that carry weapons, firearms particularly, and we see a 75% increase in weapon arrests year to date. Additionally, as we pursue those that are committing violence, we see a 41% increase in the number of homicide arrests this year versus last. There'll be a homicide report that will be published and brought before the commission in the coming weeks, and within it talks about our added resources in our homicide investigations as we focus on this violence to ensure that we solve and bring to justice those responsible for this increase. Lastly, I speak about our personnel strength. And with that, I want to just take a moment and express my appreciation and thanks to the City Council, who approved the mayor's budget largely intact as was presented. And now it's before the mayor for signature, which I anticipate will occur by June 1st, in which the department will be allowed to reinstitute our hiring. Because of the economic impact of the pandemic, the department, and as well as much of the city government, had to have a hard hiring freeze, meaning our academy classes have stopped for quite some time. And with that, we continue to attrit personnel as they retire and leave the organization. With this budget, the department will be allowed to be able to restart our hiring beginning July 1st. And so I would just remind everyone that policing, this noble profession, is one that you could be a part of a change. It's a career of service, and one that the organization is in need of people from Los Angeles who understand and appreciate the Los Angeles experience and can serve as police officers. Our current staffing is 9,503. Our civilian staffing is 2,760. Additionally, as part of the mayor's budget, we also received the authority to hire civilian personnel. And while both the sworn and civilian numbers will not restore us to staffing levels that we saw pre-pandemic, there's been some confusion on this. It will allow us to maintain staffing levels that were the result of the budget cutbacks that were implemented last year by the mayor and city council. So to be clear, while there's been some discussion about incremental 3 or 4% increase in our overall budget, the staffing numbers of the organization will remain at the staffing cutback levels, the reduction levels, while the city pursues alternative services, and the department fully supports those for matters that do not require law enforcement presence. And with that, that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to take any comments or questions.
Thank you, Chief. Would you, referring first to your hate crime report, and of course you spoke about the outreach with faith leaders. Can you talk more broadly about the outreach the department is doing to the broader community to ensure they know how to report incidents as well as crimes? And we've talked about this in the past with respect to the AAPI community, but obviously the issue of hate crimes has become much broader throughout the community. And I just want to be sure that there's broad understanding of the efforts being made by the department to do that community outreach.
Thank you. Yes. So this last week also, and for the sake of time, some of my remarks, I was trying to not include some of these elements, but we posted added foot patrols, our mobile field command posts in front of synagogues and mosques. We added our mounted unit for added visibility of patrol, and did outreach with a number of affiliate groups to talk about instances of hate and means of which we investigate them, but also the critical nature for us to be called about not just hate crimes, but instances of hate. One of the affiliate organizations, the Jewish Federation, hosted a Zoom call last week that had over 1,000 participants for us to talk about the outreach and the engagement and the critical need for us to join the community and the community to join with us, and that these are critical matters to us, and the vehicles, whether it be going to a station or working for a unit to respond to your home or your business, our desire is to learn of these so that we can investigate them and bring to justice those responsible. Much as the API community outreach engagement in the first quarter to 4 months of this year, this has been hastened with the outgrowth of violence that we saw with the Palestinian-Israeli conflict for the Jewish community, as well as Muslim and the Muslim Public Affairs Council and others that we've sat out or reached out to and spoken directly to ensure that all faiths, all houses are protected from an outgrowth or any type of expression of violence, whether it be a crime or an incident of hate, that we will protect and vigilantly pursue that there's no place for hate in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Chief. My second question, and then I'll open it up for other commissioners. Referring to violent crime, and I tried to write down some of the numbers, Chief, and I think I didn't keep up with your report, to be honest. I'm interested, you talked about obviously the shooting violence having been increased. I'm curious about, you talked about weapons arrests, but I'm interested in weapons being taken off the street. If you see a trend there as well, whether that is going up or has gone down, it would be just helpful to understand the correlation between all of those factors.
Absolutely. So at the end of April 30th, the department has recovered 3,038 guns year to date. That's on average 25 firearms each day, which is a 60% increase from 2020 and a 74% increase from 2019. The majority of those weapons are being recovered from South Los Angeles, 1,050 of those weapons there, closely followed by Central Bureau at 743, Valley Bureau at 672, and West Bureau at 473. Interestingly, the Metro arrest or Metro gun arrests, there's been 72 year to date. That number compares to 51 last year. And I want to bring that up particularly because I had a conversation with a reporter over the weekend about the instances of our reliance on Metro crime, traditionally referred to as crime suppression stops, versus other investigative techniques. And we've seen an increase in their gun arrests with a substantial decrease in their reliance on crime suppression versus investigative strategies that are conducting follow-ups, identifying those that are responsible for possession of guns and pursuing them versus reliance on neighborhood patrols. So our work is definitely cut out for us in the sense that there's just too many of these firearms that are in so many different hands. And they're resulting in instances in which disputes or turmoil results in a sudden expression of violence with the fact that ready access to a handgun. Now, this past week, as this board approved, I traveled to major city chiefs and spoke with chiefs across the country about instances of crime. And this is a phenomenon that's occurring in every major city across America. And it is not just a Los Angeles problem, but it is an American problem. Is how do we come to terms with the ready access and proliferation of guns? About a third of the weapons that we recover, of handguns that we recover, are also ghost guns. And I am thankful for the federal administration's work to address this with ATF, and we're in close collaboration with them about this phenomenon. The ghost gun is not a phenomenon occurring in all parts of the country, but the increase in shooting violence is, and in fact, in many cities at a higher clip, a higher rate than we're seeing here. Our effort here, though, is not to be entirely reliant on enforcement policies, but I do want to not minimize the fact that we're seeking every means of those enforcement policies, to include a recent agreement with the district attorney's office to dedicate deputy district attorneys specifically assigned to the stations that are having the highest level of shooting violence, to identify and ensure that those investigations are thorough and complete, and which will allow an aggressive prosecution for the underlying violent crimes associated. It is those type of partnerships, along with the U.S. Attorney's Office on federal gun charges, that we'll continue to work collaboratively with, because we do believe that people involved in gun violence are involved in further acts of gun violence, and that these are not one instance of an occasion. Lastly, our outreach engagement with community interventionists, with gang interventionists, continue. We were just yesterday, as we meet with the mayors frequently, and we talk. I know the mayor's office is extremely supportive of how do we reopen our parks safely. How do we ensure our Saturday night lights and Friday night lights efforts are aggressive, so that people have access to a stabilizing factor of our community, which in many parts of the city due to this pandemic has been severely interrupted.
Thank you, Chief. Much appreciated. Commissioners, questions for the Chief of Police, please. Seeing no one opening their mics, we will thank you, Chief, for your report. We will turn to the next item on our agenda, which is public comment. Madam Secretary, please open the public comment queue and begin with the first speaker, please.
Okay, our first speaker is Zach, followed by Bill Cotter.
Yeah, hi, I'd like to speak to all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, I just want to say how shameful and hollow it is that people like Commissioner Decker are adopting these reverent, somber tones on a day like today. You know, it's not like George Floyd got killed and that was like the last police killing that happened in the city that you are in charge of the police department of. So I'm sure you were real thrilled when that happened, because it happened somewhere else and it wasn't one that you had to do anything about. But for you, this board, to sound like that on this day, when you literally are the people who are in charge of this murderous LAPD, is rich. It's truly rich, police commissioners. Steve Soboroff asking for a moment of silence seems right on brand, because this commission doesn't say anything about these killings in your own town that are on your hands. So for you to open this meeting the way you did, with those somber pronouncements about the gravity of this day, it rings hollow, Chief Moore, to use your words. You are a broken chief. You're done. You have fucked up so many times in ways that if you had any other job, you would be fired from. I have zero respect for you, Chief Moore, as a person, a staff, or a motherfucking crew. I cannot believe that this police commission is sitting there and saying the words that it is. You know, this is a time for you to act decisively, to do something, to use the power that you have as an oversight board. And all you do is make these comments and bury it all in these layers of bureaucracy. And Chief Moore talks about the nobility of the policing profession and the Los Angeles experience that you can have. And in the same breath, talking about how horrible the murder of George Floyd is. Wow, guys, is this what you got in it to do? Is this what you really, Steve, I'm not talking to you, but everybody else, is this what you got in this to do, to be the people that you are in the seats you're in on this day of all days? Shame on you all. That concludes my comments, and I yield the rest of my time to the police commission meeting.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Bill Cotter, followed by Dedi Dedi.
Good morning and thank you. Just a couple items. I'd like to speak on all the items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I think the department is making a mistake in not using some of the tools available to them to increase the outreach to the community. We have to be realistic that most of the people in the city do not dial into these meetings, or they do not sign up for pushes of emails, things like that. But a lot of people don't know what's going on and could be informed. And I'd like to point out on the department's official webpage how absolutely outdated much of the communication between the department and the community is. If you look at it, for example, on the Topanga page, the last community newsletter was June 2013. Hollywood, same thing, March 2013. Devonshire, March 2018. There's not a lot of information that's put out there on what the department is doing, what it's doing differently than today than we were doing in 2013. Nothing out there in terms of some of the successes of the department, the challenges of the department, or what the department is trying to do to meet the changing community's environment. So I know that in my division, we have sent things downtown, they just vanish and don't show up. So I really urge you to try to look at what you can do to increase your social media presence, whether it's on Facebook or Twitter or something like that. But certainly on the department's own website, there shouldn't be things that are 8, 10, 12 years old out there as the most recent communication with the public. Also like to know if the department is going to make a statement on when the front desk will be reopened. Again, if you're looking to drop down the barrier between the department and the community, having the ability to actually come in and talk to police officers, get questions answered, file complaints if you have them. It's a lot more meaningful experience to do those things in person as it is opposed to online or over the phone. Third, the recruitment and retention of officers, obviously leaving at higher rates. You can start up academy classes, you can do recruiting drives, but it's going to take a long time between now and when those officers are up to the same level of the people that are leaving. So I'd ask the department if you're doing anything else in the way of retention to try to address officer concerns or issues that are making them leave at the rate they're doing. Because again, somebody going out the door with 10, 20 years experience, or even if they have 5 years experience and they're leaving for another department, that's going to be a real gap if you hire a bunch of newbies, put them on the street and try to get them up to it. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Dedi Dedi Big Daddy, followed by Samantha.
Item number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Morning, Chief. Yes. So first of all, I want to talk about the jail. It's a very, very heartbreaking numbers. Sheriff Villanueva just made a statement just a couple days ago. County jail is already in full capacity. So right now, the problem for the LAPD is we all know as a common sense, the criminals are not going away. The looting, rioter is not going away. Attacking on Asians, attacking those assaults, they are not going away. The arrest, every day LAPD arrest is not going away. But where are those people supposed to be in jail? Where are they going to go? Obviously, they're going to go back to the community. Why? Because sheriff said their jail is currently in full capacity. So what's the purpose right now for LAPD to continue to make arrests if there's nowhere to book them? What is the purpose for detective to investigate on the criminals or investigate on crimes if there's nowhere to book those potential criminals? So right now, I don't know what does the chief, commissioner, sheriff, governor, mayor, anybody has a plan or no? But right now, that is one of my concern. Well, a huge one. Second, I read on the news regarding a judge restricting LAPD use of less lethal projectile launchers against the protesters. Well, that's another very problematic news to me. Number one, why do you call them protesters? Obviously, there's looters and rioters. Number two, well, if the LAPD are not allowed to use less than lethal, what are they going to do? So obviously, taking a look at which organization put this petition and request, it's no surprise. The answer is obvious: Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. So what they are trying to do, the way I look at this is, looter and rioter, they want a safe environment to loot and riot. They want no harm from LAPD while they commit crime. They want to continue to attack, loot, riot without any harm from the police. So they are trying to do something, work with the judge to eliminate less than lethal use, projectile launcher by the LAPD. So everything, I see that as a joke, and but that becomes a reality. Next is that really concerned about the looter and the rioter, but however, everybody call that a protest. What I see last year, I don't see last year any activity are considered in the category of protest other than looting, rioting, criming.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Samantha, followed by Betty Lay.
I would like to speak on Chief's report, general comment, and 3G, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chief Moore and the commissioners. First, Commissioner Briggs, thank you for everything you said. I agree with you. It must be difficult to be a lone voice of sanity, and I commend you for bravely speaking up and using common sense. Commissioner Bonner, you mentioned something about not sure how we will get there, something about maybe breaking down the wall between communities of color and police. I think the answer lies in strong families where fathers and mothers teach their children to obey laws, and strong churches where pastors teach their congregants that God expects us to follow the 10 commandments, such as don't steal, don't kill. Police are here to restrain evil, not to teach values and virtues. People, including communities, need to step up their own responsibility instead of blaming everything on police. If you obey the law, police will leave you alone. And if you get pulled over, don't give them a hard time, answer questions, and show some respect. I heard on the news this morning that murder is up 800% in Portland. Thankfully, our numbers are not as high, but they are up. It's concerning to hear that shooting violence is up 67% in Los Angeles. We must remain vigilant and use common sense. Residents are scared. We're happy to hear that the budget was approved and hiring will begin July 1st. Hopefully men and women will actually want to join when they have been demonized for over a year. And we're concerned that the staffing levels are not the same as before. Our fear is not just the defunding police, less police officers and resources, but also District Attorney George Gascon for not prosecuting criminals like he should. So, it's twofold. Number one, we need police to catch and arrest the criminals, but then number two, the criminals need to be prosecuted. So we don't have confidence that we'll be protected, and we're living in scary times. It might turn into vigilante justice if people feel like they can't be protected. On 3G, the racial profiling, I don't believe officers target people simply based on skin color. They look at behavior. If people break the law or they're doing a suspicious activity, they're going to encounter police. If more 20-year-olds than 80-year-olds are encountered by police, it's not because police are biased against young people, or more men than women are encountered by police. It's not because police are biased against men. It's just the reality of the crimes committed, which does not perfectly equate to the percent in population. Defend, not defund LAPD. God bless every officer who risks their life every day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by Matios Cadane.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on Chief's report, public comment, and 3G, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I want to let everyone know I support LAPD and all the officers, including Chief Moore. I totally agree with Chief's report regarding the fact that what is going on here goes across our whole entire country. Though LAPD is up better in a couple of areas than most, which is a big plus. Also, I do not see, I have never seen LAPD do any racial profiling. They go by what crimes have been committed. They go by what they're seeing as far as crimes being committed. They are not biased. They go by what's going on. So again, I'm going to repeat, if parents teach their kids to follow the law, not break the law, they're not going to be incarcerated. They're not going to be arrested. They're going to follow the rules. They're not going to be pulled over. This is something that I feel LAPD is very diverse due to the best that are being hired, the ones that put their lives on the line every single day to keep our community safe. It's very important to understand that nobody reports the fact that people of color are killing themselves. Where's the report on that? Everybody blames LAPD for everything. That's not how it is. So we need some true reports from the communities of what's going on. It's not LAPD's fault. I hope and pray that all LAPD officers stay safe and stay healthy and get out there and do what you do best. I support every one of you and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you. Stay healthy.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Matios Gedane, followed by Patrick P. Matios, you're on. Okay, we'll come back to Matios. Patrick P. Patrick P doesn't have the updated version of Zoom. So we'll move on to Blue. Blue, you're on.
Blue, can you unmute your microphone, please, Blue? There we go.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on 1 second. Let me grab this. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, what items would you like to speak on?
Oh, my sincere apologies. Item number 1 and public comment, please.
Oh, okay, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank you for your time and giving us this platform to call in and express our concerns and our appreciation. Commissioner Briggs, I really, with all my heart, want to thank you this morning. What you said was so heartfelt and so meaningful. Thank you so much for supporting the police officers and going out there and going on ride-alongs and seeing what they go through day in and day out. And your words just got to me this morning, very powerful and very much appreciated. Commissioner Soboroff, you as well. Thank you always for, appreciating the police officers and having their concern and taking it to heart and caring about them. I want to thank every single LAPD officer for day in and day out, going out and serving our communities and being there for our communities, and congratulate them on 150 years of good, hard work. We are honored to have them. We honor them and we appreciate them. And the crime has really, really taken off this year. The officers are good officers. We want them in our neighborhoods. We appreciate them in our neighborhoods. We need them in our neighborhoods. And we do not want to defund our police officers. We need more police officers. We defend our police officers. We want to refund our police officers. LA is falling apart. Venice is a nightmare. Hollywood is a nightmare. South Central is a nightmare. And I live in the city. So you can't tell me it's a good day when we have to get to our homes before dark so that we're not assaulted and we're not harmed. It's criminal and it's unjust. We want the police officers in our neighborhood, and nobody should speak for us that actually live in those neighborhoods. Thank you, LAPD.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Josh Nadell and back to Matios Cadane.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I'll be speaking on all the items. Please.
Okay,
Thank
3
you.
minutes.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having us all here today. I know that it's always tough to be going through public comment, but I thank you for your time. So I'm here as the chair of the Budget Tribune's Budget Alliance for the Neighborhood Council System. Right now, we're in the middle of making an LAPD report, and we're going to have a section on the police commission, and we wanted to look to have some meetings scheduled with all of you, and we'll be sending out an email later today to each of you, including each of the commissioners and Police Chief Moore, in an effort to, speak with you about some of the things that we're going through. And we're looking at a financial analysis, 911 data, the officer stop data, the big data program, the Inspector General reports, some California State Auditor reports. We have a couple surveys out. I think there was one or two other sections, but I don't have my notes in front of me, but I'll get all that information to you. And we hope to be able to present our report to you at one of these commission meetings when it's done in July. And we look forward to working with you guys on that. We're very excited about what we're doing, and we hope that by being very thorough in terms of what we go over, that people will see that we're trying to do a real 360 holistic analysis of the whole thing. Our email address at Budget Tribunes is LA Budget Tribunes. That's LABUDGETTRIBUNES@gmail.com. And like I said, I'll be sending you guys an email as well. And with that, I'll yield the remaining 1 minute of my time. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go back to Matios Cadane, followed by caller ending 0758.
Hey,
Hi, Matios. What items would you like to speak on?
all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right. I just got to say, it was such a farce. This moment of reflection in the beginning. The moment for reflection was at the latest a year ago, after the immediate murder of George Floyd. And Commissioner Briggs, it is so disappointing to see a Black man. I'm a Black man, for the record. That's not obvious. To see a Black man touting a police force that has brutalized and victimized us. I caught you on KPFK this past weekend. You said you're a lifelong Angelino. I'm a lifelong Angelino. You said you've had bad run-ins with the cops. I've had bad run-ins with the cops. What has changed? Because they certainly haven't. This notion that the CSP is actually doing some good in the communities, where's this good? Where's the tangible evidence for that good? The data still shows a bias against Black and brown Angelinos. The numbers support our claim. For you to staunchly say you don't back defunding the police. You don't support defunding the police, but you support investing in alternatives. Where does that money come from, Briggs? That's basic math. You got to get the money from somewhere. Chief Moore, you're an utter failure. Nothing you say surprises me anymore. You sounded ridiculous today. The rest of the commission needs to back the firing of Chief Moore. Bonner, yeah, you're another disappointment too. You know, I was lucky enough to listen to the family of Grishario Mack while you guys were spewing nonsense, and that grief, the grief in their voices really amplified just the fuckery that you guys are throwing around. The fact that you can lament over the death of George Floyd so many miles away when there were 626 George Floyds under Jackie Lacey, district attorney tenure, but nothing has changed. And you're not interested in tangible change. You're interested in gaslighting. This notion that the lack of trust falls on Angelenos somehow not understanding what police are, in essence, is false. Look inward, you know? You guys suck. That's all it is. You guys are failing in a deep and deadly way. You're hateful. The police don't represent the murdering of Black Angelenos. They are murdering Black Angelenos. You're an utter disappointment. Yeah, I'm gonna yield the rest of my time. This was a joke.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 0758, followed by Gina Viola. Caller 0758, you're on.
Let's go to the next speaker and come back, please.
Okay, Gina Viola.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on Chief's report and general public comment, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
So I just want to say, Commissioner Briggs, you showed your whole self today. What was that LAPD commercial you opened this meeting with? You will never, ever be oversight, ever be oversight. You are with the LAPD. Do you wear your badge proudly? Do you have it on your license plate like Commissioner Soboroff does? This is a joke. This five-party person board is a joke. You are not oversight. You will never be transparency. If you wonder why people are marching in the streets, it's because of you, because of your lack of transparency, your lack of accountability. And all you want to do is surveil us and criminalize us and frighten people into thinking we need police. Well, guess what? I'm out here in the streets today, stopping traffic, marching through the streets with no police help. We don't need them. We don't need police for anything. We do not need armed people for anything. This has got to stop. How dare you a moment of silence for George Floyd today? Where is your moment of silence for Daniel Hernandez? Where is your moment of silence for Waukesha Wilson? Where is your moment of silence for Eric Rivera? Where is your moment of silence for Cesar Rodriguez? Where is your moment of silence for Kenny Watkins Jr.? Where is your moment of silence for Grishario Mack? Where is your moment of silence for
Albert Ramon Dorsey, Eric Rivera,
John Horton, Eric Rivera, Waukesha Wilson, the rest of this city that the LAPD criminalizes, terrorizes. Jesse Romero was 14 years old. He was a baby. Shame on all of you. We will defund you. I will live long enough just to see the police defunded. I swear to God. I mean, as everything is my witness, I will live to see the day you exist no more.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll go back to caller ending 0758, followed by Adam.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner and Chief, for mentioning Asian hate crimes. With the rising Asian hate crimes, the most vulnerable Asian communities, mostly seniors and women, are being attacked in LA. Early May, an Asian Uber driver was shot and killed at 7th and 5th. And last week, an Asian woman was robbed and beaten up by someone with a hammer while doing her routine morning walk in downtown LA. People fear for their lives. while walking and living in downtown LA. That's not right. Law-abiding citizens' rights should be protected. Please, we need more patrol and police presence in downtown area. Bus stops, especially at 7th and Faith, there are always people trying to block traffic at the intersection. That's not safe for anyone, including the people blocking the traffic. We know LAPD is not perfect, but we cannot deny the fact that LAPD, as the nation's first police agency, has gone through significant police reforms over the years. Chief Moore, please do not resign or retire, especially during this difficult time. LA needs you. Law-abiding citizens need you. You don't know how much you're loved and appreciated, and so do the men and women of this great department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam, followed by Steve Rogers.
Hi, good morning, Becky.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Can I speak on all of them?
Short, 3 minutes.
Great. Yeah, I'll start off where you all started off with the reverence for George Floyd. And especially, most notably, the moment of silence called by Steve Soboroff. Even if I were to cynically believe that there are slivers of humanity inside of you guys, and specifically Steve Soboroff, the idea that Steve is leading a moment of silence for a man murdered by the police when he won't say jack shit about people murdered in LA by the LAPD. And what's worse is that we know in the case of Grishario Mack, in the case of Daniel Hernandez, the lone vote for in policy in those killings, when otherwise it was four votes for the police officers out of policy. We know that Steve is always the lone vote voting with the LAPD. We know that he has a texting relationship, at least, with Jamie McBride, whose daughter murdered Daniel Hernandez last year. So to hear him lead a moment of silence, and I know that he doesn't like when I call him to swear, so I'm purposely not cussing for you, Steve, because maybe you'll understand it better, but you're just so full of gosh darn baloney. And I think it's, the veil is coming off. I think hearing Chief Moore and politicians that are backed by, police money, hearing you all talk about murders, right? Talk about homicides, like it's some metric of like what we need for police in this city, when we know across the country murders are up. It doesn't matter if you're in the most conservative part of the country in a city with no quote unquote reforms. We know that murders are up, and we know that police aren't out there solving murders or preventing murders. We need to reallocate money that is going to policing in the name of public safety and actually put it into the communities that are being harmed. The LAPD budget has gone up nearly $1 billion in 10 years. $1 billion, and what do you have to show for it? Suddenly the homicide rate is up. What does that say on its face? Like the LAPD is not doing what you pretend that you do. So giving you more money, giving you more cops is not going to help the homicide rate. It's not going to help communities. It's not going to create public safety. And you all know that. Becky, have a good day. You should unionize or get a new job. Take care.
Next speaker, please.
Okay, next speaker is Steve Rogers, followed by Milagro Jones.
Good morning, all.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 3, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to start off by talking about quality through continuous improvement, which is one of the core values of the LAPD, which the chief mentioned in his remarks. One of the callers mentioned that he went to the LAPD official website and the information is outdated. I've done the same thing. I've looked at the official website of the LAPD, and it's still outdated in so many ways. I think if we're going to have quality through continuous improvement, it's up to the Board of the Police Commissioners to take a look as citizens at that website and see how easy it is to get information. We've asked for information about community police advisory boards. Northeast did provide one at the last meeting, and you'd have to take a screenshot or have it saved in order to have that. It's not on the LAPD official webpage. It should be. It should be for every division. Not everyone has the time to come to a police commission meeting. They might be working, they might be going to school. They just don't have the access and they're not at the meeting. But the LAPD official website should have that information. Now, I mentioned that I called Hollywood Crow office, Community Relations Office, because when you go to the CPAB information on the website that has the minutes, which it does not, it refers you to phone numbers. I'm still waiting for a phone call. And how many weeks ago was that? Communication is a two-way street. When communication is not occurring, there's a lack of trust and faith in the police department. There need to be meetings. Now, I know there might be a concern because I've heard that CPAB members have been targeted by radical groups, perhaps, and there is an anti-police element out there. So let's just get that fixed, the communication on the website. That would be a big improvement. We need to have neighborhood watch meetings that people can attend virtually. There's mention of clergy council. Are there meetings? Where are they? There needs to be a better communication established. We're talking about killings today. I want a moment of silence for Justine Damond, last name spelled D-A-M-O-N-D. That incident occurred in Minneapolis. She was killed by a police officer named Mohammed Noor. She was an Australian-American woman that called the police 911 because she believed a crime was occurring. She was shot by the officer and killed. Do you remember there being a moment of silence for her? For Justine Damond, moment of silence. Let's remember all the victims. Let's have a moment of silence for all the victims of crime. We need to do better on many ways. Let's work together and keep going forward, but things have to be fixed. Fix the website, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Milagro Jones.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Rest in peace, George Floyd, and all the beautiful and amazing souls that have been stolen by racist and violent police departments rooted in a history of genocide and slavery, such as the LAPD. The McComb Commission found that the 1965 Watch riots were caused by unemployment, underfunded education system serving African Americans, and a disparity in living conditions between Blacks and whites in Los Angeles. The riots were set into motion by racist policing on the part of Lee Manikis, a California highway patrolman. As a formerly homeless, formerly incarcerated African American single parent living in poverty in Los Angeles, I would like to point out that the root causes of the Watch riots, the 1992 LA riots, and recent unrest as a result of the George Floyd murder have not been addressed. I ask that the LAPD willingly divert its funding used to surveil and occupy our communities and allow that money to be used to improve our education system that is still segregated, still racist, to create affordable housing, a lack of which has caused African Americans to still be disproportionately represented in homelessness statistics, including in Skid Row, and an improvement in community resources, including funding for Black-owned businesses, Black-owned real estate, and services for African Americans, including mental health and basic needs that are still lacking. Second, I would like to address the statement made by the police chief about hate crimes. I've heard the LAPD speak about the rise of hate crimes against those from the Middle East due to unrest and state-sanctioned violence that has agitated community members, and a rise in hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islander communities due to conspiracy theories related to the COVID-19 pandemic. But what I noticed is missing and has been missing for a long time is an effort to address hate crimes against African Americans by community members and by law enforcement themselves. LAPD officers have been responsible for many of the hate crimes, including murders targeting African Americans in Los Angeles, and have never been held accountable. The statement that you have made today to the public is that Black lives do not matter in Los Angeles. And it is the same statement that has been made for a very long time. When Latasha Harlins was murdered by a Korean store owner, it was not treated as a hate crime. The murderer was given probation for killing an unarmed, innocent Black girl. Our lives have not been valued by the LAPD and are still not valued to this day. Historically, African Americans have always been the target of hate crimes in Los Angeles. The anti-Black racism that I have experienced in Los Angeles has been from every major institution and every racial group across class and social economic status. Where is the policy to protect Black people? I've had to take my daughter out of an art magnet school where she was happy and enroll her in a new school because I was the victim of a hate crime, simply walking through the neighborhood to pick up my daughter from school where I was not wanted there as an African American. Speaking on racial profiling, I have been profiled many times and experienced bias, prejudice, and discrimination. We've all heard the racist remarks in the public comments today from individuals who denied the existence of racial profiling, but fortunately for them, they are privileged that they will never have to experience the hatred of anti-Black racism, being detained, questioned, arrested, charged, and sentences for crimes you did not commit solely based on the color of your skin, which yes, has happened to me, and I still treat others with love. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll see if Patrick P. has an updated Zoom. Patrick P., you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Items 3F, 3G, and general public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. We have a city council that wants to push the envelope and not let anything get in the way of their policy making, all in the name of social justice. The city council is using the LAPD so they can hide behind their own mistakes. You have probably heard the saying, poop runs downhill, but the word I'm looking for starts with an S. Our communities are literally getting covered in caca, homelessness, drugs, aggravated assaults, shots fired, victims. These are our children, our families, your community, my community. When does it end? The two items on today's agenda talk again about policing the police. How about talking about the criminals? How about talking about supporting the police by giving them the training and the tools they need? LAPD is understaffed as it is. National Police Week was last week. We heard nothing from our elected officials. Do you now see what the people are up against? We, the people, should not have to fight our elected officials and those they appoint to oversee public safety. You call it racial profiling, but it needs to be called criminal profiling. We have the most diverse and trained police force in the nation. Let's be proud of that, and let's take care of them because they give their lives to take care of us. I defend the LAPD. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, Madam President, that was our final speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, and thank you to everyone who called in today. We will now move on to our regular agenda items. The first item on our agenda is the department's verbal presentation and discussion by the West Valley Community Policing Advisory Board. Madam Secretary, if you could bring those individuals forward so we can hear their presentation about the West Valley CPAP.
Good morning. This is Captain Grimes. Are you ready for me?
Welcome, Captain Grimes. Welcome to the Police Commission meeting. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, President Decker, Vice President Briggs, and the rest of the board. Good morning, Chief Moore and Inspector General. My name is Captain David Grimes. I'm the commanding officer, West Valley area. And I have with me Captain Tim Kalkus, the patrol commanding officer. I don't know if you can see him behind me to my right. I will also be introducing my co-chair in a minute, but I'm just as an introduction to West Valley. We have 249 sworn employees and about 14 civilian employees. West Valley covers an area of approximately 33.6 square miles and has approximately 200,000 residents. West Valley is made up of the communities of Reseda, Tarzana, Encino, Lake Balboa, and a small portion of Van Nuys, including the Van Nuys Airport. We serve 4 council districts, which we work with regularly. Council District 3, Bob Blumenfield, Council District 6, Nuri Martinez, Council District 5, Paul Koretz, and Council District 12, Councilmember John Lee. The borders of West Valley are Roscoe Boulevard on the north, Mulholland on the south, the 405 freeway on the east, and generally Corbin on the west, but there's one section that goes a little further west. Year to date, West Valley has experienced a decrease in Part 1 crime of 19.1%. That's the greatest Part 1 crime reduction year to date for all the geographic divisions in the whole city. We're very proud of that. I believe that a significant portion of our crime reduction can be attributed to our partnerships with the communities, which starts with our Community Police Advisory Board. I've been assigned to West Valley for the last 10 months, and we have had all of our CPAB meetings via video Zoom, just like we're having today. And the meetings have been beneficial and fruitful. We have approximately 37 CPAB members with a few more regular attenders. I would like to introduce my CPAB co-chair, Mr. James Brown. Thank you, James, for being here today. And Mr. Brown will discuss some of the things we've done in CPAB over the last year, the general goals of our CPAB, and our plans for the future. So James, if you're on the line.
I am. Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me?
I believe they can.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good morning, Chief Moore and Commission members. My name is James Brown, and for approximately 5 years, I've had the opportunity to help make a difference in our community by serving as West Valley LAPD's area co-chair for our Community Police Advisory Board. As the captain just mentioned, our area comprises the communities of Reseda, Tarzana, Encino, Lake Balboa, and parts of Van Nuys. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today and inform you about the programs and progress our CPAB group has made to better service our West Valley community. To begin with, in spite of things that have happened in the past year and in spite of COVID-19, our mission as a CPAB group, our mission and goals have not changed, but have been expanded and enhanced thanks to the advent of these new technologies that allow us to reach even a greater degree of residents, business owners, and communities that are serviced by West Valley LAPD. We use this new technology, meaning Zoom, that has allowed us to reach a greater audience, but it also has allowed us to grow our board membership and provide greater opportunities to exchange ideas and information to build and better maintain communications between our community members and law enforcement vis-a-vis West Valley LAPD. It's also allowed us the opportunity to discuss and resolve issues that are of common interest to our community, such as homelessness, crime, drug abuse, health issues, and in addition has allowed us the opportunity to recruit volunteers to work not only inside the division office, but also to join us as members of our volunteer community patrols. We just recently celebrated our 3rd year anniversary, and we continue in that regard. And we use our CPAB board meetings to have testimony from various volunteer community patrol members in order to entice other people to join our group. As everyone knows, our VCP is strictly eyes and ears only, and we serve as a force multiplier, if you would, in order to alert West Valley LAPD of issues that are of concern and that involve and require their participation. We also, as a goal, continue to be a conduit from our community to those that are officers that are sworn to protect us, providing a means to allow our community to express issues of ongoing concerns and opportunity, and to have them directly addressed by commanders at the station who can actually make decisions in a timely fashion. And this is the main goal of CPAB, to provide a conduit from the community directly to the West Valley LAPD commanders and command staff, and to be able to garner that information that we receive and disseminate it back to our community. We've been very successful to do that. But in addition, and we think this is important, we believe that it's important that all of our community members have a balanced view, not only to get information and to express viewpoints directly to commanding staff at West Valley LAPD, but we also believe it's important for our community members to get viewpoints and information from other organizations outside of law enforcement. And this includes state and local government representatives, in which case in the past we've had representatives from, I should say, council members from Nuri Martinez to Monica Rodriguez to Bob Blumenfield. We've also had Chief Moore, Chief Grimala, Chief Rodriguez address our groups. And we've also had community organizations such as LA Family Housing, San Fernando Valley Drug and Alcohol Abuse, American Red Cross, and the American Heart Association, just to name a few of the LSAT organizations. The activities as a result of this has been such that we've been able to provide additional benefits to our community. Representatives, for example, from the American Red Cross and from the American Heart Association have provided free community CPR training classes, where we not only have trained in CPR, hands-on CPR, to the 250 members of the West Valley cadets, but we've also trained the parents of these cadets, the police activity lead members, as well as the cadets. And we will continue to, as a goal in the future, we will continue to conduct these free community training classes because we recognize how important, from a health standpoint, it is that everybody know this training is critical in terms of learning CPR. Another goal is to promote public safety and crime prevention by educating and in order to reduce the impact of crime and fostering confidence and effective community policing. We recognize how important as a tool Neighborhood Watch is in our community. But we also recognize the fact when it comes to Neighborhood Watch, Neighborhood Watch doesn't seem to have the impact across the board in all communities. And this is due by and large to the advent of technology that's allowed community members to better fortify, I hate using that word fortify, but we call it what it is, to better fortify their residences by utilizing such innovation and tools such as door cameras, pets on premises and the like. But we know that in some communities, in some areas within our Valley area, there are those neighborhoods that don't have a lot of crime going on. And therefore trying to get certain communities to form neighborhood watch groups is not as easy as it would be in other communities in our Valley area where crime is up. So to that end, one of the things that we've done and will be doing at our CPAP meetings is to put in what we call community comment, whereby we invite neighborhood watch leaders to actually submit questions beforehand to our command staff here at West Valley in order for them to be answered in a more timely fashion. And in such cases, the command staff is able to make decisions right away to resolve certain issues. Now, we know some of the issues that doing neighborhood watch meetings include, how do I get street lights? How do I get pavement repairs and the like? And those have their place in those types of meetings. And we'd be more than happy to address those at our board meetings. But we want to give neighborhood watch groups, no matter where they are, neighborhood watch leaders or neighborhood leaders, the opportunity to express comments directly to the command staff and get results and get solutions to common problems. We've also continued the practice of having information and talks given by our neighborhood prosecutors. We have two neighborhood prosecutors, one which is the normal neighborhood prosecutor that oversees the West Valley area, and the other is Rafi Vastadorian, whose job is to go after and come up with solutions to eliminate and reduce the amount of porch pirates. And so we have gotten pretty sophisticated from the standpoint of being able to garner the resources to address our groups, to handle particular questions, and in a lot of cases, to anticipate questions that would come from our group such that we can handle them even before they become objections. The residents and community members will always also have the opportunity to hear directly from our local neighborhood prosecutors, as I mentioned, in a segment during our community meetings that is called Need to Know. A number of community members aren't aware of certain city ordinances that they need to know about, that are there to not only provide information to them as to how to resolve problems, but also provide protection should the case arise where they may need to know who to call, where to call in order to get resolutions to certain problems. So our plans for the future continue to promote volunteerism. At each of our community police advisory board meetings, as I mentioned earlier, I like to have members of our volunteer community patrol, which by the way, range in age group from 18 up, and with our oldest member being an 82-year-old retired CPA, if that gives you an idea, and it incorporates men and women. But everyone is welcome to join the volunteer community patrol. And so we have the volunteer members actually talk to the board about what motivated them to volunteer in the first place. Why would they step forward to help make a difference in our community? And we've been very successful in that regard by being able to recruit additional volunteers in order to grow our community, volunteer community patrol. And so we'll continue that aspect. What we'll also continue to do is to reach out to neighborhood councils. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but not all neighborhood councils have what's called a public safety chair, but the 21 neighborhood councils here in the San Fernando Valley, and I belong to that group called the Neighborhood Council Public Safety Chair Association. And every so often we hold Zoom meetings amongst ourselves to discuss common things, common themes that stretch across and affect everyone, no matter where we are located in the Valley. What I'd like to do is to be able to reach out and have a segment whereby CPAB will be able to speak at neighborhood council meetings. Being able to speak at neighborhood council meetings, again, educates the community at large as to what CPAB is all about. It is an organization that is designed to benefit the community at large, and with taking no sides, but bound to benefit the community at large, and provide a platform where community members can come and have their issues, quality of life concerns actually addressed to commanding staff at the West Valley LAPD. So we'll continue to communicate with those public safety chairs, and we want to continue to blend, because it's been so successful for us. We want to continue to blend both Zoom as well as in-person CPAB meetings once all the smoke clears on June 15th and we're allowed to meet once again in person. We want to combine a mixture of both Zoom as well as in-person meetings, because we feel that way it allows us to reach a broader audience in the West Valley community, which can only benefit everyone. And so that's really the crux of what I have to talk to you about this morning. And I would like to open myself up for any questions anyone may have.
I'd just like to add one more thing, James. Fantastic job. Thank you, James. With the school year running down and still under COVID restrictions, we haven't been able to do this yet, but starting next year, we'd really like to include some juveniles, some of the students in student leadership at the various local high schools within West Valley, and really start either a separate CPAB for the kids, or have them included in our regular CPAB. So we're going to be working on that through the summer and starting in September when school comes up again. And again, we're ready for questions if you have any.
Yes, I'm sure my fellow commissioners and I all have questions. First, I want to thank you to both captains in West Valley, Captain Grimes, Captain Setzler. Very much appreciate you being here. And Mr. Brown, We very much appreciate you being here and the work you do in West Valley in partnership with the division and all the members of the CPAB who dedicate their time to their own community. We very much appreciate it. And thank you both for those presentations. My question is broad-based in terms of communication with your community. We heard from some callers today expressing concerns about getting accurate information and getting it in a timely manner. First, I'd like to ask Captain, if you could address it, and maybe Mr. Brown from the perspective of the community. I'd appreciate having your sense of the community's ability to get current information from their department in the CPAB.
Yeah, very well. Yeah, we do utilize our social media significantly. We have our Facebook page and our other social media sites that we put things out on with regard to our CPAB and our other programs that are going on in West Valley. We do have an email list as well, which is not necessarily social media, but anyone who comes to the meetings, especially these days, they're on Zoom, so we have their emails and we can communicate immediately to anyone who comes to the meetings, regular members and attendees. Our CROW unit is actively involved in talking to our volunteers, and all our CPAB members are considered volunteers. They go through the process. So we talk to them on the telephone and through email and through Zoom as well. I don't know if you can add anything more, James?
Yes, I want to go back and talk once again about the neighborhood councils. Neighborhood councils represent the opportunity to spread the word, not just with CPAB, but also spread the word as to important issues and concerns for the community at large. As I serve on the Lake Balboa Neighborhood Council, and I chair the Public Safety Committee, so I can definitely use that tie-in in terms of getting minutes that I can speak to the community during our neighborhood council meeting, and I do use that. In terms of getting information out to our CPAB members, well, as the captain just said, we utilize different sources from Facebook to emails directly to our board members and those people who have attended meetings in the past. But I like to step one step further, and that is when I hold CPAB meetings at West Valley, I send notifications out to the neighborhood councils and to the neighborhood watch groups of the other communities, vis-a-vis Reseda, Encino, Tarzana, because I want those individuals, those residents, to feel a part of the overall community and be able to contribute to our overall success here in West Valley and helping to keep crime down.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And if I could ask the chief an update on the webpage. I recall the commission had approved funding from the Police Foundation to upgrade it. If you have an update, because obviously it's important to reach people who are not as engaged as, say, Mr. Brown is, or people who are currently on the CPAB. So Chief, do you have an update for us on that?
Yes, Commissioner. We do have, through the generosity of the Los Angeles Police Foundation, which has funded the entirety of the existence of the LAPD online website. It is going through an entire top to bottom revamping. We have, as part of that, been pulling antiquated or archived information off of it because it's out of date, as an earlier caller has remarked, as well as last week in a remark. Currently, there's a project for all 21 areas to ensure that the updated CPAB minutes, as well as other local information, is entered. It's a decentralized function. We simply do not have the staffing to have this entirely centralized. I'm not aware of, perhaps Captain Grams has, as far as the status of his site, but we are going to go top to bottom, and I assure you that the shortfalls that have been identified will be addressed directly. It is important that people be able to access that website for current information about outreach and engagement and activities of the department.
Thank you, Chief. Let me open up to the other Commissioner Silveroff. I see your mic is open. Go ahead, sir.
Sure. Thanks, Captain. Thanks, Mr. Brown. My questions are to Mr. Brown. You're a treasure trove of best practices when it comes to CPABs, in my opinion, and I've seen a lot of them. You're very progressive, and I'm interested in your journey. I'm interested in your personal journey, how you started in public service versus public complaining. And the second question is, how are you going to deal with um, you talked about how Zoom to you, and we've heard this from other CPABs, and increasing your membership, increasing your participation. Now that the people are taking off their masks and going back to the prior ways, what's your plan to try and keep that momentum?
Well, Commissioner, that's an easy one in that you've heard the phrase, if you build it, they will come. And I'm a firm believer of the fact that if we have a topic that we plan to discuss at one of our CPAB meetings that is of common interest to the majority of people, and we promote the upcoming discussion of that, complete with guest speakers, whether they be coming from LAPD or from outside of LAPD, we find that we were able to increase the viewership and the attendance of our CPAB members. This goes without saying. My personal involvement in CPAB has been one where I started off when I first moved to the Valley some 30 some odd years ago. I started off as recognizing the fact that issues and concerns and crime in my neighborhood could easily stretch to other neighborhoods directly across from me. And so I started a neighborhood watch on my street. And as a matter of fact, at that time, they called it police community representatives. And that's how far back I go. And so as a police community representative, I would hold neighborhood watch meetings directly in my neighborhood and invite other community members, other neighborhoods directly next to my street to join, because we knew how crime can spread if we don't do something about it. So when I heard that the Devonshire Division, fast forward years, when I heard that the Devonshire Division had started a volunteer community patrol, I said, aha, that's where I want to be. And so I got in touch with the volunteer communicator at West Valley and immediately joined that group. But not so much that, being involved with the Neighborhood Watch as public safety chair, I was able to get them to give me budget money so that I could buy uniforms for, in this case, 21 volunteer community patrol members at West Valley. So that's really what got us off. And so when we launched as a group some 3+ years ago, everyone had uniforms, and we were able to go out in the uniform manner and perform the task that the command staff has outlined for us and what we're to do. That is an issue that we are going to expand on during our CPAB meetings. As I mentioned earlier, at each one of our CPAB meetings, I pick out a volunteer who is a member of the patrol. The last one was an 18-year-old college student who's getting ready to graduate from CSUN as a criminal justice major. And I had her talk about why she decided to volunteer. And I think by being able to pull people from the community, whether it be in volunteer community patrol or as a CPAB member, and ask them, talk to them about why did they volunteer? This is going to help us build our membership. I joke around with the community by saying, do you feel lonely? Do you feel unappreciated? You know, by volunteering, you'd be surprised. You would find a number of people that share the same feeling. And so by volunteering, you are actually building up friendships. And at the same time, if you happen to be a college student, how great would it be on your resume to be able to list that you are a member of the volunteer community patrol or you volunteer at the local police station? So there are a number of ways that we are employing and will continue to employ, and that's the name of that tune.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Briggs, go ahead, sir.
Grimes and Captain Sester and Mr. Brown, and thank you for giving us a history lesson of the volunteerism here in the Valley. Really appreciate your service, and really appreciate what you're doing to keep the crime stats down, Captain and Mr. Brown and the neighborhood councils. To that extent, what are we faced with here in the Valley? What are our problems? If you can address that. And then the second question is obviously, what can we do to resolve those problems? So Captain, I'll toss it to you first.
Thank you, Commissioner. When you talk about the problems and in the context of crime, we are seeing in West Valley what many divisions are seeing throughout the city and throughout the country, an increase in grand theft auto. Although our numbers are relatively small, we're up approximately 25 or so year to date, which is just a small percentage. I think it's 8% or so for West Valley. But some of the other divisions are seeing even more significant increases in grand theft auto. So that's one of our challenges. And then we're also up slightly in aggravated assaults. And there's no particular impetus right now of what's causing that to occur. It's, some of them, a small percentage, I would say, I think is below 20% are gang related. Some are domestic violence, and some just seem to be random street disputes that result in aggravated assaults amongst various people, including just regular citizens and some citizens who are actually experiencing homelessness. Not any particular area that's significantly high in West Valley with regard to that. With regard to all the other categories for our crime, we're down, except for homicides. We're up 2 homicides this year from last year. And we had that tragic homicide a couple months ago where it was 3 children were killed by their mother. So very, very sad on that. Is that answer your question, Mr. Commissioner?
It does, and I appreciate it, and I understand the randomness of some of these acts. Are we having an issue here in the Valley with respect to the catalytic converter thefts? I understand that that's a huge problem, and even the city itself has been struck.
Yes, we do have a catalytic converter problem in the Valley. West Valley is hit perhaps less than some of the other divisions. For example, last week we only had 2, while the other divisions had 3 and 4 each. There are some weeks that were a little higher than 2. It is a significant problem. One of the things that we're planning on doing, that we haven't found the right location to get this done for us yet, but LA County Sheriffs had started a program, and Ventura County Sheriffs, I've spoken to them as well. They have a program where they etch the license plate number on the bottom of the catalytic converter. They also spray paint LASD or Ventura County PD Sheriff's Department. And we could do something very similar. We just need to find the right provider for us. So we're looking to find auto parts, auto repair shops and dealers who would help us with that. Perhaps, bad guy's not going to necessarily have the guts to steal a catalytic converter if it says LAPD on it, and it obviously has the VIN also etched on the bottom. So yeah, it's a problem. It's been a bigger problem in past years, but right now I think it's a growing problem throughout the Valley, but in West Valley, it's not too huge.
Thank you very much, Captain. And
Yes.
Mr. Brown, thank you again for your volunteerism.
You're welcome.
Any other commissioner questions for West Valley CPAD? Mr. Bonner, go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just had one question for either the captain or Mr. Brown, and just wanted to step back a little bit and understand. You mentioned a number of the issues around porch pirates and some of the quality of life issues and things that are under discussion. But how much, broadly speaking, how much would you say the CPAB process and meetings focuses on any of the broad policy issues that come before the board, like how officers ought to conduct stops or which enforcement posture, the officers should be engaged in, versus the more localized issues that people are, confronting daily, whether it's the, auto thefts or things of that nature. Just getting a general sense of how much of your conversations really touch on some of the similar broad policy issues that we are confronted with.
I'll start with that, then perhaps I'll hand it to James afterwards. Every single meeting, there's a captain's update. And one of the primary things I'll discuss at that point is our crime numbers and give a general sense to our membership and our attendees, what's going on with crime. I don't generally talk about policy issues, but the questions do come up. So when they are asked, we of course address those issues. And many times it's a policy issue that we'll encourage them to get on this call in the morning on Tuesday mornings and perhaps talk to you guys about what the policy change might be. Sometimes it's a legal issue or it's a city council type of issue, and we'll encourage them to speak with their council members as well. And many times it's just something that their neighborhood council needs to address as well. So we're able to direct them and help them in the direction they need to go to get some of these things answered, potentially solved. And that would be my answer to that. James, do you have any further on that?
Well, I'd just like to mention with respect to the homeless issue, which is not new to any specific section of the city, but in the San Fernando Valley, it's a huge issue. And one of the issues that in that regard, what we try to do at our CPAD meetings is to keep abreast of certain happenings and goings on that are occurring at city council level. For example, the latest at the city council level to limit the locations, the times and the places that homeless people can sleep or eat or block public access. And I know the city council is looking for ways to empower the LAPD to enforce certain statutes. Right now, that issue is in committee at LA City Council. And because Judge Carter has, as you know, has told the LA City to actually begin to house homeless, particularly in Skid Row. But to bring that forward to the CPAD level, we are faced with what's called cabin communities in the Reseda area, as you may know. It's called the Sycamore Cabin Community, and it's getting ready to officially open next week. And I know the council member has staged several public forums, one of which was a meeting at West Valley CPAB to answer and address questions that community members had with respect to that community. And a lot of times, as you know, you're not going to please everybody, but at the same time, it's an issue whereby the council member had no choice because as every council member is, they are tasked with being able to find and build and construct homes for the homeless. So it continues to be an issue here at West Valley. And one of the ways that we handle this, particularly in respect to the community, is we give the actual address on the LA City Council website where individuals can actually post public comments. On the City Council management file website, they're able to post public comments regarding foul issues that are before the City Council. But because we feel that whereas we don't try to get involved in politics, the captain would tell me, don't get political. But whereas we don't try to get involved in politics at the local level, at CPAB, we do tell people where they can go. And I think this is one of the important things that CPAB can do, being able to direct individuals directly to the city council and those people who actually make determinations and policies that affect everyone. And so by being able to do that, by being able to be proactive and do that, we've been able to deflect, I should say, a lot of concern, particularly in the Reseda area, about the scheduled opening of the Sycamore cabin communities back to city council so that they can take it up. This is all part of the new part of our program that we are calling Need to Know. Need to Know. And we want to keep the community up to date as to what's going on, not only in city council and what they can do about it, because it affects the public safety of all of us. And so that's just one instance.
I sure appreciate the feedback and your report here this morning. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Bob. Oh, yes, Commissioner Briggs.
I'd like to follow up on that for a moment with respect to the homeless issue. Captain or Mr. Brown, please address this. I've visited various parts of our city where that have huge swaths of homelessness from Central Division downtown to most recently Pacific Division and looking at Venice Beach to other areas of the city as well. And one of the things that I've learned through these journeys is that in part you have gangs that will follow these homeless encampments for purposes of feeding the homeless drugs, as it were. And that spawns a whole nother cycle of some crimes, whether it's burglary or robberies in the area, breaking into cars and vehicles to see whether or not they can, get any type of property to then go and trade that property in to continue to feed the drug issues that they may be facing with. Are you seeing that in these communities, as Mr. Brown said, these cabin communities that are now sprouting up here in the valley?
Yeah, I can take that. We're not seeing it to the extent that I believe it's being seen in other parts of the city of Los Angeles. We do have some homeless communities that are some portions of our division that have more homeless than others, but we don't have the large tent communities that you might see in Central Division and in Pacific and some of the other areas. One of our most impacted areas is Sepulveda Basin, which is a very significant area, hard to get to as well for many of our officers. We need sometimes four-wheel drives or horses just to get back to some of those areas. And we work with the park rangers, and we work with the Army Corps of Engineers that deals with much of that area as their own as well. Now, with regard to them working with gangs and gangs working with them to try to get them to buy drugs or use drugs and then cause them to be victims as well. I'm sure we're seeing some of that, not in some of the numbers of other divisions. Our crime is actually the second lowest Part 1 crime numbers for the whole city. So our numbers are just smaller. Now, we did have a homeless shelter that opened up last year at the Airtel Plaza Hotel. And that was just during the COVID era, and it's still going. It was run by the county, and they had over 250, I think the total number was 270 or so, residents that were living at the Airtel Plaza Hotel under the county's supervision. Now it has transitioned over to a city-run room key situation where many homeless are living there. I think they're around 200 who are living in the Airtel Plaza now. What we saw during that first year was a significant increase in crime in that area around the Airtel Plaza Hotel in those reporting districts, and a significant increase, even a bigger increase in our calls for service. So like several 100% increase in calls for service. Some of that was certainly drug related. Others were just other general crimes that are occurring. You have people living at a particular location, some of them as couples. We had some domestic violence calls that came up at the hotel. We did see an increase in grand theft auto and other general crimes in that area. And we worked that as well as we could with the resources we have. We put our narcotics unit out there and our vice unit out there. And of course, gave extra patrol with our officers at the hotel and in the general area there to try to reduce some of that crime. And we've seen some success in that area to decrease crime from where it was. I don't see significantly gang members targeting homeless as much as could be happening elsewhere. I'm sure it's occurring to a degree, but we just don't have the gang membership of some other divisions. We have much smaller gang membership. Does that answer your question, sir?
It does. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. And I'm just going to take a look around the squares to see if anybody else opened up microphones. Okay, very good. Thank you, commissioners, for all those questions. Most importantly, captains are in our West Valley division. Thank you so much for sharing the important work you're doing in the division and providing context for many of the issues we're seeing before the commission. Most especially, thank you for your service to the residents of the Valley and for your careers with the City of Los Angeles. And Mr. Brown, want to thank you for coming today. Your service to the city is also exemplary, and it demonstrates many positive ways the community can engage in the current affairs of its own city. So thank you, sir, for what you're doing as well. We appreciate your time today. Thank you so much. That concludes our report on that matter. We will move on our agenda. Thank you again, gentlemen, and Madam Secretary, if you could bring up the presenters for item 3B, the department's verbal presentation discussion on the use of force year-end report. But before we do, Mr. Teefank, if I could ask you, sir, to explain the process we are using, which has been used in the past with respect to the annual use of force report. We did get a number of written public comments in advance complaining about the process because of perceived inability to provide comment. So Mr. Tiefenk, could you explain the process?
Yes, Commissioner, the report will be posted on the department's website today, and the report will be back on the commission agenda on June 8th, which will allow 2 weeks of opportunity for people to read the report. The report is quite voluminous. It's about 400+ pages. So it's a document that will take some time to review. And that will give the commissioners ample time to review the report, also have their commission questions, and that would come back on the 8th of June, as I said. That has been the process that has been in place for the past 5 years that we've had the annual report come forward to the commission.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. Appreciate that. And probably in the future, we should indicate that on the agenda so that there's no confusion with members of the public who perhaps were not as engaged in years past. So we will do that. So commissioners will hear a presentation today by the department, and I see that a number of members of the department have been brought forward. I'd ask them to open their cameras, and we'll look forward to the report. Of course, commissioners, you can ask questions today, but since we all want time to review the report and go into detail on it, I would imagine we'll have most of our questions next the next time it's up on June 8th. I see we're having just a little bit of trouble bringing up the folks who are presenting on item B. I'm looking at my, I don't have the name of the person who's going to be presenting on item B. So Chief, who is it, sir?
Captain Stetzer, James Stetzer.
There we go. Captain Stetzer, very good. Captain, if you're ready, open your camera and your microphone, please.
Okay. All right.
There we go.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here. We look forward to your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get our PowerPoint up and running here very quickly.
Madam President, if we might have him turn his volume up.
That would be helpful, Captain, if you could.
Okay, we will do that. Checking. Joe. Volume. How's it? Is that better, ma'am?
That is better. Thank you.
Okay. All righty. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, President Decker, Vice President Briggs, members of the Police Commission, Inspector General, Chief Moore, command staff members, and community members who may be joining us and listening in this morning. All right, we'll get this choreography down yet. My name is Jim Sutzer. I'm the CO here at Critical Incident Review Division. Joining me this morning, I've got Lieutenant James Wang, my officer in charge of the categorical review section, Sergeant Maurice Goberel, who's in charge of the non-categorical review section, and also we've got Officer Kyung Park here, who's the co-pilot in charge of putting together our PowerPoint presentation this morning. The purpose of our presentation this morning will be to review and present the 2020 LAPD Use of Force Review, the annual report. We're going to break it down and we're going to introduce the report. We'll go into the organization of the report, how to access the report for the community members. And then I'll touch on some notable highlights with respect to a quick glance of 2020 use of force trends, use of force overview, a non-categorical use of force overview, and I'll touch on some of our continued training efforts. The organization of the 2020 year-end review, we break it down into 6 sections, and the preparation of this report actually begins as early as October of last year. As stated by Mr. Tiefenk, this really amounts to the production of what amounts to a yearbook, and it takes a lot of work to pull it all together. The 6 sections include an overview of department executive management. We have an introduction with the chief's message. We have introduction of the Board of Police Commissioners, key command staff members, and then various department entities provide us with updates and relative to use of force and other items of concern to the community. This year's report includes special write-ups regarding homeless outreach, mental illness and policing, use of force policy, department training and development, command and control, less lethal force deployment, K-9 platoon developments, medical care of arrestees, and critical incident community briefings, among some others. Access to the report. Currently, we had hoped to have that up and running by 0900 this morning, but we have a little glitch with media relations is helping us get this thing loaded up and available online. And it will be available at www.lapdonline.org. Community members can go to the reports section and then click on the 2020 Use of Force Year-End Review. Now we'll move into the kind of a 2020 LAPD use of force quick glance. The majority of police contacts with the public do not result in uses of force. In 2020, the LAPD recorded 1,443,077 contacts with the public. And of those contacts, 521,479 were the result of officers' observations resulting in a traffic and or a pedestrian stop. Of all those contacts, we made 46,915 arrests, and within those all those contacts of 1.4 million, we had 2,246 uses of force to some degree. Within those uses of force, we did have 27 officer-involved shootings. As you know, the LAPD divides use of force incidents into categorical and non-categorical use of force classifications. Categorical cases are the most serious with the greatest likelihood of serious injury to the suspect, while the non-categorical cases are less severe with likely lesser degree of injuries. In 2020, the LAPD had 52 categorical uses of force versus 53 in 2019. As stated, 27 of those involved officer-involved shootings, and of those 27, 12 suspects were struck by police gunfire. 58% of our officer-involved shootings, the suspect was armed, and in 19% of the cases, the suspect did fire their weapons at police officers during the confrontation. With respect to the rest of our categorical occurrences, I need to back up. Sorry about that. We did have 3 in custody deaths. We had 4 animal shootings. We had 8 law enforcement related injury incidents, which was twice what we had in 2019. We had 1 head strike. We had 5 unintentional discharges. We had 1 upper body control hold. We had 0 K-9 contacts, which resulted in a hospitalization. We had 2 chief of police directed incidents. And finally, we had 1 use of deadly force other, so not related to a firearm or some other police type incident. Next. Very quickly on what I already touched on, just so you can see a historical year-to-year overview with respect to upper body control holds. Typically, that's a very low number since 2016. Last year was no different with 1. Law enforcement related injuries, as stated, was 8, which was twice what we had in 2019, which is lower than 2016. Head strikes was 1, typically, again, a small number year to year. K-9 contacts resulting in a hospitalization, as stated, was 0. But if you look at 2016 moving forward, again, generally a low number, but nice that it was 0 last year. And then finally, with respect to in custody deaths, 3, which mirrored the same number of incidents in 2019. So I'll move along and touch on some of the highlights of with respect to officer involved shootings, as those tend to gather garner the most attention from the community, the police commission, and obviously the management of the department. Notable highlights would be as follows. We had a decrease in the average number of rounds fired per incident. As a matter of fact, it's a reduction of 44% as compared to 2019, which translates to 4.4 rounds less than the average incident in 2019. In 2019, an average officer-involved shooting incident, we fired 10.1 rounds, and in 2020, we fired 5.7 rounds per incident. We had a decrease of 18% in officer-involved incidents involving officers with 6 to 10 years on the job. And we had a decrease in the use of the police rifle by 9% compared to the 4-year average of 2016 to 2019. We had an increase as compared to 2020 of 4% compared to 2019 in all OIS incidents where the suspect was perceived to be suffering from mental illness, but we did see a 29% decrease over the 4-year average since 2016. In 2020, the LAPD had no officer-involved shootings involving persons experiencing homelessness. And we'll go a little further into the details with respect to how the officers arrive at, are drawn to these scenes where an officer-involved shooting occurs. As you can see by this graph, radio calls and officer-initiated activity, observation work accounted for a majority of the cases in which the officers were at the scene of the officer-involved shooting. Specifically, out of 27 incidents, 11 were radio calls, which accounted for 40% of the officer-involved shootings, and we had 8 of the 27 were 29% officer observations led to the officer to investigate the situation, which resulted in an officer-involved shooting. And you can see historically since 2016, radio calls and observations is what brings the police to the location of the incident. Continuing with officer-involved shootings, in terms of what the officers are facing in terms of what the suspects are armed with. Predominantly, if you look historically again since 2016, edged weapons and firearms are the primary threats that the officers are facing. Edged weapons accounted for 22% of the suspects. We had a total of 31 suspects we were involved, officer-involved shootings with, and 22% of those were carrying edged weapons. And the officers, and as previously stated in the opening, and 18 of 31 suspects were 58% were armed with a firearm. And again, year over year, that's a consistent number that reflects the threat that the officers continually face on the streets. With respect to how our officers respond to these threats when they reach that life-threatening moment, as you can imagine, the officer uses the first available weapon when necessary. And in 39 officers who did fire their weapons last year, 36 used their pistols. We had 1 shotgun used in 2020, and we had 2 police rifles used in 2020. In terms of rounds fired per year, 2020 was a relatively good year, although not shooting is not good at any time, but certainly a dramatic reduction in terms of rounds expended in 2020. In a perfect year, we would never need to discharge our firearms, but it's notable that the department only fired 156 rounds in 27 incidents. And this compares to 2019, where we fired 263 rounds, which is a reduction of 107 rounds from 2019 to 2020. Again, as mentioned in the overview, a number of rounds per incident. This kind of reinforces where we're at as a department, I believe, with respect to a de-escalation and more effective command and control. In a majority of our incidents, in 66% of the cases, officers fired 1 to 5 rounds in 27 incidents. And again, to reflect my previous point about the number of rounds fired per incident, in 2020, it was 5.7, which was markedly lower than 2019, which was 10.1 rounds per incident. In terms of the suspect ages that we encounter during our officer-involved shootings, the age group of 18 to 39 is the age group that the officers face during these confrontations. Between 18 and 39 years old, that accounts for 77% of our suspects that we engaged in during an officer-involved shooting. 18 to 23-year-olds were 29%, 24 to 29-year-olds were 12%, and 30 to 39-year-olds were 35%. And again, since 2016, that is, those are consistent numbers for the age group of our suspects. Regarding suspects perceived to be suffering or to have some degree of a mental illness, out of 31 suspects, 6 were believed to have some degree of mental illness, which was 19% of the individuals we engaged in an officer-involved shooting with, and that reflects an increase of 2 from 2019, and 2017 and 2018 were particularly high with 13. Regarding those experiencing homelessness, as reported, there were 0 incidents in 2020 where we got involved in an officer-involved shooting with a person who may be experiencing some degree of homelessness, which was a significant drop from 2019, and again, historically across those years of 2016 to 2019. Suspect injuries, invariably, officer-involved shooting incidents entail the likelihood of injury. 2020 was no different. 12 of 31 suspects were injured, which accounted for 38% of our suspects. Unfortunately, 7 out of 31, or 22%, deceased as a result of police gunfire. 2 of the 31 fled the location with unknown degree of injury, if they were injured at all. And 10 of 31 who were apprehended, 32%, sustained no injuries during the officer-involved shooting. The ethnicity of the deceased suspects, again, that was a total of 7 for the year. We had 1 African American, 1 Filipino, 4 Hispanics, and 1 Caucasian. In consideration of adjudications, clearly the 2020 cases are still very much under review. The Police Commission, I believe, we're up to 2520 and 2620 in terms of where we're at in terms of the final adjudication as recommended by the Chief of Police and then submitted for your review. So we don't have any data really for the 2020 adjudications. As you know, it's a long and thorough process of once a Force Investigation Division completes their investigation, and then we conduct the use of force review boards, and then present those findings and recommendations via the Chief of Police to you all. So again, with respect to 2019, no trends and patterns really emerged that would warrant any significant change in training and or policy. And I would suspect, and I would offer that in the subsequent meeting to this presentation, that we provide you with some sort of overview as to where we see the adjudications trending in 2020. That can be done, but our current database would require a hand search, and it's a lengthy process to pull that data, but we can certainly pull that for you. Real briefly, I want to touch on 2021, which is where we're at right now, and certainly 2020 has a lot of interesting facts, but I believe we would all agree that 2021 we're well ahead of the pace as to where we were this time last year. So far, we've had 16 officer-involved shootings versus 9 this year to date in 2020, which is 78% increase. The source of activity for those calls year to date, again, 2021, we've had 8 as opposed to 2 in 2020, which is a 300% rise. In terms of observation activity initiated by the police officers, in 2021, we've had 5, and in 2020, there were 3 year to date. Again, another rise of 67%. And citizen flag downs, we've been flagged down 3 times where the situation deteriorated into an officer involved shooting, as opposed to 2020 where we had none. So again, to echo what the chief said, unfortunately, so far year to date, we've had 6 fatal officer involved shootings. And I would say in terms of trying to understand a trend or a pattern to this, these cases are still active administrative investigations, still with Force Investigation Division. As stated by the chief also, I mean, I think we're facing a much higher degree of violence right now. We've recovered 60% more firearms year to date than we had this time last year. And as you all well know, homicides are up 22%, and our shooting victims across the city are up 66%. So we as a department are facing a significant rise in violent crime. So with that, I will move on to non-categorical uses of force. Very briefly, in 2020 saw the department involved in 2,194 non-categorical use of force cases, and that is 126 cases less than 2019, which had 2,320. That's a 5% decrease from last year, or 2019 to 2020. With respect to the different less lethal force options that we've been using, OC spray is down 25%. In 2019, it was used 20 times, and in 2020, it was used 15 times. The taser use is down 23%. In 2019, it was used in 282 cases, and in 2020, it was used in 217 cases. The beanbag shotgun is down 33%. It was used 48 times in 2019 and 32 times in 2020. And the baton is still in use, but there was no change from 2019 to 2020 with 33 reported incidents. The 40 millimeter less lethal launcher is up 10%. It was used 62 times in 2019 and 68 times in 2020. So it was only an increase of 6. Officer involved injuries are down 14%. In 2019, we had 864 officers injured in non-categorical uses of force, as opposed to 2020, which was 746. Homeless persons involved in our non-categorical uses of force is down 1%. Likewise, our mental illness involved persons during non-categorical use of force is down 3%, which was 753 in 2019 and 727 in 2020. And reported suspect injuries are down 10%. Overall, looking at non-lethal and less lethal force options, the non-lethal force, which is body weight, firm grips, joint locks, physical force, strikes, and takedowns, decreased by 3% overall, while the application of less lethal force, the 40 millimeter less lethal launcher, the beanbag shotgun, OC spray, and the taser, decreased by 20% as a group during the year of 2020. Regarding force options applied, this slide is really just reflects the fact that officers are committed to using the least amount of force necessary to effect the arrest, prevent escape, or protect themselves. As you can see, body weight, firm grip, and joint locks, and physical force are the 3 primary force applications that our officers use in the non-categorical uses of force. Suspects perceived with impairment, of 2,323 suspects, 899 suspects were determined to be impaired to some degree, either with some combination of alcohol or drugs or both. And so that accounts for 38% of the individuals we engaged in the non-categorical use of force with. And again, that's historically right on the mark since 2016, well over 30, almost 40% year to year. In terms of persons experiencing homelessness that we become involved in non-categorical use of force, again, that was 804 in 2020, which was 34% of all of our uses of non-categorical uses of force for the year, which was reflected a slight decrease from 2019. Persons believed to be suffering from some degree of mental illness was 727 out of 2,323, which was 31% of the persons that we were involved in the use of force with. Suspect injuries. This covers a broad range. This covers complained of pain to visible injuries. Of the 2,323 persons in which we engaged in non-categorical use of force, 1,589 reported and or were observed to have some degree of injury following the incident, which is 68%, and that is down 10% from 2019. Concerning the adjudication of our cases with respect to non-categorical uses of force, typically in year to year across the spectrum, we average about 2% are administratively disapproved for tactics, and about 0.3% are found administratively disapproved for force. And again, looking at what we know about 2020 so far, those numbers are not complete. Again, speaking to Sergeant Goberell and his team that review all the non-categorical uses of force, there's been no significant trends or patterns to warrant any change of direction in policy or training. Which brings me to training. The department is continually refining itself, and I believe it's a model of a learning organization that learns from all of our incidents, and also looks forward to preparing and advancing our officers and doing the very best we can to prepare them for field work in a variety of circumstances and situations. In 2020, 820 LAPD officers completed the mental health intervention training, and since 2014, when the course was started, 3,934 officers have completed that training. The integrating communication, de-escalation, and crowd control training continues. It's a department-wide effort, and since 2018, 7,796 officers have completed that training. A total of 7,500 officers have attended the Advanced Strategies for Command and Control. In 2020, 96 officers completed the Police Science Leadership course. And in 2020, the department continued its FTO update course, which included mental health awareness, de-escalation, and command and control concepts, and also included in the FTO update course our public trust components such as constitutional policing, fair and impartial policing, and LGBTQ cultural competency. And with that concludes our overview of a very lengthy document that tries to slice and dice our use of force involvement in a number of ways. I hope that you all, as the commission, will take some time to review the document. It is available in an executive summary as well as the full edition. And we're optimistic here today to have the online access for the public. And we look forward to answering questions and refining and preparing any additional information you may require.
Thank you, Captain. We very much appreciate that presentation. And if I could ask you to work with Mr. Teefank to be sure all commissioners get a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that was made. And I believe all of that is in the executive summary and in the report itself, but it's helpful to have a reminder of what was specifically presented. Thank you very much, Captain. With that, commissioners, the matter will be called back in 2 weeks. Does anyone have a question they wish to ask today that would help particularly in digesting all of this material over the course of the next few weeks? And if so, please just feel free to open your, Commissioner Kalonji, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Captain, for that presentation. I have a quick question. I haven't reviewed the entire document, but I'm wondering if there's any comparison across departments. For me, I mean, the numbers look really, they're low, but I'm wondering how we compare to other departments. And I know that there's, a range in sizes of departments, but if you go percentage wise, then you could kind of compare across departments. So I'm wondering if there's anything like that included in your report, or if you do any type of analysis that compares us to other departments.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. As a matter of fact, we do, if you go to page 124 on the full document, We do compare our use of force involvement with the Chicago Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the New York Police Department, the Houston Police Department, and the Philadelphia Police Department.
Wonderful.
And I will say, there is not another agency in these United States that prepares this document to this degree with this level of detail. Getting numbers from some of our parent, trying to use the right word, from other agencies is not easy, because they are not necessarily less than forthcoming, but I mean, we try to show everything we got, good and bad.
Right. I appreciate that. So I look forward to getting the report so I can check that out.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think it really makes a difference when we're thinking about how we're doing in comparison to what other departments are doing. So appreciate that. I look forward to reviewing the report.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions for today? Commissioner Briggs, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Captain, for that presentation. And my question will be brief, and it'll help me read the report when I get it. As I am unfamiliar with some of the acronyms, you use the acronym FTO. Can you tell me what that is quickly?
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, I like that question. It's a field training officer, FTO. And our field training officers have to go to recurring training, and we keep them up to date with the most current trends with respect to law and effective training of our young police officers. And so the FTO, field training officer.
Thank you very much. And I take it then that anytime an acronym is used in the report, that it will be explained also in the report.
Yes, sir. I didn't mention that. I skipped that part in the slide. The very back end of the report covers every LAPD acronym. And we don't like to share those, but we do know it's necessary for the report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Any other commissioner questions for today? Commissioner Bonner, sir, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Captain, for the overview. I had two questions. The one relative to the discussion of the non-categorical use of force. Just wanted to clarify that were the statistics that you were including, did that included also and then I'm focusing particularly on the less lethal options. Did that include also all of the Safe LA? I know that, or I should back up and say, can we get a snapshot of 2021 and 2022 so I can understand how much of the less lethal or how those numbers compared, in the Safe LA environment 2020 versus I think this addresses 2019 and the prior years, but I'm also trying to get a sense of you commented on some of the 2021 stats. Is that, I'm not asking for that today. What I'm asking is that information that is knowable?
Yes, sir. The Safe LA cases that revolved around the unrest, the mobile field force, the movement, the crowd control, those incidents are recorded on 214s and are not included in this report unless it became a law enforcement related injury, a categorical use of force, which we've heard some cases in closed session. But the less lethal munitions, crowd control type efforts, those are not captured through our reporting process through my office.
And can you address in terms of just how the report comes together, say on an annual basis and kind of in the normal course, just put that perspective for me as to why that would be? Again, and one view would be that the report on 2020 use of force would capture all use of force in 2020, and if I'm understanding you correctly, that it would not capture the less lethal or the non-categorical use of force relative to the Safer LA. So is that, just put that in perspective for me, if you would.
Well, and my understanding is that the adjudication of the use of force during civil unrest is documented on the 214s, and that adjudication process does not come through our office.
Okay.
Perhaps Chief Moore, Chief Joyce could speak to that,
but one thing you said may be clarifying my perspective, but because I'm right now not focused necessarily on the adjudication, I'm focused on the statistics. The use, the level of use of less lethal, and is that also tracked in a different process?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask the Chief of Police to more globally address this issue, because I want to be sure we get the global picture here, not just as to one office, but the department. Go ahead, Chief, if you don't mind.
No worries. Absolutely. This report is for the year to year, apples to apples, the instances in which we have a use of force, whether it be deadly force or a categorical, such as a hospitalized individual, those type of instances, and non-categoricals. Crowd control situations, which are unique and more isolated and not recurring year after year. We did not blend those into this report so as not to distort the numbers. However, what Captain Setzer made in passing was that there were categorical investigations that resulted from crowd control instances during the civil unrest. Those were reported in here because of the significance of a categorical use of force. As you recall, there was an officer-involved shooting. That's captured in this report. But instances in which an officer used a 37 millimeter, which is a non-specific weapon to deploy to disperse a group, or a 40 millimeter, which is a specific individual posing a risk of violence or threat against an immediate threat to the officer. Those instances are available through the Safe LA reporting. We captured all that. That information is not unretrievable. And a comparison from last year's instances of crowd control, which resulted in the use of any of those weapon systems, or an individualized use of force in comparison to 2021, it would be a hand tally, but we can certainly bring that in.
I got it. And to the main point, if I recall correctly, the after action review also included that information, the report that pulled together the level of force that was used in the Safe LA context, right?
That's correct. And what it did not include was because the adjudication of all those cases were not there.
Okay.
And some of those matters have come before the commission since.
Got it. Got it. I appreciate that. So that'll help as I go through this further. Then the only other question I had for today is, I know in the discussion of the categorical use of force, there's a breakdown. I think this is around page 60 or so of the PDF. So don't recall what page number of the actual report, but there was a discussion relative to the categorical use of forces of the main sources, how many were from radio calls versus observations and so on. And question is, well, is there some part of the report where we'll be able to look generally, and if one were asking how many instances where there's force used, whether it's non-categorical or categorical or even an OIS, just across the board, will we be able to determine how many of those instances originate from an observation, whether it's like a pedestrian or vehicle stop?
For the non-categorical?
Well, I'm looking, because of course, my interest is in each of the categories. So I would be looking kind of at the broad picture, how many instances of force used originate from the stop. That's one, broadly. But then, I would want to then look and understand how many of those were non-categorical and categorical, and maybe even the OISs.
Yes, sir. Well, it is broken down in the book by radio call and source of activity. I might not be fully understanding the question. You're talking about the type of force used for a given source of activity?
No, I think that I think maybe we're on the same page. That, as I'm telling you, I've seen that relative to the categorical use of force. I've seen the chart that that does provide that breakdown of radio calls, observations, citizen flag down, and the like. And so what I'm assuming is that that same breakdown is available for each type of force that is included in the report, right? So I'm just telling you that I observed that relative to the categorical use of force. I have not reviewed the entirety of the report to confirm that the same information is also available for non-categoricals and also for OISs, such that someone could add them together and make some determination as to, generally speaking, how many instances of where force is used originate from some sort of stop.
Yes, sir, it is. I can assure you, up around page 330. So.
Okay, got it. So I will, so I'll look at that, and then if there's some further question about it, I know how to reach you in the interim. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. And again, thank you, Captain, for that presentation. We will return to this item in 2 weeks, expected on June 8th. And with that, just a reminder to members of the public that they are free to submit their written public comment in advance of that meeting. Chief, I saw you opened your microphone. Did you want to say something, sir?
Just, I want, well, two things. Thank you. First, I want to thank Captain Setzer He's retiring here shortly and is going to move to a next chapter of his life. And so this has been quite a yoke around his neck, if you will. This is an annual report that now Deputy Chief John McMahon created in 2015. The last 5-6 years, it is I think a leadership in American policing as to our level of transparency. So I want to thank Jim and his entire crew, because this is a difficult endeavor to put together. We're a little late this year. That is an issue of, we normally have this report to you by March. There are consequences to this reduction and loss of personnel and civilian personnel included that has impacted and delayed a portion of this, but I want to thank Jim for his work. Secondly, I would, as Commissioner Bonner, great question. When we look at the increase in 2021, and we see that of the 16 verse 10, first thing I'm looking at is how many of those are a result of radio calls and citizen flag downs. And so there's a lot of different ways in which to cut and dice and aggregate and disaggregate this information. Critical to the department is our appetite to hear from commissioners in the next 2 weeks as to your questions. I think that poses the best opportunity for us in 2 weeks to come back and respond with details as available that's possible.
Thank you, Chief. And good reminder and encouragement to all commissioners. It is a big report. It will take time to get through and to ensure the department understands if we have concerns and they can prepare appropriately for our follow-up meeting. Should you have issues, questions, feel free to reach out. Captain, I do want to join in the chief and congratulate you on your impending retirement. Thank you for your service to our city. And thank you for coming today to make this presentation. We very much appreciate it, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, that concludes that item on our agenda, item B. Commissioners, our next 3 items relate to recruitment. We will hear a presentation, and what I would recommend, I'd recommend we hear the presentation on item C, and then hear it on D and E, and then open it up to all recruitment questions to the team. As these matters have some overlap to them, I believe in the long run will be more efficient to do it that way. So with that, Madam Secretary, if you could assist in calling up the individuals and bringing them up on item C on the presentation and discussion on recruitment. And you can bring up the individuals on D and E if you wish, or they can just, of course, wait for their time for the presentation. But I believe it's Captain McCraney. Captain, sir, I see you. Welcome. I also see Commander Reyna. Welcome. Captain McCraney, the floor is yours. I believe you're presenting on item C. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. I'll turn the floor to you.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam President, Police Commissioners, Chief Moore, Inspector General Smith, and Mr. Thiefhank. I am Aaron McCraney, Command Officer of Recruitment and Employment Division, also known as RED, and along with my partners, Captain Pinto and Police Administrator Asukan, would like to share with you the status of recruitment, hiring, attrition for the department. However, before I get into the details, I'd like to share a quick video that gives an overview of Recruitment and Employment Division. Not able. Okay. Having a little technical difficulties, we may not be able to show the video.
If you can somehow get it to the commission secretary, she might have an easier time bringing it up for you.
Yeah, I think she should have that presentation.
Very good.
Should I wait a moment or should I move forward?
Why don't you just wait one moment, Madam Secretary? Would you mind seeing if you could pull that up?
Or she can enable me on my side.
Oh, she can do that as well, probably. Madam Secretary, just let us know.
Okay, Captain, if you want to go ahead and give it a try right now.
Okay.
If you could turn the sound up, please. We have no sound. And Captain, both the sound on your system and the sound in Zoom have to be, there we go.
Can you hear it? Okay, do you have me back?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, due to issues such as the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions and budget reductions, recruitment and hiring efforts have been considerably negatively impacted. However, with that said, the department's recruitment and hiring efforts continue forward. Contrary to popular belief or conditions with other police agencies, we have not found an overall decrease in interest in prospects seeking to become a Los Angeles police officer. However, recruiting for diversity still remains a challenge. We remain committed to the department's 2020-2021 strategic plan, Goal 6, Initiative A, strengthen recruitment efforts to increase diversity among ranks. The key activities are: 1, improve recruitment process for police officers; 2, expand hiring of female police officers; 3, expand hiring of African American police officers; 4, expand hiring of Asian American Pacific Islander police officers; and 5, enhance marketing and advertising strategies for recruitment. Some of the challenges that we have faced over this period of time: although the recruitment and hiring efforts for the department has been considerably hampered, RED has remained steadfast in meeting overall hiring and diversity goals throughout these times of uncertainty. To compensate for the diminished opportunity to conduct in-person recruitment, RED shifted strategy from pursuing new candidates to focus on advancing candidates that were already in the 7-step hiring process. With that said, some of the challenges that we met with were: 1, as I mentioned before, the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions. That's due to social distancing restrictions, we were unable to conduct in-person canvassing, presentations, and outreach, which historically has been the lifeblood for primary recruitment initiatives. Also, a big issue has been the budget reductions. Because of the budget reductions, we've seen a loss of paid marketing and directed social media outreach. We've had a loss of expertise from marketing firms specializing in diversity outreach. We've had a loss in diverse candidate pool mix. We've had to cancel programs such as our candidate advancement program. And I'll take a quick moment with that. The candidate advancement program is a physical training program that we've had for years. And what it does is a program to keep candidates engaged and prepared for the physical, mental, and emotional rigors of the police academy. That's been super productive for us and for the candidates to actually get them prepared and to be successful as they move on to become police recruits. We've had a loss of viable candidates during the hiring pause. Many of those candidates have either sought other opportunities, they've been extended opportunities for other police departments, but also many have become frustrated with the wait process of the hiring pause and just decided to move on in other endeavors for their life. And then another issue which has been a challenge for us is the recruitment and hiring process oversight. The department, LAPD, has somewhat limited control of the recruitment and hiring process. Personnel department remains the lead agency for recruitment and hiring police officers for the LAPD. Many important decisions in recruitment, background investigations, and hiring are led and directed by personnel department. While the personnel department has proven to be a great ally and partner, it remains that there's a difference in culture, chain of command, and priorities to meet our common goals. I want to talk a little bit about where we are right now when it comes to recruiting. The 2020-2021 strategic plan milestones for hiring were as follows. Increase female police officer hiring to 40% of all new recruits. Increase African-American police officer hiring to 22% of all new recruits. And increase Asian American and Pacific Islanders hiring to 10% of all new recruits. As I do a comparison between fiscal year 2019-2020 and 2020-2021, in 2019-2020, we hired a total of 513 candidates. Of that 513, 21% of those were female, 12% were African American, and 12% were Asian American and Pacific Islanders. Fast forward to 2020-2021, that's when we suffered the reductions and we did a halt in our hiring. We were only able to hire 79 total candidates. However, just to show the commitment that was put in place, of the 79, 54% of those candidates were female, 35% were African American, while 8% were Asian American Pacific Islanders. During the period of recruitment and hiring setbacks, we lost considerable ground in our feeder pool for diverse candidates. And reflection of that, year over year, our African American feeder pool went down 37%. Our Asian American Pacific Islander feeder pool went down 27%. And the feeder pool for females also went down 25%. I'd like to talk a little bit about where we're going as of right now. As I mentioned earlier, we worked very hard to work on the candidates that we had that were in our hiring process. And so right now we have a list of certified candidates. Of that list of certified candidates, we have 163 that are ready to go and to be hired as soon as we get word that we're able to do so. Of that 163, 29% of those are female, 10% are African American, and 9% are Asian American Pacific Islanders. In addition to the certified candidates, I have a list of 100 more candidates that were certified but now have experienced some expiring test parts. And that means at any moment we can get them back to be certified candidates. And so that would give us, basically we have about 263 candidates that we're saying are pretty much ready to go to get us through the next several classes coming up. In addition to that, I have a pipeline of candidates that I consider to be viable candidates that are in the background process. And that's approximately 3,195 that are processing through that as we move along, that they will be prepared and ready to join the academy. The problem is that because we've had this hiring pause, we've been shut down on recruitment due to COVID-19 restrictions and also due to the budget reductions. I'm a little bit concerned about, how that's going to impact our diversity mix as we move further into the year. But with that, I am proposing for this next class of July 21 that we hire a total of 60 candidates for that class. And the diversity breakdown that I am proposing for that class is 48% female, 23% African American, and 17% Asian American Pacific Islanders. Some of the things that has been very successful for us in the past, and we also look forward to doing it in the future, I'm going to list right now, but it's going to be ever evolving because we are still going to be in a new environment. With COVID-19, there's still, while the restrictions are going to be lifted June the 15th, we still have to see, the organizations that we reach out to, their availability and their ability to let us to come onto their sites. But some of the things that I think are very important to note is that we have a website, which is joinlapd.com, which is a great website. I highly recommend everyone to take a look at that. It gives a really great overview of what we're doing in recruitment and hiring, and gives our candidates a good opportunity to get involved and see what's happening with the hiring process. We have a very strong social media presence on both Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We're doing a lot of outreach in different communities, such as the LGBT communities. We've had very good success with different organizations and also attending different community events. We have gone from, historically, we've had in-person hiring seminars, which usually we held once a month. We have converted that to virtual hiring seminars, and there we've also had some really good success. Early in the year, we had a women's seminar, and we had 400 attendees to that seminar, and of that 400 attendees, 396 of those were women. Earlier this year in February, we had an African American seminar. And then of that seminar, we had 112 participants, and 67% of those were African American. We have seminars. We had another women's seminar in March. We had an Asian American Pacific Islander seminar in May. And then we're also looking forward to, in June, we'll have an LGBTQ seminar. And then also in July, we'll be hosting 2 military seminars. Our main staple when it comes to recruitment has been our colleges and universities. So we will remain steadfast as far as reaching out to those opportunities for bringing candidates into this department. And one area that we've done in the past, and we really want to look forward to getting back into, is reaching out to our historically Black colleges and universities. Very recently, actually, Chief Moore identified that on this department, we're approximately 21% of our civilian workforce are African American, while only 9% of our sworn are African American. We're going to take a look at doing surveys, and we're going to do some focus groups to actually get an idea of their perspectives, their thoughts, their ideas, and tell us some things that we can do to improve recruitment in our diverse communities. We historically have had very good success in recruiting in our military. And the one thing that we noticed is that in the military of all the armed forces, approximately 380,000 of them are African American, which is about 29%. And then also 200,000 are female, which is another 14%. So that is another area that we will be pursuing for diversity. We will continue to do our department outreach, and that means utilizing our senior lead officers, our community relation officers, our community safety partnerships, and also we really want to focus on our over 12,000 personnel on the department to assist with recruitment efforts and staffing our events. We've had very good and strong relationships with our faith-based institutions, and we want to really get back to that point where we actually go out and do visits and ensure that we have a strong presence in that area. We've had our clergy councils in different faith-based organizations and churches that have been very proactive and helpful in understanding regarding the needs of recruiting for the LAPD. One thing that I've been very excited about, had the opportunity to work with Commander Flores and her team at the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Group on several initiatives related to diversity, equity, and inclusion within recruitment. And especially right now, working on the 30-30 initiative, which I'm going to hold off to a little bit later because Commander Flores has a nice presentation to talk about that. We also realize the strength in our employee organizations. Some of those, not all, but some are been able, LAPOA, LALE, LEAP, and OJB, Oscar Joe Bryant Foundation. They've been very helpful and very, very proactive and help us to reach our initiatives when it comes to recruitment and hiring. One program that I'm very, very excited about, and that's our Associate Community Officer Program. And what that is a bridge program from our youth programs, from our PAMs, our POPs, and our cadet programs. And what it does is that when they age out of those programs, which is at 18, but they can't get hired on the police department until they're 20, what we do is we have an opportunity for them to get some experience as far as being a police officer and see what that's like as they prepare themselves to become a police officer. We've had very, very good success with that in the past. And actually, historically, that program has been held at over 50% women. And that's very encouraging for what we want to do for recruitment for females in the future. The one change that we're looking at doing is, as I mentioned before, the only way to get into the program was to have been in an LAPD youth program. But right now we are proposing to open up some additional lanes to actually get into this program, such as being an intern, being a volunteer. And the most exciting part for me is actually to reach out and get referrals from some of our community-based organizations. So that is very exciting. It's in the works, and I'm looking forward to very good things with that. We've had some very great relationships with many of the governmental and community organizations. We've put together like a recruitment and hiring community advisory think tank. And I've had members from the Vermont Slauson Economic Development Corporation, the City of Los Angeles Human Relations Commission. I've had members from the Los Angeles Trade Tech Colleges and the other related colleges with that. Members from the City of Los Angeles Economic Workforce Development Department, and then also some private industry such as City National Bank. Right now, what is very, very important and a big task for us is our actual candidate retention. We want to ensure that even though we're out recruiting, that once we get them in the door, that we're able to keep them there and get them through to the academy. As of May of this year, I have approximately 3,195 candidates that are going through the process. And of that, 7% of those are African American and 7 are Asia Pacific Islanders. 18% are female. That is something that I've utilized and put a lot of resources to ensure that we're able to assist and help them get through this process. The last thing that I really would like to cover on this is a thing that Chief Moore has been working on for a while now, and I think we're getting to a very good point, and that's about our hiring guidelines. We want to make sure that we ensure that there is equity and fairness, and that we do a good review and update with the hiring guidelines for those candidates that are in the process. There was a lot of emphasis that was placed on relevancy with current laws and also scrutinizing of all disqualification issues. This is something that, as being the commanding officer, I hear a lot from people who go through the process or people who know people that are going through the process. And there's always been a concern about the fairness. There's always been a concern about the fairness and whether or not, candidates will have a good opportunity to get through. And, that's, I just have to say that we work very closely with personnel department. We've looked at a lot of issues and a lot of concerns. And I believe, I want to say with confidence that this is a very fair process and that candidates are given a fair look, but we're always going to take a look to see what we can do differently or do better for that. With that, what I'd like to do is I understand, Madam President, you want to hold off the questions until afterwards. I'd like to bring on Captain Pinto so we can discuss academy attrition.
Thank you. Yes, please proceed, Captain, when you're ready.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, good morning. I'm Captain John Pinto, the Commanding Officer for Training Division. For context, our LAPD Academy is a post-certified police academy, and it is a challenge to meet the high standards of becoming a Los Angeles police officer. Our goal is to successfully pass as many recruits as possible. As you can see from the slide, our 10-year attrition rate has a slight decrease for the past few years. The 10-year average for Recruit Academy is at 20%. The 10-year average for female recruit officers is at 32%. One of the reasons for the high percentage is the small number of recruit officers compared to the total number of recruits. Our attrition rate is divided into two categories. One is performance and one is recruit generated. The 6-month police academy, there are 3 categories of post-testing, the California state testing. One is called the Test Management Assessment System. There are 21 tests. The second one is scenario test and exercise tests, which there are 15. And the third is tactical and fitness tests, which there are 26. In the performance related, these are double failures on post-mandated testing. We do allow them to return and have a second opportunity to pass the state post tests. They are given remediation and given additional training. In order to maintain the California Post Certification Academy, we are obligated to separate the recruit from the academy when they double fail a post test. For recruit initiated resignations, we also meet and allow them to return and reapply. A large percentage of our separations that are recruit initiated are when the recruit officer reevaluates their career choices or are physically unprepared for the academy. As an example, for calendar year 2020, we had a total of 262 recruits that started the academy and 231 graduated, or 31 did not graduate, which is a 12% attrition rate. Of the 31 that did not graduate during the calendar year of 2020, 16 were performance related and 15 were recruit generated. Our goal here at Training Division is to retain every recruit officer that starts the academy. We've improved the experience from recruitment to the police academy. And we have programs that allow candidates to get ready for the academy with YouTube instructional videos. With coaching and recruitment, once in the academy, we have mentorship programs that allow the recruits to have access to discuss their progress with the academy staff weekly. We also have a doctor from Behavioral Sciences Services, BSS, on staff here at the academy, which allows the recruit officer an opportunity to speak in confidence if they have any issues with anxiety, stress, or transitioning into law enforcement. In closing, our department is committed to recruiting and ensuring Training Division is professional. It maintains the high standard of post and is dedicating to providing the best training for all recruit officers and prepare them for field duties. We are excited about hiring new recruit officers and look forward to improving our attrition rates for the Los Angeles Police Academy. Thank you.
And next, we'd like to go to Elena Asukan, and she's going to talk about department attrition.
Thank you, Captain McCraney, Captain Pinto. Good afternoon, commissioners, chief, and inspector general. What I wanted to present to you today is our overall department attrition. We were asked to look specifically at our police officer ones, which are our probationary officers and recruit officers, our police officer twos, and our police officer threes. The attrition chart that I have shown you up on the screen, these are all of our resignations and terminations from July 1st of 2020 through current. So that's this fiscal year. And what I wanted to look at was how our police officers, the hard work that Captain McCraney and Captain Pinto go through just to bring them on board and get them through the training academy, how does that fare throughout their career? And as we looked at it, as you can see, terminations, we have had about 10 terminations, 5 of which are actual police officer ones, which are our recruit academy individuals and our probationary officers. Most of those have all been due to unsatisfactory performance or some kind of discipline that has been taken against these officers. And that was about 5 of them. We had 4 police officer 2s that were terminated during this period and 1 police officer 3 that was terminated during this period. I also looked at resignations, not regular service retirement, but actual resignations where an officer elected to separate from the police department. And as you can see, during this period, July 1st of 2020 through current, we had 118 police officers that had attrited, resigned from the department. Most of them, if you look, can you go back to the prior chart? I'm sorry, Captain McCraney, please. If you look at this chart, you'll see our police officer ones. Of the 44 that submitted resignation forms, 21 of them were due to unsatisfactory performance. They just were not meeting the standards of a police officer, and they elected to resign and maybe get more training, get into better condition, maybe get their mental and physical well-being together and try to come so that they could come back to the department at a later time. Then we had in our P2 ranks, which are more tenured police officers, we had about 26 of them that resigned to go to another law enforcement agency, and about 16 of them that have resigned to move out of state. A big significant number of our police officers are, most of them out in patrol operations that have elected to either go to another law enforcement agency or move out of state. And I gave you the breakdown, as you can see at the bottom of the 118 resignations that the department had. 25% of those officers did resign to go to another law enforcement agency, and about 17% to resign or move out of state. And you can go to the next slide, Captain. Thank you. What we also looked at is, of these 118 officers, to look at specifics and geographic areas, if there were any kind of trends, amongst maybe a bureau or a division, to see if there was some kind of pattern of why an officer might be resigning from the department. Nothing really stood out significantly. As you can see, Central Bureau, West Bureau, and Valley Bureau, on average, they had about 4 officers per division resign. South Bureau was slightly higher. They had on average about 6 officers that resigned. I did have one division that had a higher than most of the other divisions, and as I drilled down on that particular division, it looked like a good portion of them went to another law enforcement agency. About 18% of them from this one particular division went to another law enforcement agency. It wasn't the same agency, but they did either move out of state or go to another agency. And so this is something that we as a department continue to look at and look at resignations and how we can, assist these officers, any officer within the department on staying here with the Los Angeles Police Department. As Captain McCraney had mentioned earlier, we are really teaming up with the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Officer, Commander Flores, so that she can help us whether reach out to these individuals who may think they want to leave the department and see what we can do to better that relationship with that officer to keep them on board. And as Captain McCraney had also mentioned, we are really teaming up with the other affinity organizations or other employee organizations just to help us retain our officers, especially our younger officers. As you look at this chart, for P2s, the average tenure of these 65 officers are about 7 years with the department. Our P3s have been about 8.5 years with the department before they have put in their resignation here. So that's just the department overall by resignations. I'm not sure if you have questions for us or if you wanted to move on to the 30 by 30 conversation. I'm not sure, Captain McCraney, how.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Because there is some overlap in the 3 items on the agenda, I think it's best if we hear all the presentations and then I'll open it up to questions, since some of the questions may overlap with one another. So with that, Commander Flores, I believe you're up, ma'am.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much for that. Good afternoon, everyone. Today with me for this brief presentation on 30 by 30 initiative is going to be Sergeant Erin Burns Johnson from DEI. Officer Erica Gonzalez, also from DEI. She's the woman behind the scenes, the creator of our PowerPoint today. And Christina Ambriz, Police Officer 3. She's assigned to our Training Bureau Assistant Equipment Assessment and Evaluation Coordinator. And also Sergeant 2, Sonia Rimkunis. She's assigned to our Policies Analysis Development Unit. And also Captain John Pinto, CO of Training Division, will be providing an overview on some of the training requirements as well. Thank you so much. So let's go to the PowerPoint. If you could bring up the first slide, please, Erica. There we go. Okay. So the goal of the 30 by 30 initiative is to increase the representation of women in police recruit classes to 30% by 2030. And to ensure that our policies, our police policies and culture intentionally support the success of qualified women throughout their careers. The LAPD is already doing this with the help of groups like LAPOA, and this pledge memorializes our commitment. The initiative of this goal is not only just to increase the number of women in policing, but the pledge also aims to ensure that police policies and culture intentionally support the success of qualified women throughout their career. The 30 by 30 initiative is also based on years of research backed the premise that women officers achieve better policing outcomes for communities. This social science research suggests that women have already been documented in terms of using less force and less excessive use of force incidents. They're named in fewer complaints and lawsuits. They are perceived by many communities as being more honest and compassionate. They also see better outcomes for crime victims, especially in sexual assault cases. And I believe that is important to note because many of our victims are women, about 50%, and specifically for hate crimes, 30% of those victims are women. Women also make fewer discretionary stops or arrests, especially of non-white residents. So with this pledge, we would be joining over 40 law enforcement agencies that have already signed this pledge. departments from large cities like the NYPD and Houston PD to state police departments, and rural agencies. So would we join those ranks to do so? Next slide, please. So how we are changing the face of policing, I believe that with LAPD, I can proudly say that we have been. We've already changed many of our requirements, accessibilities to different equipment, and training opportunities for women, as Captain McCraney has stated. The good thing about this initiative is that we would join a coalition of police leaders and researchers and professional organizations so that we can work together to share best practices, understand some of the perceived or real barriers for women in terms of hiring and retention. So there's extreme benefits of having this access to a coalition of police professionals.
And now we'll move into the statistical data for sworn demographics. I'd like to preface this by saying that the statistics were obtained from the U.S. Census Bureau for Los Angeles County. So sworn demographics. Currently, LAPD has 82% males versus 18% females. For the city, males represent 49.3% of the population and females represent 50.7%. So although we are on par with most comparable sized law enforcement agencies, as you can see, women are still underrepresented on this department as compared to their representation overall in the city. Not only are women underrepresented in our agency, women are grossly underrepresented in law enforcement as a whole. The number of sworn women in law enforcement has been relatively stagnant over the past 20 years. Women represent roughly half of the United States population, but are only 27.2% of all law enforcement employees, and that's civilian and sworn. Of that total, 12% is sworn. Additionally, women only represent 3% of police leadership across the United States. So issues affecting women in policing are understudied, but the studies that have been done show the following perceived barriers. Physical abilities tests that overemphasize upper body strength. Physical strength requirements that have no validation as a bona fide occupational qualification. Women fail physical abilities tests at higher rates than men. Male-dominated culture within agencies and nonconformance to masculine norms. Subtle sexism, lack of respect, shift work not conducive to starting or raising a family. Some women of color may have a negative perception of law enforcement. Additionally, there's a lack of representation, which results in less women applying. There's a lack of accommodating parental policies, a lack of childcare assistance, work-life balance issues, lack of career development training, nepotism, and unhealthy competition and hostility between women. Next slide. So what exactly is the pledge? The 30 by 30 pledge is a series of no or low cost actions policing agencies can take to improve their representation and experiences of women in sworn positions in all ranks. Law enforcement agencies who take part in the 30 by 30 pledge agree to report their efforts to identify and address the obstacles that women officers face in recruitment throughout their careers, encourage agencies to share their stumbling blocks while celebrating victories, help foster knowledge sharing through the 30 by 30 network, and that includes best practices, programs, and initiatives that are developed to address barriers to women's advancement. Next slide. So what exactly is the pledge? Agencies who sign the 30 by 30 pledge agree to take measures to increase the representation of all women in all ranks of law enforcement, and that includes supporting, mentoring, and sponsorship, and creating flexible, family-friendly policies. Ensure that policies and procedures are free of all bias. So that entails improving and enforcing harassment policies and finding advocates for change, such as like your police chief, male counterparts. Those are some of your major change agents for women. Promoting equitable hiring, retention, and promotion of women officers. reframe the profession from police force to police service, learn from other agencies who have greater representation of women, and ensure our culture is inclusive, respectful, and supportive of women in all ranks and roles of law enforcement. Support women, commit to long-term work, not limited to timeframes due to mandates, and invest in research. Form partnerships with researchers and other stakeholders. That's right. So what exactly is the pledge? The pledge consists of 2 phases, phase 1 and phase 2, and 4 initiatives. Phase 1 is the baseline data. Initiative 1 is prioritization of the hiring, retention, and promotion of women. Initiative 2 is to gain insight into issues pertaining to the female sworn. Phase 2 is your diagnostic data and demographics. This data is due roughly 12 months from the signing of all essential elements and 24 months if we're signing for additional elements. Initiative 3, improve recruitment and hiring of women. Initiative 4, improve the promotion and retention of women. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Commander Flores, who will reiterate some of the key issues and concerns and initiatives currently being undertaken by recruitment.
Thank you so much, Erin. So I won't rehash what Captain McCraney has already presented, but I do want to make note that our goal for this pledge is 30 by 30, but LAPD strives to exceed that as in our goals, our annual goals, and as noted in our strategic plan. So we're not only just putting words into action, but we are seeing leadership roles being taken by many of our women, starting from the academy. And as you've seen in one of our recent academy classes, where over 50% of the women of the class were women, and it was led by a class leader, female, and there were numerous other women that received leadership awards. So from that very beginning, we are creating an inclusive environment and celebrating their victories and accomplishments as well by putting them into those leadership positions. I believe now we will shift over to Captain Pinto.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Second. So good morning. I wanted to talk briefly about some of our physical requirements of the Los Angeles Police Academy. The LAPD Academy is a professional model for law enforcement across the country. And we are mandated by the California Post Standards of Training. One of the things I'd like to mention is that the physical requirements for male and females is the same. And as you can see on the slide here, the post, which is on the left, these are the state mandated requirements that all police recruits must pass in order to successfully become a police officer in the state of California. On the right where it says LAPD, this, if you look at the bottom, in 2007, the PFQ, which is the physical fitness qualification test, was designed to allow our recruit officers the opportunity to prepare themselves to be in the academy. So at the beginning in the cadet phase, as they're preparing to get into the academy, we do have an advisory PFQ test that they use, and then during the academy, we do test them for the PFQ. Next slide, please. So as you see on the screen, the ARCON, ARCON stands for Arrested Control. One of the new initiatives we have is that we're creating what's called the Lifetime Fitness program, which used to be called the PT program. This purpose is to instill a holistic and lifetime fitness for not just recruit officers, but all officers on the department. And I'd happy to report that for the calendar year 2020, of the PFQ and the post mandate, we only had one officer that didn't pass our physical requirements. So a lot of preparation with McCraney, Captain McCraney's team with the preparation, and we've been doing a lot on our team is making sure that we have our recruit officers prepared for that. Next slide, please. This is just a general graph of our historical LAPD attrition rates by gender. And I'm happy to report that we are seeing a downward trend. As we mentioned, at 2020 for the fiscal year, it was at 13%. For the fiscal year for 2021, we're at 12%. We've only had 2 classes, the 6th class June of 2020 and 9 of 2020, And those classes right now, we're looking very good with our attrition rates. Next slide, please. As we mentioned, the concern that we have here with the 30-30 initiative was to ensure that all recruit officers in this specific examination of female recruit officers, the graph that you see here is that pretty much since the one class of the calendar year of 2020, well, we've had almost, like I said, one failure rate, and that was a male recruit officer. So I think the department has launched initiatives that are really supporting our recruit officers as it relates to the work sample test battery and ensuring that there is equality and equity in how we test our recruit officers. Next slide, please. And just some good news, I think, to end my presentation here is that with the LAPD's initiative under Chief Moore's leadership, as mentioned by the commander, our 920 class, over 50% were females. We had a female drill instructor, a female class leader, and just over the last year, we've had 19 female recruit officers here at the Academy in leadership roles. And I think that's a note to all the men and women that work here at Training Division in recruitment. And that's my presentation. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commander Flores, did that conclude the presentation on the 30 by 30 portion of the agenda?
No, ma'am. I believe we have about 3 or 4 more slides.
Oh, okay, very good. Please continue.
Thank you. It's going to be Sergeant Rokunis. We'll continue with this piece.
Thank you, Commander. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Sonia Rokunis, and I'm a sergeant in our Policy Analysis and Development Unit under the direction of Ms. Rhodes. So my role in this initiative would be to revise any policies that we have in the department manual as it pertains to the initiative. Currently, we do have a robust policy in place, as you all know, on sexual harassment, discrimination, as well as retaliation, all of which those 3 confirm the department's commitment to providing a work environment that is fair and equitable. In addition to that, we also have policies in place to facilitate maternity leave for our pregnant employees, as well as employees who have just given birth, as well as bonding leave for both our male and female employees who are new parents. And lastly, we do have policies in place that allow for the deviation of the basic uniform requirement, as well as deviations from work assignments and hours if needed, to ensure that our pregnant employees are safe and healthy, and as well as their unborn babies. So I'm happy the initiative gives the department an opportunity to take a look at everything that we're doing to possibly enhance upon them. In doing so, I'd like to be able to very humbly bring my own perspective to the table. I have 28 years on with the department, and all 28 have been wonderful, and the department has been wonderful to me. But all of those years have not been without their own challenges. I am a single mother, and some of those challenges have come from trying to balance being the very best mom that I can be for my son, while balancing being a productive and contributive member of the department. So I appreciate being a part of this initiative, and I thank Commander Flores for inviting me to participate.
Thank you, Sonia.
Good afternoon. For the uniform standards, I will be presenting that. I am Police Officer Christina Ambriz. I represent the Equipment Assessment and Evaluation Unit. One of the responsibilities that we do have is to assess and coordinate anything related to our uniform and equipment. When a product evaluation requires a wear test, we ensure that both females and male personnel participate to obtain the feedback from both fits. That gives us the opportunity to alter or change the item that is being tested to better fit both male and female personnel. Additionally, we do ensure that the manufacturers or vendors that are contracted with our department currently have or are working on having available fits for both female and males. One example is our current point blank concealable body armor. The vest is manufactured in 2 different types. One is with the female cut, which is contoured in the chest area. And then the most general cut, which is the male fit. Also, we do currently have the Blauer external body armor, which is the vest that is worn on the external outside or over our uniform shirt. Also approved is our Armor Skin blower shirt. And it's basically our uniform shirt, but with flexible material in the torso area so that there's more flexibility. And with this vest, it gives us the opportunity to don it and doff it with more flexibility. And that is easier or benefits our female officers that are breastfeeding or anything in that sort. As far as given the opportunity to work with the manufacturers and also having the ability to be part of the assessing and the testing, I am very grateful. More in particular, I'll show you a picture and that's going to put everything into perspective. I have a 7-year-old and she is wanting to be a police officer so bad. And I'll show you here, right? She's right here. And so that puts everything into perspective for me. It's very important to know and to have the ability and the benefits to provide that to everybody, or not provide, but assist with the testing and evaluation, and that we can have all our uniform and all our equipment, the best that we can provide to all our personnel.
Thank you so much for that, Christina. Beautiful picture too. Okay, as we're coming to a close, ma'am, I will just kind of go through this slide very quickly. So LAPOA, as president of the Los Angeles Women Police Officers and Associates, we are proudly standing firm behind this commitment. And to that end, we are relaunching our maternity uniform closet program, which means that not only just for women, but men as well. We tend to fluctuate in weight, we have a weight loss challenge, or women become pregnant. So during that time, we have a loan or exchange program for LAPOA members. The alterations for a uniform would be covered for them free of charge. And also really we're accepting uniforms and loaning them out for everyone. So as you know, uniforms can be very costly, especially when they have to be customized to becoming a maternity uniform. So we're proud to be a part of that. But one thing also of note is that not all police departments are created equal. And I say that to say that we're very fortunate with here with LAPD is that we have dedicated lactation rooms for our women at each police facility. That is something that is not offered or thought of in other smaller departments. As this is a national movement, this pledge, I think it's important to point out some of those things that our department has been very progressive in terms of creating, such as the lactation room. We're looking at different equipment options for women so that they do have ease for those that have to take a break and that have to lactate. So we have made accommodations for our women in that regard. And lastly, in closing, I would just say that by signing this initiative, it really is something that benefits not only just women, advancing women in policing, but these principles are applicable to all demographic diversity, not gender. So again, I'm very proud to be a part of this initiative. And with that, that concludes our presentation, ma'am.
Thank you, Commander Flores. I appreciate that greatly. And to all of those who presented on the 30 by 30, I would ask that you stay around while we hear the final presentation that's related to recruitment and retention and the composition of the department, diversity within the department. And that would be item E, Commander Reyna. And if everyone could please stay, because there'll be questions at the end. So thank you all very much. Commander?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chief Moore, Inspector General, Mr. Teefank. As you're aware, the City Council Public Safety Committee directed our department to report on current race, ethnicity, and gender demographics of sworn personnel as compared to 10 years ago. In addition, we were directed to forecast where we expect to be in the next 5 years. Overall, the LAPD's diversity exceeds other cities of similar size and complexity throughout the nation. We have a sworn workforce of 70% people of color in a city that is 71% people of color. However, there's still room for improvement, and through our recruitment efforts and our internal career development opportunities, Our goal is to change those numbers and continue our positive trajectory. Regarding race and ethnicity, and I'm sure you all have the report, and looking at the demographics in comparison, in 2010, and looking at the total number of Hispanic officers, it was 42%, and in 2020, it's 50% for an increase of 8%. Caucasian was a decrease of 6%. In Black officers, there was a slight decrease of 3%, and Asian American went up 1%. From 2010 to 2020, the number of sworn Black officers decreased from 12% to 9%. However, in 2019 and 2020, Chief Moore recognized this trend of the decrease in overall Black officers and asset recruitment and under the guidance of Captain McCraney to really focus on the hiring of Black officers, which then in 2019 and 2020 rose 12% and 18% respectively. As Captain McCraney has already mentioned, our recruitment efforts overall were stymied due to the COVID-19 pandemic and budget cuts, which impacted our efforts to increase the recruitment of Black candidates. Now that budget constraints appear to be lifted and society is venturing out again after the pandemic, we're hopeful we can pick up where we left off and continue in our efforts of diverse recruitment. As also discussed, the Hispanic representation in the department has increased significantly from 42% representation in 2010 to currently 50% of all sworn officers. That number exceeds the city's representation by 1%. Regarding Asian Pacific Islanders, there's obviously still room to improve the overall number. We only saw that slight increase of 1%. In looking at the overall numbers, when you compare LAPD to the city, in 2010, for example, LAPD was 36% representation of Caucasian compared to the city of 29%. For Black officers, LAPD was 12% back in 2010 compared to the city at 10%. And for Hispanic in 2010, LAPD was at 42% and the city at 49%. However, moving forward to 2020, we're now more consistent with the city demographics. For Caucasian officers in 2020, we're at 30% with the city at 28%. So you saw that we discussed it, that decrease of 6%. Black officers at 9% with the city at 9%, and LAPD for Hispanic officers 50% compared to the city at 49%. So I just wanted to show that between 2010 and 2020, those numbers are leveling out in a sense of representation. But again, we still have work to do and recruitment efforts have to continue. Looking at gender from 2010 to 2020, the number of female officers decreased from 19% to 18%. That was a number from 1,900 female officers to 1,796 in the 10-year period. Although female representation within LAPD mirrors the national average of 18%, we continue to recruit female candidates to increase this number. And again, going along with what Commander Flores and her team are proposing in the 30-30 initiative, although we're looking at 30%, we want to obviously increase that even more and move past that number. As we saw with the overall numbers related to race and ethnicity, when comparing the number of female officers in 2010 to 2020, we saw a significant increase in the number of Hispanic female officers and a decrease in the numbers of Caucasian and Black officers. To kind of put that in perspective, looking at, for example, Hispanic females in 2010, there was 805, and in 2020, there's 988. That's an increase of 22%. For Caucasian female officers in 2010, it was 710, and it's decreased to 482. That's a decrease of 32%. For Black female officers in 2010, it was 265, and now we're at 2020 at 184, so that's a decrease in 30%. As far as Asian Pacific Islander females, the numbers are basically the same, just off by just a handful of numbers. So again, we're seeing the numbers in Hispanic officers and Hispanic female officers increasing, Caucasian numbers decreasing, and we're seeing the trend, slight trend of Black officers decreasing. Recruiting efforts for the last two recruit classes this fiscal year yielded over an overall female representation of 54%, as Captain McCraney had discussed. We've made great strides. However, as mentioned before, the COVID-19 pandemic and cuts to the recruitment budget affected our efforts. We hope to pick up where we left off now that things are stabilized. Moving on to command staff. From 2010 to 2020, we saw an increased representation in Hispanic, Asian American, and Filipino categories. However, Caucasian and Black representation in command staff decreased. In looking at that, for example, in 2010 to 2020, the Caucasian representation for command staff has decreased 9%. For Black command staff has decreased 3%. Hispanic, we saw an increase of 10%, and Asian Pacific Islander increase of 1%. From 2010 to 2020, male command staff representation increased by 13% and is currently 83% of the overall command staff. And as of December of 2020, the female command staff obviously is 17%. So again, there's room for improvement there, which kind of leads me into our efforts to increase those numbers. Overall, like I said, we've seen an increase in Hispanic officers, Hispanic female officers, and a decrease in the Black officer representation. And the Asian Pacific Islander members have remained consistent, but there is work to be done there in regards to increasing the numbers for Black officers and Asian Pacific Islander officers, and for female officers overall. Again, it's difficult in projecting where we may be in 5 years due to concerns regarding recruitment that Captain McCraney touched on. But again, you can see by the presentation from our recruitment section, presentation from the Academy, from the captains, from Elena and her team, and from Commander Flores and her team. It's an all hands on deck effort to make sure that we're doing that outreach. We're trying to bring those individuals in. We're trying to make sure they can get through that academy and we can retain them. So moving forward, obviously we'll keep a watchful eye on the overall recruitment efforts from the onset and continue to address the overall numbers. Some of the things that we're doing, it's a lot of work obviously goes into that outreach and that recruitment, getting them through the process, getting them through the academy. But once they're in the department, there's other things that we have to address. Obviously, the retention issues, as the captains and Elena had spoken about, is how do we retain individuals that want to leave? So we've had discussions with our command staff that when individuals want to leave, going for another agency, maybe this isn't the job for them, or for personal reasons, is to try to, instead of just having that short conversation with them, try to sit down and have that long conversation with them, try to understand, have peer support individuals reach out to them, try to have that one-on-one, maybe give them a breather, especially when it comes to probationary officers that may want to leave because they feel that they're not cutting it and they're not making the grade as far as the testing, just to take a little breather there and try to work on the retention of those officers. Moving forward after that, once they get into the ranks, obviously we want to prepare our officers as they're moving up through the ranks to be prepared for promotions, for different opportunities within the department. One of the things that we're doing is our career development unit has been moved during our reorganization from our training division over here to the training bureau. And the three main concepts of this, we're trying to revamp and overhaul that career development unit and have a robust team that's going to go out. And one of the things that we're going to do is the mentoring. We have cadre members. We're going to have one-on-one sessions, group meetings, opportunities for staff and officers to shadow other people. Say, for example, an officer to work with a detective to see what it's like to be a detective, and showcasing our specialized units and how you can get there in your career path through those specialized units, and really develop that mentoring program to have that one-on-one with those individuals to give them guidance. Another part of that is career development in the oral preparation seminars and the written preparation seminars for these exams. Some of these exams can be very difficult to make sure that our officers and our staff are prepared to take those exams and to write those exams, to make sure that there's study methodology documents, there's career tracking guidance. We have podcasts that are available and easy access to study documents as we're preparing for that. And then also our increase in education and training. We want to really have a robust training opportunities for all of our staff in the department to go out and receive training, whether it's for civilian and sworn. We are putting together enrichment videos, college fairs. We're pushing for advanced post certificates and further education certificates. And one of the things that we're doing with our revolving training fund budget that is coming through the pipeline right now, making its way to the chief's office, is an increase in tuition reimbursement. The department has, for quite some time now, have offered $1,000 every semester for tuition reimbursement. We all know that tuition costs have increased significantly, so we're proposing that tuition reimbursement be increased to $1,500 per semester. And to give you an example, if you want to become a sergeant on the job, you have to have an AA. And with that increase in tuition reimbursement, we're hoping that will incentivize individuals to go back to school to get that AA so that they're eligible to take that sergeant promotional exam. And for a lieutenant and above, you have to have a bachelor's degree. So we're hoping with the increased tuition reimbursement and with the mentoring programs that we're going to put into place, that will assist our officers to go back to school, to get those degrees, to be eligible for the promotions. Also, we talked about the initiatives such as the 30/30 program that Commander Forrest discussed. I think all of this coming together with our recruitment efforts and our ongoing mentoring and career development and our initiatives, we're hoping that as we move forward, our numbers will balance, our numbers will increase to the goals that we are setting, especially when it comes to Black officers and female officers overall in our numbers in the department, and looks hopeful for us, and we think we're on the right path to do that. So at this time, I'd like to hand this over to Commander Flores, who is our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer for the department, to also discuss some aspects of this report that is making its way through the City Council. Ruby.
Thanks, Mark. I appreciate that. Thank you. So as indicated in the report, there is some background information about some of the work that DEI is working on in conjunction with working with our partners at the city level, namely the Civil and Human Rights and Equity Department. I've worked closely with them. Meet with them weekly. We have some ways in which we are going to address where we have some of the gaps. We have, as you've heard today, we've made tremendous strides over the years, but we're still remaining stagnant, lingering in this 18%, particularly for women. But there are some gaps we've identified at certain ranks and specialized units that we really want to make sure that we address, and that we continue to hold each other accountable, meaning that we're providing these services. We're working with our affinity groups in terms of helping identify ways in which we can further enhance the development of our personnel, so that they are not only taking those promotional exams or applying to be part of those specialized units, but we want to set them up for success. We want to keep them in those positions and continue to see more women in other positions other than the detective rank. To that end, we are looking towards conducting a climate study with the Chief Equity Officer of Personnel Department, and also with the Civil, Human Rights and Equity Department. We will come up with some forms of focus groups and surveys so that we can further add and build on this retention plan and succession planning as well, so that we're preparing our all members to seek some of those different job assignments where we have identified some gaps. I think the only thing I will finish with is that, because most of it's already in the report, and I'm sure you have questions, but there is a vested interest by all of our affinity groups. I meet with them regularly, and I am holding them accountable in terms of some of these goals of recruitment and retention issues, and ways in which we can work together so that we can add more transparency to the promotional process as well. And I must say that I don't think it's been, we haven't had this type of relationship with the personnel department up until now. I think they've been really exceptional partners in being responsive to some of the needs of our members. For example, with this last lieutenant's exam, this is the first time for many officers to have taken an exam virtually. So there was a lot of anxiety about it, a lot of unknowns. So every time I went back to the table with personnel department, I asked them, how can we ease some of the hesitancy and concerns that we're hearing from our rank and file? They were responsive. They produced videos to walk the applicants through the process. They provided their time and participated in several webinars so that they were able to handle some of the Q&A, because as you know, much of the promotional process is a joint effort between LAPD and personnel department. So I'd have to say that we have made some progress in that arena as well. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you, Commander. Thank you to everyone in the department for your presentations. Your passion and your dedication was demonstrated today in your presentations. Thank you also for allowing us to meet some of the broader members of the team working on this issue. It's always a pleasure to meet the broader team because so many people work diligently on these issues. Commissioners, thank you for your patience. I know that was a lot, and I'll give you a moment to collect your thoughts on the focus of your questioning. I have just a few brief questions, and when I say brief, I'm asking also for the answers to try to be thorough and concise all at the same time, okay? First, I do want to say that with respect to the 30 by 30 campaign and pledge, I certainly support that effort. But as Commander Flores knows, as the Chief of Police knows, it is not in lieu of seeking gender parity, because that has to be the ultimate goal of the department. I've read all the reports Commander Flores has referenced and that her team has referenced. The over and over again, the reports indicate that women police officers have the same capabilities and yet bring great benefits of diversity to all departments and to the community. We cannot forget that more than 50% of our community is women, and according to FBI statistics, more than 50% of crime victims are women. So it is extremely important, and it's also very frustrating that the department has not broken that 20% barrier for decades. So we need to push forward. The 30 by 30 campaign, in my view, is a start. But it's a start towards that effort to have gender parity within the department. But thank you, Commander Flores, and your entire team for the presentation. Commander Reyna, I do have a question for you with respect to the report that's going to council that is related to the issues of gender parity, and it's really about retention. And I want to be sure I'm reading a statistic correctly. I'm referring to page 2. Perhaps I'm not reading it correctly, but I was concerned about the statement towards the top of page 2, second paragraph, about by December 2020, department personnel numbered 9823, notably a decrease in 119 sworn personnel. That's the total number overall decrease, not I assume, and that 104 of those were women. Which when I read that, it tells me that there's a significant retention problem for the department. With respect to retaining women in particular. So first, I want to be sure, am I reading that statistic correctly? You may not agree with the conclusion, perhaps, but if you don't, I'd like to understand, and I'd like to understand the specific efforts with respect to retention. You did speak generally about retention, the team did in the presentation, but the specific efforts that would be undertaken to analyze all of the issues with respect to the retention of women who the department has spent a lot of effort and money in recruiting and bringing them into the department. It seems like retaining them is a problem. So Commander, if you wouldn't mind, am I reading that statistic correctly? And if so, what efforts will be undertaken?
I believe I'm rereading it again, and yes, I believe you're reading that correctly, that of the 119, the difference between 2010 and 2020 numbers is 119 sworn personnel and a decrease of 104 females and 15 males. That is, and in putting this report together, and the researchers that assisted us with this, and Elena's team and personnel division, very difficult to go back and look for numbers. And overall, each year, each month, and people are being hired and leaving, is to try to attribute what is causing that, especially for the females of the 104 that left over that period of time, and that difference in number, what was causing that. It was extremely difficult to kind of drill down on that information.
Understood, Commander, and I'm not asking for you to go back. I'm looking forward, right? To me, that number says there's a problem, right, of retention. And I see the Chief of Police would like to answer my question, if you don't mind, Commander. I'd like to understand better what's the plan on retention, particularly of women, given that statistic.
From our analysis, it's the women are retiring from this organization at a pace in which we're not replacing them with new recruits. When you look at the attrition rate of women over the last 10 years in the recruit academy, while the efforts to recruit them were there, retention during the academy process is where we lost a significant portion of them at a much higher rate than we did the men. And that speaks to the changes over the last 3 to 5 years in understanding what are the underlying factors, why the mentorship program was created, why the efforts of equipment standards, and as well as a culture of the department moving forward is only continuing. In the last 2 years, we're recognizing that the rate of women retiring in the organization is going to maintain this type of pace at a significant level, as well as African-American men and women who came on in the late 80s and early 90s, which calls out to why strategically our plan in the past and moving forward is to concentrate on those specific demographics as we hire. I'm pleased to hear from and affirm Captain McCraney's commitment on the July class. Its representation of those demographics is so that we can replace and build on the representation of women, African Americans, and Asian Pacific Islanders.
I appreciate that, Chief. I would say that if women are retiring at that high pace, I'd still like to know more information about why are they retiring early? Is it, that just seems a disproportionate number from just reading this report. So I would suggest to the department and strongly encourage, particularly for the attrition issues overall, understanding better why people are leaving overall, why women, Black candidates, Black officers are leaving. Some may just be at the natural point of their retirement, and that, you know, everybody should have that opportunity to retire after they have served. But if it's early retirement, or if it's earlier than the average, or if there are other reasons, we really need to dig into this to understand better, to know how to change that going forward. And I would just add, before I open it to the other commissioners, why other officers may be leaving for other agencies. It could be, you know, better, you know, different opportunities, promotions that maybe aren't available. It could be pay issues. It could be work-life issues. It would be very helpful, to the extent it can be determined, to understand that better so that we can ensure that the department remains competitive in the overall retention of officers who, you know, the department's put a great deal of effort into recruiting, hiring, training, and it would be wonderful to see them stay. Now, there are many issues. Obviously, there are family issues and other issues that can't be controlled, but to the extent there are controllables here, it'd be good to have more detail on that. I would open it. I'm going to not take up other time because I know my colleagues on the commission have more questions. So let me just open it up and ask commissioners, if you have questions, just open your mic and I'll just go in the order I see the mics open. Commissioner Bonner, sir, go ahead.
Great. I was trying to get in early because I wanted to follow up on the question that you just asked, and that was not one of my original questions. But I'm not sure I understood that statistic also caught my eye as well, but I'm not sure I understand how it reads, because what this says is that the chart is depicting the comparison of over a 10-year period. In 2010, there was 99.42. By 2020, there was 98.23, so a reduction of 119. And then it's saying of that, 104 were females. So maybe I was misunderstanding your question, but my question was, are you saying 104 females left the department in 2020? Or are you saying over a 10-year period, there was a reduction of 104 females? I read the paper now kind of towards the latter, that you're saying over 10 years, there was a reduction of 104.
The proportion of retirees, each year we lose 400 to 500 to 600 people each year. What this chart is made to represent is just the makeup of the remaining workforce. So the proportionality is what has shifted, and the proportionality is fewer women, and
So,
that's our effort.
Commissioner Bonner, if you don't mind, are you
No,
saying,
please.
I just want to be sure because it's a point of confusion. I think what it's saying, but I'm not sure, is that of the 119 previous positions that have been lost, there are 104 fewer women as a result. Is that what is being said? That this, I'll tell you, this sentence caused significant confusion for me. But it's 104 fewer women are now in the department in terms of positions, not necessarily individuals. That maybe 500 women left the department, but there are 104 fewer positions that women now hold in the department. Is that the right way to look at it, or no?
I believe it's the proportionality. If we look at the total number, if we take 10,000 as a number, and we were at 20% as a suggestion, which we're not, we fell from 19 point something percent to 18 point something. So the proportionality, what this sentence was meant to represent, is that the strength of the signal, the number of proportionality of the makeup of sworn members of this organization decreased, and they were women, and that was a result of not hiring at the pace in which women were leaving the organization in retirement. And when we didn't hire and we didn't see successful recruits to come on the organization that kept pace with that, the proportionality, while the organization only dropped the 119 positions, the proportionality of the organization became increasingly male. Let me put it that way. And that wasn't because it's because we weren't hiring on, the goals that the commission and I've affirmed, which is 20, 30, 40, 50% gender parity that our intake should make, so that we can not just make up the loss of these retirements, but that we can increase the proportionality. This does not mean to suggest that only 104 women retired over the last 10 years. That's not what that was. I understand that the confusion with it. We apologize for that. It was meant to show the proportionality has shifted.
So
That
it's a
Hispanics increased.
net loss over the 10 years?
Well, let me use the Hispanic rank as a better example. Because we are hiring, oftentimes 60% of our classes are made up of Hispanic men and women over the last 10 years. That has increased the proportionality of the organization from 42% Hispanic to 50%. Because we have not kept pace with the women retiring from this organization, say 10%, each year are women, and we're not hiring at 10% going in, then the proportionality shrinks. And that's why we've got to double down. That's why the rates for Blacks, women, and Asians are actually higher than their demographics, is because we want to deepen the proportionality. So I apologize. We apologize for the numbers there. They were meant to represent proportionality. Commander Reyna, I just kind of stepped on you on this, did not mean to, but is that anything you'd add to that?
That's correct, Chief. And if you look at top of page 5, Department Gender Ethnicity Breakdown, it says it right there in the first sentence of the sworn females decreased from 1900 to 1796, equating a difference of 104, 19% to 18%. So it is I think it explains a little more there. And so what we looked at is the overall numbers of the female officers.
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner Bonner, why don't you proceed, sir? Go ahead.
Sure, and I'm going to consider that an extension of your question, if I might. So I had probably 3 quick ones, but staying with the question on the 30 by 30 and just the issue of how we're doing and where we're going with female officers. That one's a little more complex, and because it's a question that goes to kind of to mindset and culture and mindset, in the department. And as I've tried to think about and learn a little more about this issue, I was listening the other day to a talk that was pointing out that that even the concept of women in the workplace has changed quite a bit over the years. So like when I was born, most people talked about women as housewives, or homemakers. So that was kind of ingrained and socialized to think of women's primary role was relative to the home, and then that evolved to the working mother, or a stay-at-home mom. So it was kind of like, okay, we think of women primarily as parents. And one of the challenges that seems to create when you bring that into the workplace is that we heard here, for example, the discussion on the one hand of the physical requirements being the same. We heard I think a very good and understandable conversation about when you think about vests and equipment and uniforms. Obviously there's going to be some things you have to think about differently. But then there was the more complex discussion about having the proper sensitivity to other roles in the department. You know, we've talked here before about women in Metro and so on, but this idea of how you make sure that you're offering a diversity of experiences and opportunities that help women strike that balance of how to be a woman on the one hand, but also, you know, professional and a police officer. So the question is, from the mindset and culture standpoint, and maybe I'll just expose to Commander Flores primarily, is there work to be done to make sure that you can have those conversations and strike those balances and do all of the things that are necessary to do that without women being viewed as receiving some special accommodation, you know, if you will? That's, you know, the goal is to make sure that, you know, that the male officers and, you know, officers, supervisors and others accept that, you know, these are realities that we live with, and not thinking of them again as you know, special accommodations, if you will. So can you speak to that issue and how that's being thought of and talked about, or how it will be?
Yes, thank you. So as you recall, years and years ago, it was actually on recruitment flyers where women that were recruited to become police officers, the job requirement and criteria was to be attractive, have a thin build, you know, and then now you see them patrolling and walking foot beats in high heels and skirts, and their gun was in a purse that they, you know, carried with them. We've come a really long way from those days of us being viewed as a housewife or stay-at-home mom, etc. I think that I don't see that would be a challenge. What I do see is that we do have a really good, strong group of women that want to join the forces. And we're recruiting athletes, former professional athletes, all different types of women, I think, that don't fit any type of stereotype. But the challenge is that there are sometimes few of us. So I think that is the part that we have to work on in terms of ensuring that there is that level of comfort and sense of belonging and inclusiveness, so that you are not just the sole female on the watch or the sole female in the vice unit or the gang unit or Metro. I think, and that's to President Decker's point, is that, you know, we're not going to settle for status quo, and the fact that we have one woman in each unit or assignment is acceptable, because it's not. So that's the part, I think, too. So that's normalizing and creating this environment of inclusiveness. That's the goal. We do that through LAPOA. As president of LAPOA, we do give webinars, seminars, employee development on just balancing life. Many women and men are providers for their families. So we talk about how to manage through that, how to and when to decide to promote, because that does come with sacrifice. There's different challenges that women have to endure than some men. So I think that's where this 30 by 30 and our climate study will help answer and give us some data that we can analyze. Much of this, of what I just described to you, is probably anecdotal. Being a woman myself and hearing from women, you know, many of them still hold those gender specific roles within the department. Many of the women in the department are police dispatchers or detectives. Some may not want to promote past that because of their personal family lives. So we have to look at different ways in which we can create an attractive work environment that's going to work for their home life, whether it be through flexible work schedules, childcare, shared job experiences. I think there's a lot that we need to explore. Small agencies have been able to look at that and succeed. So that's the mission that I have as DEI and part of the 30 by 30 initiative, is to gather that data. I'm as curious as you are to find out why women don't want to continue to promote. You know, we have very few female captains on this job. And what is it? So those are things we have to unravel. But before we do that, we'll have a focus group. We'll query our women. Hopefully we can gather more data as to why women are leaving the workforce. But that was, I think, looking at the COVID pandemic, we learned that many women left the workforce in general, just due to the fact that they had many other strains on their home life that would require them to be home. childcare, elder care, homeschooling, things that many women traditionally have to balance. And so I think I'm encouraged by the recruitment efforts that Captain Aaron McCraney. They look to the military, and I'm a big fan of recruiting from for athletic and academic institutions, because there are studies that show that female athletes generally excel at having a leadership role in their jobs.
Well, thank you, by the way. And fortunately for me, I have the opportunity to work with you as the liaison in the DEI effort. So I'm going to pursue that and a couple of other questions in that context. But I did have one other that I needed to raise, because it goes to this report that's going to the council. And there was a number of references here today, and this is on the question of about Black officers in particular. And since I've been on the commission and even in this conversation today, there was a kind of an acknowledgement of the challenges of recruiting Black officers. The numbers are good today, but that's my understanding is that picture is changing. And so when I was looking at the report that's going to the council, for example, in the overview, it does say that with regard to Hispanics and Blacks, that officers exceed the percentage of Blacks who call the city of home. And of course, one observation is I think that might be more accurate to say it currently exceeds, but that's part of the issue that I'm raising, is that I didn't see also in the subsequent part of the report that talked about going forward, the 5 years and going forward. I saw a lot of the discussion about the challenges of recruiting and retaining women, but I didn't see, and I may have missed it, but that's why I'm asking the question, is I didn't see in this report any mention or discussion of that going forward challenge relative to Black officers. So if I just missed it, you can just point it out to me. But if I'm accurate that was not really identified as a going forward challenge, I'd ask you to look at that and consider how you can address it.
Yes, sir, we can look at that. And in regards to your comments, your question, are you talking about the hiring goals for Black officers?
Well, I don't know that we need to get to the details per se. I'm just saying that one, if I'm inaccurate, tell me now. But I'm just pointing out that one dominant theme that I've not only heard but have been furthering since my time with the commission is the idea that we have a risk that if we don't pick up the pace in recruiting and retaining Black officers, that in 5 years or 10 years there could be a scenario where you have very few, or if any, over time. And if that just main point is accurate, I'm just pointing out that I didn't see that warning sign or that warning bell identified and called out in this report that we're sending to the council.
And you're correct. I don't think the report identifies, if we keep going in this trend, the numbers decreasing 5 years from now, and maybe Captain McCraney can also chime in on this, the difficulties when we got this project of trying to project where we'd be in 5 years with everything going on currently in the climate out there, and trying to recruit, and the difficulties in recruiting Black candidates for police officer. But yes, you're correct that if we aren't increasing that in recruitment and aren't increasing those efforts, if we're seeing that decrease, let's say by 3%, I believe it was, from 2010 to 2020, going from 1175 to 930 Black officers, a decrease of 3%. Are we trending that way? We have to increase those efforts to make sure we don't, to stop that trend of the decrease and increase it as best as possible. And maybe Captain McCraney can talk about the challenges of recruiting Black candidates for the position of police officer.
And let me also say, just also in the interest of time, so I've had the benefit of hearing some of the presentations and visiting with Captain McCraney, and by the way, you have some very talented and dedicated people in that unit, so I appreciate that. And so I'm familiar with kind of the details around the challenges, which is why I'm pointing the question, is that I'm simply noting that I did not see that reflected when we were telling the council what are some of the issues that we're really concerned about over the next 5 years and going forward. I'm simply observing that having heard all that, I would have expected to see that also identified in this report at the council as a major issue of concern going forward. I saw that relative to the female hiring, but I did not see that relative to the African-American hiring, and I would have preferred to see that.
We'll, Commissioner, in our presentation, we'll be sure to draw that out. Page 11 on the first paragraph, there's a reference to some of the challenges, but you're right, we did not call out, based in part because the recruit flows that we've seen to this point, what Captain McCraney has indicated here, we have a reserve right now, but even that reserve is not clocking on Black representation at the numbers we need it to. So we could and will point out to when the presentation of public safety and forward regarding this area deficit. We need those communities that we're most interested in hiring from to know that we're most interested in hiring from them. And we can't say that in a subtle way.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, if I can add, and that's why I think you see the commitment, even though we said that, our 2021 goal was to be at 22% African-American for the class, that we're extending well beyond that. And we started that actually early in the year when we get at 35%. So there is that commitment to work on that, but I understand what you're saying, that portion was not completed in the report.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. And I'd ask Mr. Teefank and maybe the city attorney to have a conversation while we continue questioning whether it would be acceptable for the commission when the matter comes to vote to ask the department to add that and run it by the executive committee, which would be Commissioner Briggs and I, before sending it to council. That's way it is in the written portion of the report because it is an important aspect. I just want to be sure I'm doing everything procedurally correct. So if you could, if you have a view now, Mr. Teefank, let me know. But otherwise, if you need to speak to the city attorney, let me know.
I think you can do it now, ma'am. Just when you approve the report, you could approve the report as amended, just amend the language in the report.
Okay, very good.
Then we could do a corrected report. Would that be correct, Mr. City Attorney?
That's correct.
Okay,
You can make an amendment before it goes over.
Okay, very good. And I'll just offer that as a suggestion to my colleagues when we get to the vote. Okay. Commissioner
Excellent.
Bonner.
Yeah, no, I was going to say thank you. I appreciate that. And at least from my perspective, I certainly would defer to you and Commissioner Briggs as to how to review that amendment and make sure that I think you get the issue we're discussing. So appreciate that.
And I think both of us have been briefed on that before, but I thank you for bringing that up. Commissioner Kalanche, I see you have your mic open. Ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Wow, this was a lot of information. Thank you for putting this all together and the presentations. I have like 10 questions, but I'm not going to ask them since I am on the, yes, I was just like for every presentation, I must have like 3 or 4 questions. But I'm with Commissioner Briggs on the recruitment, training, and retention committee. So I hope that some of my questions could be working items in those committees, as we care a lot about recruiting new folks to the department and keeping them and promoting them. But I do have a couple of, well, one I guess mention. Commissioner Briggs and I did visit Training Division last week, and I want to say that we had 3 instructors, top instructors that, and I can't remember their rank, but exceptional, and all 3 were female instructors that were just excellent. So it just shows and they were, we did a pursuit and stuff like that. So the diversity of jobs and roles that females can, and leadership roles that they can have in this department is wide. We just need to get more females in the force and promote them to these positions. So I just want to compliment you, Captain Pinto, in having these wonderful assets at your at the Training Division at Bette Davis, which I came out very excited about the possibilities for women. A couple of things just in some of the data that I'd like to kind of highlight and see how we can add to this. And I'm hoping that our work with Commander Flores on the DEI report, which I'm working with Commissioner Bonner, that we can develop some key outcomes and recommendations of like, how, number statistics that we would like to reach so that we hold, ourselves accountable to those numbers. Because as we know, a lot of DI initiatives seem, as time goes by, seem to go by the wayside. So I want to make sure that we're not just doing a climate survey, but that we are also developing some key recommendations and hold ourselves accountable to meet those goals. And some of them, obviously are recruitment and retention of women, and recruitment and retention African-American, to the force. So I look forward to adding some of those initiatives to our report. But for today, I guess my questions are about, and I think Commissioner Decker brought some of these up, is reasons for the academy attrition. And I know that I'm assuming that there's some sort of exit interviews, but I think more information as to like why females tend to leave. Is it the physical aspect, or not passing the post exams? I think a little bit more information I think would be key. And also important to me, and I think to the department, is recruitment efforts from folks that live in the city of LA. I think that it's important that our department reflects or has knowledge of our city, right? So just, efforts to recruit within the city, efforts to reach out to communities in the city so that we are more inclusive of folks that live here versus, I don't know what the numbers look like today, but I'm wondering if there's any stats that show when folks enter the academy, whether they're folks that live in the city of LA or folks that don't live in the city of LA. I think that would be important for us to kind of develop some goals for the future. The other thing that I just kind of want to make a statement about special accommodations for women. I feel that we need to stop using that language about special accommodations for women, because I think that the department, just like a lot of industries, reflect the views and the values of the dominant culture, and those that have controlled or have kind of, I would say controlled kind of the values of the organization. And when you say that women require special accommodations, it kind of diminishes what they bring to the department. So I think that we need to change the culture, right, of the department or in any organization where men or where people of color have not been the dominant group in an organization. So I think that a start would be like how we talk about bringing or changing the values of the department. So just something to note, that I kind of cringed a little bit hearing that we make special accommodations for women, because I think that we're not making special accommodations for women. We're just changing kind of the status quo that has, for the most part, created kind of an organization that encourages a certain type of person to succeed in that organization. So I'm just bringing that up as something to think about when we're thinking about communicating, how we're recruiting, and how we're talking about women in the department. Gosh, I have a lot, but I think those were some of the, and then also retirement demographics I think would be important, as we see a lot of folks that have taken kind of the early retirement or have gone through a drop. I think it's important for us to have kind of forecasting retirement demographics. As I mentioned, I have a bunch more questions, but those are some of the key questions, and I look forward to working with the staff and the chief on getting some of the information and developing some goals for the future for the department in order to increase minorities or people of color, not only in recruitment, but also in promotions, because there's still a lot of disparity when it comes to promoting to command staff of people of color. So I want to make sure that we're working to kind of level things off a little bit. So yeah, so I guess there's no answers to my questions, but I just kind of putting these things out there as things that are important to me. And I look forward to working with Commissioner Briggs and the rest of the commission on some of these.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Kalanche. Very much appreciated. Oh, Commissioner Soboroff. By the way, did you conclude, Commissioner Kalanche? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Soboroff, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my questions are short, and I think the answers might be longer. So the captains, commander, chief, whoever wants to jump in. I want to look to the future, not the past. I know we need the information. I've seen the statistics. I understand it. I understand that less officers are recruiting other officers or telling their children that they should be cops now. But I'm interested in what's changed in the last couple of years and what will change in the next couple of years as to why people want to be police officers. I thought it was fascinating, Commander Flores, as you're discussing about all the new pockets to recruit from, women athletes or people at different kinds of colleges. But when you ask people 5 years ago or 10 years ago, they say, "Why'd you join? Why'd you join?" And when you ask people today, "Why are you joining?" And when you look forward a couple of years, why are you going to join? The second thing is, women, why are you staying? Don't tell me why. I mean, I understand it's real, we'll figure it out while they're leaving, okay? But why are you staying? What motivates you? What can we do better to motivate? What could be better to motivate you to stay? And so I want to look more at what's different, because this world is changing at warp speeds. How you communicate with the same person is in a totally different way than you did 2 years ago. And how are we going to keep up with that? And how are we going to look forward to why people want to join, and how to encourage them to join, and then how to motivate them to stay? Anybody?
Okay, that is a short answer, but probably very, very long answer, or short question. So I'll be brief, but I would love for you to probably hear from one of our sworn officers on the line too. But you asked, why did I join? So when I joined in 1994, almost 27 years ago, people were supportive, but it wasn't why join or why do you want to do that? It was, why would you want to do that? You're Mexican and you're a woman. So I was told it was double disadvantage. I looked at that as that just gave me more fire in my belly, because it just showed that it was a challenge I was willing to take on, and I knew I could do it. But I did it because I wanted to make a difference in my community. And in light of everything that was happening at the time, it was right post Rodney King era. So, it was a time where police was really not liked. So my challenge was I want to be part of the change and part of making a difference and encouraging more women to come on the job. For those that were questioned like I was, why would you want to be a police officer around all those men, basically? So I think you have to say that that's the same, that people want to come on the job really for those reasons. I'm sure Captain McCraney would know better than I do, because he's in the business of hiring. But I would venture to say that many will say the same thing, that they want to make a difference in the community.
And if I can add on to that, and I'm sure Captain McCraney, obviously with his recruitment, has an idea of why people don't want to join. But as far as your question, Commissioner, why aren't they staying? Like we all alluded to during our presentations, is to trying to drill down on that, trying to have those conversations with people to slow the train a little bit before they decide to leave here after 4 or 5 years on this job and go to another agency. Is it a pay thing? Is it a location distance? Is it a job opportunity within the department? What exactly is happening there? We can do a better job of trying to retain or gain that information from those individuals as to why. what is it that you want to join the SWAT team? You don't think there's an opportunity, but maybe there's a better opportunity in a smaller department to do it. What exactly is happening, and try to have those conversations, whether it's a commanding officer or a one-on-one conversation with a peer, or in bringing in those mentors that we discussed it, to try to understand and get a good picture as to what's happening and why people would want to leave 8-10 years into the job and start over somewhere else or go into a different career path. So we have a better understanding, so we can adjust what we're doing within the department to try to retain those individuals. So
Looks to me like the support mechanisms for today's officer, when you go and see a graduation, you see the huge crowds. I mean, in the average person that is going to become an officer that day, graduate, usually has 10 or 12 people there supporting them. Did you all have those big support systems, and do you think those support systems are still there? And how do we keep encouraging that? People should positive reinforcement and pride in doing things, coming from the community, coming from your family, coming from your neighbors, is really important. I still see that. Am I wrong or am I right here?
Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
If I can add to this, and again, based on my experience, and you know, this is my third tour working for recruitment. I was there as a sergeant, I came back as a lieutenant, and I was brought back again as a captain. And I can tell you, in my time when I came on right during the time of right after Rodney King, and you know, and here during the time of our most recent civil unrest. The consistent thing that I saw then, and that I've seen all the way through, is that people come on this job because they want to serve. That has been a consistent message, a consistent theme. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I have not seen there's been a lack of interest for people wanting to become a Los Angeles police officer. Even through the turbulent times that we've gone through recently, I still have a long list of people that would like to join. But I think there are some other things we need to take a look at. And one is that it's a change of times. You know, this is a new generation, and how they view employment, not just policing, but employment period, where, you know, when I came on, you know, it was about the future, like, you know, getting a job, staying in a job, and being there for long periods of time, as opposed to now, you know, even my work with the military, I find that even the military, that, you know, it was a natural transition to go from the military to being a police officer. Well, now it's like, well, you know, I don't know. Let me think about it. There's some other things out there that I might want to be experienced. I might want to be exposed to. And then also, when we dig a little bit deeper down into the cultural issues, like, you know, what's issues for the African American may be different than issues for the Asian American Pacific Islanders.
Sure.
May be different than for Hispanics. I can, you know, the big theme that I always hear from Asian American Pacific Islanders is about, you know, the family, you know, the parents, you know, what is their perception of becoming a police officer? And a lot of this is based on their experiences in other countries. And, you know, the police profession may not be at the highest level there, and that doesn't translate to them, you know, when they come here.
Yeah.
And then the same thing with African Americans. I think a lot of it has to do, and that's one of the toughest areas for us to recruit in, and it historically has been. We have good success. We can do far, far better. But, you know, for me, a lot of it is, you know, the history, the generations, the perception. You know, I tell people all the time is that, you know, while this may not be perfect, it is not what it was, you know, generations ago. However, I truly believe that the perceptions is still there. Whatever happened, you know, in the 50s, the 40s, the 60s, the 70s, or whatever point in time, the perception is just carried over from generation to generation. And now in this environment with social media, it doesn't matter where something happens. It could be in Ferguson, it can be in Minnesota, it can be wherever. It might as well happen here. It's because for them, it is a reminder of the past. And that's, you know, that's my quick spiel on why, you know, some of the issues we have when it comes to.
So Chief, in summary, when you go to the city council, what do you want them to do? What do you want each one of them to do in their own districts to help us do what we're trying to do here? And that is to stay balanced, stay proactive, increase the number of women, increase the number of African American. How can the council members, how can they help you?
Well, I think by expressing just what you've said, and I look forward to the council doing just that. I think that they're asking for this report speaks to their interest in this very matter. So I take this as an opportunity, for them to message out to their constituents the desires of this organization, needs, the aim, and that we're a worthy organization to join as we move forward in the city.
Good. I hope that they will.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Briggs, go ahead, sir. Thank you for your patience, by the way.
Oh, no, thank you. And thank all of you for your presentation today. And picking up on the thread to Commissioner Soboroff and in partially answering it, during one of my ride-alongs, I met two outstanding patrol officers, one Officer Walker and another Officer Alvarez. One was a Black officer who attended a HBCU, and he had a master's degree, but he decided he wanted to become a police officer. Officer Alvarez has a BA degree, and he decided he wanted to become a police officer. And the resounding theme during this 45-minute discussion that I had with them out on the streets in Hollywood was that they wanted to serve. They wanted to give back. They wanted to help the community. And I really think that both of them are representative of the future of the LAPD. I think that they're poster childs for recruiting. And Captain McCraney, I would recommend that you look them up and use them in your recruitment efforts. I think that they're that good. And by the way, they're out there trying to recruit on their own in any way. Notwithstanding what you're doing, they're out there actually doing the groundwork. So I think they're the future of the LAPD. But to that extent, and I have dug into some of the issues with recruiting. And I heard you mention it briefly, Captain McCraney, and I'm glad it appears as if the city personnel department is working with the LAPD now, but I do understand that there are still some challenges. There are still some issues. And those challenges and those issues bring about, in my mind at least, a broad question, which is, why can't the LAPD directly recruit? Do we need the city personnel department to do it? Now, perhaps you can't answer that. Perhaps the chief can't answer that. But that's a policy issue that I think has created a logjam or an impediment historically to the recruitment of people of color and perhaps women into the LAPD. So any one of you, Chief, Captain, Commander Flores, if any of you want to tackle that and educate me as to what we can do to get past this issue, I would greatly appreciate it.
Well, I think that's a chief question. I'll take that one on. This is a matter that goes to the construct of the city and its charter, the organization of the executive branch of the departments, and the hiring authority that being vested in the personnel department versus any of the non-proprietary departments. And it's an area that I think is, I'm always open to discussion. This is an organization has done its own recruiting and hiring in generations past. And then it shifted about 17 years ago as an effort to capitalize on some efforts to put more officers in the field. And yet I would welcome the opportunity to revisit that conversation, both for the effectiveness and efficiencies and to achieve and to be responsible for achieving the goals that this commission sets out for me.
Thank you, Chief. And I look forward to working with you on that particular issue then. And then the next and last question that I have actually goes to retention. Anecdotally, what I've heard, and I saw it in the statistics today with respect to the P2s that have resigned and have left to go to different law enforcement agencies. That number, and I just did quick math. I'm not a mathematician, which is why I became a lawyer. But that number that I got was 40%. So 40% of the P2s who resigned left to go to another law enforcement agency. I'm wondering whether or not that's an anomaly that we will be able to look back and say was only related to 2020 and dissatisfaction with what they thought was public support of the police, whether it's here in Los Angeles, and that they would, they found a friendlier environment elsewhere? Or is that statistic something that if we look in the trend lines, say a 5-year look back, is that the same 40%, that they're all leaving to go to another law enforcement agency. Captain Pinto, I think you presented the statistics. I don't know. Can you answer that question?
Captain Pinto, I'll go ahead and answer that. So as we looked at prior fiscal years, I have to say this fiscal year, 2021, we have seen a bigger increase in police officers that have left for other law enforcement agencies. I don't have the specific statistics. I didn't dig down that deep into prior prior fiscal years, but I could definitely get that for you. But it does seem that this current fiscal year, we have had a higher resignation to go to other law enforcement agencies and out of state. And I think that's a really big key that many people are leaving the state of California in general. And that's probably where you get your 40%, Commissioner, if you were to combine other law enforcement agencies and moving out of state. That would, that we've definitely seen a higher trend, this fiscal year since July of 2020.
Got it. And I think it was, I don't know if it was Commissioner Bonner or Commissioner Calache who said whether or not we conduct exit interviews. So for those officers who are leaving for other law enforcement agencies, if an exit interview was conducted, what's the reason? Do we know? And I think Commissioner Decker also raises. Do we know?
We owe you a follow-up report. This is a matter that was during the course of today's questions about this. We committed to earlier, and behind the scenes, we've asked what are the out of state, those leaving the region, and those agencies that are attracting. What is it about there? Is it characterizations about those? Is it wages, job conditions, locale? Size of the agency, and then lastly, to your point, is this an anomaly for 2021, or is this a trend? That is, again, we will look at this. The next snapshot is this was a acceleration. To see 19 resign to leave the state is we think is an outlier. But we will include a perspective of 5 years, so it's not just a snapshot. So we can, because we definitely in working with our we need to understand the motivators, because just 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I spoke to my personnel about the number of P1s that we're losing, the police officers on probation. And I also noted that in this report that 18 of the 44 police officers that left from the Valley. And that was an outlier and compared to the others. And so those are things, those are data points. Sometimes they're just random collections, and other times you find real meat and potatoes for things that this agency will work on. So both those are being done already in the midst of this meeting, in the sense of looking at the P1 concentration, as well as looking at the out of state and the personal reasons, and the largest one, other agencies, which your 40% is correct.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, everyone. It was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Much appreciated. Thank you all commissioners for your questions. And to everyone in the department who presented, thank you. I hope you recognize our questions are all designed to ensure that the LAPD is best positioned to hire the absolute best candidates that are diverse in terms of gender, race, experience, and that they are the absolute best candidates that are available. So thank you all for your hard work every day. I'm now going to turn to the votes that we have to take. And so, Madam Secretary, if you could excuse the current team and bring up the individuals who will be presenting on item F and G, which are related to bias. But turning to our votes now on item D, the recommended board action is to direct the department to sign the 30 by 30 pledge, and I will make that motion. Is it seconded?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very good. It passes 5-0. Thank you all. With respect to item E, the recommended board action is to accept and transmit the department's report to public safety. And I'll add the amendment regarding the challenges being faced with respect to African-American officers, as noted by Commissioner Bonner, and the final version is to be run by the executive committee. I will move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you all very much for that. Thank you, commissioners. With respect to item F and G, I asked them to be called up because there are some overlap related to those two matters. So we have, I believe, yes, Director Rhodes is here, and I think Chief Marino is here as well. Thank you. Sorry, it just took me a moment to find where you were. Ms. Rhodes, you're up first on item F, please. If you could give a brief overview. Commissioners have had an opportunity to read it. If you could give an overview, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you and good afternoon. So this is a short policy that reflects the department's values and is one component that we can use to build on, strengthen, and emphasize our existing commitment and renewed commitment to a bias-free police service. The policy is short, it is blunt, and in short, it says discriminatory conduct is prohibited while performing any law enforcement activity. The department recognizes what the Inspector General also implicitly and explicitly articulated in the Office of the Inspector General's recommendations, and that is that this policy lays the groundwork as one component for the overall and multi-layered strategy that includes mission, leadership, hiring, training, operations, and accountability, but a policy with a brief sort of declaration of intent at the beginning, which you will see, and then explicit, explicit prohibitions is, we believe, needed, and so it was updated. As I mentioned, this policy is in line with our core values. It serves its service to the community because we value our community. We understand that it's a diverse community, and we serve that diverse community with equal dedication. Another value is integrity in all we say and do. We conduct ourselves in a manner that merits respect from all individuals, and this policy puts that in place as well. Reverence for the law. This policy uses as a base Penal Code Section 13519.4E, which is what the Inspector General advised was necessary in the recommendation of that office. And it's a commitment to leadership as we, the department, seeks to stay a leader among law enforcement entities. So recognizing that it is one portion of a bias-free policing service, this is understandable, brief, and comprehensive. And that is what we are trying to do with this policy. It takes the language from that law that I just talked about.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Deputy Chief Marino, if you could present item G as well, and then commissioners, I'll open it up to questions as well.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioner, Madam President, Inspector General, Chief of Police, Mr. Teefank. Afternoon. Commissioners, on December 15th, the department was directed by the Los Angeles City Council to report back on the following 3 items. The investigative standards for investigating racial profiling complaints, provide a comparative data over the last 10 years of bias policing complaints, and then what was our response and implementation for the recommendations that were cited in the Office of Inspector General report dated on October 27th of 2020. As of the result of the 2001 federal consent decree, the department developed specific investigative strategies related to bias policing complaints. This strategy involved the creation of relevant policies and procedures related to the investigating of these complaints. Strategies were provided to the investigating officer in regards to the process, questions that were specifically asked of the complaint, as well as the accused officer, as well as
processes related to the canvassing, gathering of information prior to the investigative process. So the process was broken down into a couple of different areas: case preparation, interview techniques, like I mentioned earlier, the complaint questions, which basically developed 8 specific questions that the complainant was asked, as well as 9 specific questions that the accused officer were asked. As with all our complaints, the goal of any of the complaints that we handle the goal was to complete these investigations within a 5-month period. The review and adjudication process of bias policing complaints mirror what we are doing currently. The involved commanding officer reviews and makes a recommendation for adjudication on that complaint, and then that complaint investigation goes up to his bureau chief, who reviews it, and that bureau chief can military endorse it if he doesn't agree with it, and send it back to the command for Skelly service. Or if he agrees with it, it then goes up to internal affairs. At that point, the complaint is reviewed by our officers out of review and evaluation section. And then ultimately, it is then reviewed by the Assistant Commanding Officer of Professional Standards Bureau. In regards to the bias policing complaints, what I want to call out is the alternate complaint investigative process of our ACRs, as well as our mediation program. We've seen over the last couple of years, these 2 programs significantly improve, as in the number of complaints or number of complaints that were adjudicated as a result of this process. I think that both of these programs provides a positive outcome to both the community members and the involved officers. And then just this year, as of December 12th of 2020, we're expanding the ACR process to include bias policing complaints. And this will be more beneficial to the department and to the community, because it will have specifically trained supervisors that can respond out to the locations and have those conversations with the complainant and offer this program. And it will allow the department to create a better dialogue between the involved parties in hoping to understand what occurred, the individual perspectives of everybody involved. And I think it will allow for a higher level of satisfaction and fairness amongst the officers as well as the complainant. The second part of the report or the motion asks for comparative data. And on pages 7 through, I want to say 19, there's 13 different databases that were collected during the course of a 7-year review. We were unable to conduct a 10-year review due to the way our information was captured during that time. But the 7-year data captures data as it relates to the number of complaints by bureau, by command, the type of contact, the enforcement actions, and then it further digs down into the accused officer's assignment, ethnicity, the tenure on the department, as well as their age. And then finally, we looked at the complainant's gender, ethnicity, and then ultimately how the allegations were adjudicated. So in looking at the tables, my summary over that 7-year period shows that, we saw a slight increase in higher numbers of bias policing complaints in Operation South Bureau when we compared to the other bureaus. The majority of the bias policing complaints were initiated as a result of traffic stops and detentions. The most alleged bias that I saw was based on the complainant's race or ethnicity. And then accused employees, we saw a significant number of male Hispanic and white officers between the ages of 30 to 39, with 9 years up to 9 years of tenure assigned to a patrol division that received the highest number of bias policing allegations. And then finally, the last request that we had from the city council was in regards to the recommendations made by the Office of Inspector General. In that report, adopted 17 recommendations in 6 different categories. As we just heard from Director Rhodes, the bias policing made revisions to that policy. We've gone and completed a new policy on consent searches. Revisions to the FI cards have been moving forward, which they no longer contain a social security number. And the ongoing efforts and work by Commander Flores as the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Officer is still ongoing, and she's further reviewing policies that emphasize enforcement outcomes that she's reviewing, as well as the department is researching and beginning to draft policies on stops and post-stop activities, as well as further policy on the completion of FI cards. With that being said, Commissioners, that concludes my summary of that report.
Thank you, Chief Marino. Commissioners, again, I'll open it up in one moment. More of an administrative question, Chief. Why is the report dated March 1st? And it seems the information or some of the updates provided were from that time. Was that the time frame the council requested, or is there a significance to that date that I'm just not aware of?
The date on the fact sheet was March 1st. This report was submitted at the beginning of March, Commissioner Decker, and I believe the department wanted this report to go in conjunction with the bias policing revisions to that policy.
Okay.
The data that we captured was conducted as a result of a run that concluded in January of this year.
Okay. And so you were waiting for the bias policing, the prohibition against bias policing policy to be submitted at the same time. Is that
correct?
The delay. Okay. And I will say probably, and Mr. Teefank, we should probably at some point in the near future schedule an update from the department overall on the IG stop report. I believe there's more information than, or more, perhaps to be more accurate, more up-to-date information. And it'd be good for all commissioners to be equally informed on the status of that. And then for the IG, since the prohibition on bias policing policy was one of the recommendations from the report you presented, I just want to be sure, and I believe you have had an opportunity to review this proposal. Your office reviewed it. I assume you concur in what's been presented to the board?
We do. I won't go back through it, but we had a chance for a number of discussions with OCPP, and I appreciate Director Rhodes taking of our input to get to this point. So yes, we do feel it concurs with our recommendation.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, let me open it up for questions. Questions from anyone? Commissioner Bonner, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. And one thing I'd say it's good, I think somewhat helpful to see these two pieces together. This was one of the issues that I was raising back in November when we had were considering the IG's report, and separately, I think even at a different meeting, we're looking at the complaint report, and some of the issues, for reasons I'll comment again here, are overlapping. But the first question that I wanted to ask relative to the bias policing policy, since that's the first on the agenda, is I see this, as still potentially resulting in some of the issues that that were discussed around the bias policing complaints previously, and for at least I don't think Commissioner Briggs was here at the time, but the others will recall that the discussion and the concern was about not only the RIPA data, but also the department's data that was showing the number of bias policing complaints on the one hand, and the fact that none were being sustained. And at least in my view, one reason for that was because of the way in which bias policing is defined, and so on and so forth, which almost calls for more of a legal standard you might see in litigation as opposed to administrative review. And so here, with regard to this policy, the two questions, at least right now, one is there any reason to believe that that will be any more easily administered when here you're talking about now the prohibition on putting undue weight on any of these factors? And in my mind, again, I see that being the same challenge that you have with the bias policing policy itself, where you're trying to evaluate whether somebody really did stop someone or do something because of their race. And then you have to try to get into understanding, you know, what was the intent and all those things. And that's probably one of the reasons why you don't see a lot of those complaints sustained. And so I'm also just trying to figure out here, when you're get a complaint that says somebody put undue weight on my race or gender in doing X, Y, or Z, how is that going to be any easier to evaluate than the original policy? I mean, just putting it bluntly,
Let me
I see
unmute myself.
a
I
risk that
apologize.
next year, I see a risk that next year we'll be here and we'll get a report that'll show there's been X number of complaints made under this policy, and we'll have the same result that we were discussing before, which is, well, why aren't any of these ever being sustained, and what's the you know, what gives?
Well, a couple of things. I do think that it is important to reaffirm and reemphasize the department's commitment to such a policy. As I stated earlier, there has to be a holistic view in order to make sure that we inhabit a bias-free police service, and that goes to leadership, hiring, training, operations, and accountability. The policy can be but one step. When we were looking at this policy, we thought about having some implicit bias language in that. Of course, it is hard to have a policy indicating that you can't do something with based on your implicit bias or subconscious bias or that. I think this policy is what it needs to be in terms of laying the groundwork, being easy to understand, easy to read, easy for those who don't have substantial time. And it really is both succinct and blunt in its forcefulness. And so that is where we stand. When there is an allegation that undue weight is placed on one characteristic of an individual who is perhaps being stopped by a member of the department, those allegations have to be investigated. And I know, as you, Commissioner, are well aware, all the factors have to be considered, weighed. It is, of course, difficult to prove what is in someone's mind. And so objective factors have to be used to prove or disprove any subjective factors. It is, of course, difficult to put those into a policy. And so I think that we have done what we can at the policy level. We have discussed, and I have discussed with both Commander Flores, our DEI officer, and members who wrote this policy about what we can do to have discussions and training, and not just sort of one-way training, but a more broad-based approach to that. And we'll be moving forward talking about that. But in terms of a policy, policies are necessary and also have limits.
Was there any community input in this in the development of this policy?
In terms of the policy, we didn't specifically go out to the community, but we are going out to the community, and Commander Flores has a RIPA advisory or steering committee that she met with last week and has a meeting again on June 2nd, both an education of what that data is and what they would like to see from that. And that, I think, is where we believe that the community involvement is, that we can have our community involved. This would be the bedrock to start with a bias-free department.
So a couple other points before I turn over, and also just to kind of skip forward to let Commissioner Decker know that she started this conversation, I think there was a reference to the need for kind of an update on where things are, and that's really kind of where where I'm coming out to. I'm prepared to move this forward and respond and so on, but I want to just articulate some of the reasons why I think that's important. But before I leave this point, also to the main thrust, I think, of what Ms. Rhodes is saying, you know, I'm aware of the view that yes, you know, it's good to have a policy and it's important to do something and so on and so forth. But one reason that I'm still concerned about this is because the risk that you also run is that if you have yet another policy and kind of the suggestion is that we're tightening up, we're being even more discerning and taking a harder line, and yet you have, if next year we're here wondering why there's been X number of complaints and none sustained, the risk you run is that you just breed cynicism, you know, and the part of the community, you know, just thinks that this is just another case where you put some window dressing out, you said something that looks good on paper, and yet, you know, so you have that issue. You have my also question about the community input is because, you know, it's a you know, fine enough piece of work for, you know, for lawyers and for those of us who kind of speak this language, but for a person on the street to try to understand what it means and what their opportunity is to file a complaint and what they should expect, I'm not sure it's, you know, simple enough and straightforward enough for anybody to really understand that. So you have that risk of not just breeding further cynicism in the community, but also I know even in the department, officers who, you know, who have, you know, a feeling about their own, you know, feelings about how much more work needs to be done on anti-bias, you know, policies and procedures, many of whom feel that, you know, they understand it, they get it. Many of them come to the department, you know, like having been raised like a lot of us, which is, this is, you know, there's certain things you don't do and there's certain reasons for that. And yet there's a concern that I have also that continuing to pile on in that regard has the risk of breeding further cynicism as well, even within the department. So that's my concern about the policy. I'll just briefly state, since I think we're talking about these two together, when I went back also and you know, was reviewing the video of our meeting on November 17th, partially to remind myself, I believed I know why I voted no against the moving forward at that time with the IG's report, but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't just revising history and so on. So I went through it just kind of and listened to the conversation again. And what I wanted at that time was I was trying to slow it down. I wanted to hold that report so that we could do at least three things. One was to understand the connection between what the IG was saying in that report relative to the issues around stops, which are the largest source of bias policing complaints. So I wanted to understand, you know, the interplay between the bias policing complaints and the policy on the one hand, and the IG's recommendations. Those, as I mentioned before, were on separate agendas and were talked about separately at that time. The other thing I wanted was more specificity about the recommendation for broader policy on stops. Some of you may remember at the time there was some who thought there was going to be a broad-based prohibition on stops. We had a discussion about, you know, the legalities around stops and lots of disagreements about what's a pretextual stop versus an investigative stop, things of that nature. And then thirdly, I wanted and still do want there to be a very, very robust community engagement in the development of these policies, particularly around stops, because what I said then, you know, I characterized it as the heart of the matter. What I'm saying by that is that number one, most of the complaints originate from the stops, whether they're pedestrians or vehicles. I was part of my reason for the use of force question earlier is that, you know, there's a number of use of force incidents that have their origins in stops. And the community needs to understand and, in my view, co-own where this is going. You know, if you're going particularly into heavily Black and brown communities, I personally, I accept and I understand, I accept some version of the stop as a necessary tool. But, you know, it's got to be, people have to have confidence that it's going to be used carefully and discerningly in a professional manner. And many people in the community have said, you know, similar things to me as well. So I want the community to be involved as much as possible in developing these areas. Now, lastly, I'll just say that relative to the process at that time, the suggestion was that Commissioners Decker and Soboroff were going to serve as a subcommittee to kind of work with everybody to kind of put more meat on the bones and shepherd this through. And in my understanding, just in preparing for today and talking to people, that it's shifted a little bit, that as you got into it, your focus, that subcommittee is focused primarily on the data and technological points, looking at what I perceive as some very good ideas as to how you can, capture the data and have the captains working with it on a more active basis and so on. But the work relative to what are we going to do about stops, as this document acknowledges, that back on page 19, that not a lot has really happened on that issue. That and describes, in particular, it says these projects are still in their early stages. That is being worked on at the Office of Constitutional Policing and Policy, working with the DEI. So I'm just reflecting that 6 months after we first heard, again, what to me is really the heart of the matter of so many of the issues that we're dealing with. And still there's a little bit of difficulty to understand how we're going to move along on the mystery, the key question of how our stop's going to be handled. So part of my request is that aside from moving this forward, if we need to report to the council, is that we at least ask for some interim report, which should, in my opinion, come in the matter of weeks, really to at least understand what are the key issues that are that either are being or will be evaluated, and at least what is the scope of that work, what's going to be involved, and what I'm just wanting to make sure is that 3 months from now or 4 or 5 months from now, that we're not at risk of coming back and then hearing the report that, oh, there's a lot of complicated issues, we haven't really sorted out exactly how we're going to move forward. And in the meantime, people are being stopped, things are happening in the street, and there's this continuing uncertainty about where all this is going. So that's a lot, but that's really kind of my take on this, is we should answer these questions, but let's not be at risk of not really giving bringing the kind of discipline that we need to addressing what is really, in my opinion, at the heart of so many issues that are before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. I very much appreciate that. We will have that presentation. The department knows how I feel about the progress on the stop information and the IG report on stops. And we're going to have a public meeting on that. So we will proceed on that. Other questions on the matter before us? Commissioner Briggs, did you?
I think the chief wanted to chime in. Chief, did you want to respond to Commissioner Bonner, or,
I will just briefly, Commissioner, to me, this is a complex issue, I know, to all of us. And I understand the observations of time. What was critical is that when we looked at the update of the policy prohibiting biased policing, that it would not be voluminous, that it would be plain spoken, that it would address the changes in state law, but at the same time clarify to our people what our expectations were. And it specifically, to me, expanded on defining specifically what law enforcement activities were. And that was critical as we build a foundation going forward. As we look at data, and we look at the data of stops, questions, removing from a vehicle, seizing a property, searches, whether it's consensual or otherwise, that we need to give that to our people, because that's how we're going to be, that's how Mr. Rhodes and Commander Flores is bias policing, and that task force is looking at how do we look at these measures and the outcomes that are actual and perceived disparities. And so that's where in this area, I recognize it's just another piece of the puzzle. It doesn't answer all the questions, but it is forming a framework that moving forward. And absolutely, we'll hear clearly coming back, as well as the pace of this, and certainly the community involvement. The community needs to, we need to hear from them further, but their concerns to date have been those factors of law enforcement activities of which the prior policy really did not lay out as explicitly or as bluntly. And certainly when we talk internally about these outcomes, we're going to be looking at those type of outcomes and the disparities, and then have a policy to reference back to. Lastly, there is a further training and development of our personnel that needs to complement this. This is not meant to be the beginning and end of the conversation. It's meant, there's a lot of material that Commander Flores and her team generated in working with our training bureau, as well as Director Rhodes and her engagement with this. And I know that they've worked with the subcommittee on also in crafting and finding the sweet spot of how this policy is updated so that it's meaningful. Lastly, I know I said lastly already, but a year from now, I hear the cynicism. And I will agree with you that the ability, I don't know that there, will we come to a time where absent articulable, objectable facts that we show an officer acted in a biased fashion and hold that person accountable. That is our commitment, that we will do that. The difficulty in that, when it becomes actions of thought or the thoughts of an officer, that we cannot demonstrate the connectivity, a clear line of connectivity to their activities. That is a challenge for not just us, but all of law enforcement. But I'm proud of the work that the Inspector General, as an overseer, monitors and inspects those investigations to ensure that we are not backing away from what the facts support.
Just briefly, I'd say I appreciate that further input from the chief, and particularly as it relates to the policy. So I appreciate that. And just relative to the issue, because I'm saying the anti bias policing policy, the policy on the stops, which is also what I'm as or more concerned about. Really, I'm just noting again that now we are, the council asking the question that at least that I had put on the table, and I think we're all still looking for, which is the implementation plan for addressing the IG's concerns. Now we've addressed, excuse me, what you might think of as some lower hanging fruit, the FI cards, the consent pieces, some of the other stuff. But again, I'm pointing out that the tough nut to really crack is how to address the interactions between the department and people in the community as they relate to stops and how those are going to be handled. And so that's still this question. And for me, also in learning what I learned the last couple of days about where we are procedurally, and particularly learning that that this issue that I'm raising is going to be worked on by the DEI as part of the DEI plan, and that DEI RIPA steering committee, which I'll have an opportunity to work with Commander Flores on and Commissioner Calanche. And so I'm just signaling also to all of my colleagues that one of the issues that I intend to be relentless in pressing is how to have a product that is developed in concert with and at some degree co-owned by the community. That's just something that I'm going to be focusing on. Thank you.
So,
Griggs, go ahead.
thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Let me pick up on a couple of the threads laid down by Commissioner Bonner there. First, big picture. The whole notion of bias policing, I think, goes to what some of the civil unrest was uncovering, which is social justice, simple fairness in policing. And then, as Commissioner Bonner expressed, there's going to be a lot of cynicism, and there probably is, given the fact that you had so many complaints about bias policing, but such a low percentage was sustained. Now, I don't know the reason for that. I wasn't there. I didn't conduct the investigations. But in reading the reports, what jumped out of the pages to me was the fact that, we have the Professional Standards Bureau. And so my question is, do we happen to have, and not to say that it's necessary, but do we happen to have Black or Hispanic or female officers that are conducting some of these investigations of biased policing? That's number one. Number two, those officers that are conducting the investigation, do they have any real or perceived pressure to find that the complaints of bias lack merit? Is this something that is subject to the blue wall and that they can't cross it? Because if the notion is it's us against them, and therefore we can't find bias policing, because if we do, then you're coming up against us, then that's a problem. And we may need to switch it. So if Commissioner Bonner is taking the lead on this, I would suggest that maybe an answer to that is maybe the Inspector General conduct the investigations rather than the Office of Professional Standards with respect to bias policing. Maybe that's the answer. so that that perceived or real pressure is not present whatsoever. Finally, because this thing happens so often in the private sector, and I see it every single day. The complaints of I'll put it this way. We see complaints of discrimination in the private sector every day. You can just carry it over here. It's biased policing. So often it comes down to he said, she said, or he said, he said. So if that's the case here, although there's body worn camera that we now, you know, that you have this type of evidence, but if that is the case, that it is he said, then the notion of preponderance of evidence as an evidentiary basis that is used, I read this in the report, correct me if I'm wrong, but if that is the evidentiary basis, perhaps we need to change that because, and quite frankly, they have the statement of preponderance of evidence in this report. It's misstated. It is actually just a slight peppercorn more. You can take a grain of salt, and that, if it weighs and it tilts the scales slightly, ever so slightly, in your favor, that's what preponderance of the evidence means. So to that extent, you know, we may need to revisit how we actually look at what constitutes bias policing. And I'm not saying sustain every complaint of it, but certainly this raw statistic tells me that there is a systemic problem within the investigations themselves. And perhaps, you know, since Commissioner Bonner said he's going to take the lead on it, that is that will get to it. Because otherwise, Chief, we'll be right back here next year. Regardless of what we've said in this policy, and I think that the policy is a good one, regardless of what we say there, that's not going to stop somebody from saying, hey, I felt I was stopped because I'm Black. That is the only reason why I was stopped. First of all, I'm Black, I have a hoodie, I may have dreadlocks, and somebody stopped me because I fit their profile. I think that's biased policing. And what's the officer going to say? What are the articulable facts in that instance that an officer can say, no, I stopped you because, let me see, there was suspicious activity in this area. Well, I also happen to be the only Black guy. So in that instance, this is real world examples. In this instance, how do we determine whether or not there was bias policing or not? Whether it goes to implicit bias or whether or not it's explicit bias. Because there's no articulable fact that would otherwise suggest why that individual was stopped in the scenario that I just gave. So yes, it's a hard, complex issue. I don't think it's a question of, you know, tinkering around the edges on the policy statement itself, but it certainly is a question that we need to address institutionally as an organization if the numbers that we're sustaining are so low, because these people are not imagining it. It's like I go out and I say the sky is blue right now and everybody else is saying it's red. Yeah, so, you know, it's just not, it doesn't make any sense. So those are my thoughts on this particular topic, because this does go to something that a lot of the activists, not only in our city, but nationally are talking about, because it goes to fundamental fairness of an individual. And otherwise we will be met with the cynicism. We will be met with the distrust, which I sorely and firmly want to bridge that gap that we have in this city. Those are my comments on this topic.
And Madam Chair, if I can just clarify one point for that what I mentioned was I'm working on what you might think of as the front end. Commissioner Kalonji and I are going to be working on the front end of developing the policy around stops. So that's, you know, going to be discussed as the part of the DEI RIPA steering committee. But on the what you might think is the back end of it, that okay, what comes out of that might be complaints, bias policing. That I don't want to leave the suggestion that I'm not leading that effort on that policy or the complaints per se. I was referring to having an opportunity to influence the front end of the process on the policy. So I'm not sure if we can clarify in this conversation how the who's having that opportunity to kind of be point on the bias policing policy itself.
So I think I'm confused, Commissioner Bonner. I thought you said you were going to be working on the stop policy with respect to bias policing, correct? Because we have the bias policing policy in front of us.
Yes. What I'm saying is there's two separate things. On the one hand, there's item G, or which was F, which is the bias policing policy. And what I'm saying is I haven't had any, I don't have any liaison role relative to the development of that policy. Right. So what I'm saying is relative to item G on the development of what is the policy going to be relative to stops.
No, I understand.
That's that's where I'm saying that I have the liaison role.
No, and that's what I understood as well. Commissioner Briggs might have expanded your rules ever so slightly, but I certainly understand that. So thank you on that. Let me just ask the other commissioners if there are any other questions or comments. I don't see anybody opening their.
I think the chief wants to speak.
I just want to bring this back to a frame of reference of 390 complaints for bias policing, Commissioner Briggs, out of 500,000 detentions and stops. So I think it's really critical that as we look upon changing the enforcement strategies and tactics, that we do so mindful of the fact that these statements can be pretty broad as to the frequency of people perceiving or alleging bias. And I would encourage, as all of the commissioners, welcome you to review a series of 10 or 15 of these investigations as a means of perhaps determining if there is a better means of determining guilt or innocence on such a serious allegation. And this strikes to the very core of the core values of a policing. And I stand and proudly stand with the work of Professional Standards Bureau that has been overseen by Inspector General's office for years and has continually affirmed that our investigators are fair, that there's not a culture to hide or subvert an allegation of misconduct, and certainly including in this instance. And at the end of the day, the vast majority of these complaints of the 390 and those before them are unfounded because of the video evidence that you've spoke about. Body-worn video was brought to this agency 6 years ago under the leadership of then Commissioner Soboroff to very much deal with the issue that we're challenged here. He said, or as individuals complain about the other person's conduct, is what does the evidence support? What does it show in fairness and due process to all parties involved? So I think that as we need to move forward on this. This is such an important issue, but I believe part of that is today's actions, and then moving forward is greater familiarization with the actual contents of those investigations and so forth, because I do look forward to this commission offering as well as the community, offering us insights and perspectives that we may have a blind spot on.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you, commissioners. A few things before we call the matters for votes. We did have a significant and detailed conversation months ago when the IG report was before us, and it's beyond appropriate to get a more robust report back from the department. And I would highlight many of the issues that Commissioner Bonner raised, understanding the connection related to stops, the interplay of bias, the IG's recommendations, developing that specificity on stops, robust community engagement. But more importantly, I would say we are months after that report and we must move forward expeditiously. It is an area of deep concern, not just to this commission, but to the community. And one fundamental way to build trust with the community is addressing this issue. I will say I did have the benefit of meeting with some of Chief Marino's team who work on bias policing. They are a very dedicated group. I would say we would benefit from more detailed data from them on the types of complaints that they are getting, I had talked to that team about some of the information they were sharing about having far more detail about the stops. And once they dove into the detail, I myself gained a much better understanding. And I think the entire commission would also gain from more robust information with respect to that. And so, Mr. Tiefenk, I would ask for you to coordinate with the various commissioners, subcommittees, et cetera, to, and the department, of course, to schedule a date in the not distant future where we get an update on the progress on all the recommendations by the Inspector General, but all the information that's been presented here today. With that, I intend to call the items before us for a vote unless I see any commissioner with a follow-up. Very well. I'll call them in order on item F. The recommended board action is to approve the department's report, and I will move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you. And with respect to item G, the recommended board action is to approve and transmit the department's report to the City Council. I will move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Thank you, Chief Marino. Appreciate your time and your presentations today. Thank you very much. Our final matter on the regular agenda is item 3H, the Executive Director's report relative to the Advisory Committee update. Commissioners, you have before you lists of materials that the Advisory Committee put together for us, some in the form of recommendations, some in the form of best practices. The committee conducted a very large literature review, interview of individuals inside and outside the department, community meetings, a lot of interviews that took place, and they compiled this material for our review. And the recommended board action is to ask the department to report back relative to the status of some of these items. You may recall that the goal of the advisory committee was to advance our work, not do our work for us. You will notice that there's some overlap with the after action reports, and that they focused in certain areas on many of the areas we've been speaking about recently in meetings, today's meeting and others: hiring, recruitment, retention, training, anti-bias policing, discipline, and data and technology. And they put together these lists of items for us to review. And in talking with the department, thought best for them, much like the after action reports, for them to review these, work with the appropriate subcommittees of the Board of Police Commissioners, and report back. You'll notice some of these items have been done during the tenure of the advisory committee. Some of these items may not ultimately get done by us, but having a report back from the department would be helpful. So that is the matter before us right now. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Decker. First of all, thank you for shepherding that advisory panel. I looked at the report, and quite frankly, I was both pleased and astounded by the intersections between the after action reports that were given, as well as what the advisory panel had come up with in terms of some of the issues with respect to training, recruitment and hiring. But your advisory panel went one step further with respect to the disciplinary process, which, as you know, we have been discussing, and some of the issues surrounding that for full accountability for officers. I think that they've done a tremendous job here. What I'd like to see is that the department take this report and take some of the best practices out of here, if possible, and merge them with those items in the after action report that they have before them, because I think that there's a lot here that they can use. This report goes into detail. There was a lot of hard work by a lot of citizens, some of whom are professionals, some of whom are community activists, all of whom are committed to our city. I just think that this was an incredible task that was performed, and I think we have a document before us that certainly should be used by the department going forward, and something that we should incorporate some of the good positive suggestions that are present here.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Any other discussion? Otherwise, I'll move the matter forward. Commissioner Bonner.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with much of what Commissioner Briggs, was just saying. Although when I step back, I just wanted to voice a couple of considerations and potential concerns. One is I'm just thinking and watching just the volume of work that is kind of coming through the process. I mean, you have the long list of changes and things that were made, in the course of last year and even recently, and the work that's necessary to kind of get that all through the process and get that nailed down. We've had the long discussion of the after action review and the 166 or recommendations or 68 projects and all that it's going to take to do that. And I don't know, one level when I looked at this, my first reaction was, oh yeah, somebody who kind of knows exactly what's going on could probably in a couple of hours go through and just very quickly tell us, at least which of these things are already being done and which ones are new and something. And then on the other hand, I'm thinking, it could take a little bit of work to really have someone. So I don't know actually how that's all going to be handled, but I'm just saying that that some of these are competing at some level, particularly when I continue to hear about the impact of reductions and all the rest. In my mind, some of this work can starts to compete for people's time and attention, and that then calls for some priorities in terms of really what the priorities are. So I'm even just taking the discussion we had, I would be very disappointed if the work that needs to be done on the stops and that policy and to work through all of that, that admittedly hasn't gone very far since November. I'd just be disappointed that at some point, some things that we want to see move forward maybe are not, because there's a lot of people who are being asked to do a lot of things in a short period of time. And so I invite the chief or whomever might appropriate to comment on that if that's right. But I know that in my mind that's just a concern. And I would rather in an ideal world you could do all of it, but I'd rather have the department do a smaller number of things well than to take on a longer list of things with well-intentioned, but maybe not really hit the mark that we need to hit right now. So I have that one broad observation that maybe the chief may want to comment on in terms of the capacity and what you understand this to involve. And then more specifically, in looking through the items and also the resources and all the rest that were listed there. One thing I didn't see that I would suggest that the department put on the list, and this is again going back to the conversation about bias policing and bias and so on, is there was a report, I believe, from the NYPD in September of 2020 that looked at the impact of some of the anti-bias training and things of that nature. And I think the main conclusion was that it had some impact on the thinking, but not the behavior, of some officers. Now, I don't know all the nuances around that, but I'm just pointing out that a report appears to have come out close in time to all the conversation we're having, looking at some of these similar issues in a big city police department. And it seems to me that there's value in having someone track that down also and see what we might learn from that effort. But really, as I say, the broader concern, Chief, at least immediately, would be how you're really handling all of the stuff that's been pushed across the table over the last several months, and how we're managing the capacity and the call on people's time and so on, and setting priorities.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that, for recognizing that. But I believe this is doable. This is what's been asked of us, I appreciate you noting that. I did make my remark today about the use of force report, and because there are impacts of the things, we've had a very turbulent this last year, a lot of change, hastened pace, and also work that has been done that is now producing, if you will, flourishing. The efforts of these advisory committees, I want to compliment both during my conversations with them and the overall objectives of looking at us from top to bottom, stem to stern, to look back to where we were 40 years ago, what's been done in the progress, that historical document and summary of all those actions and where we're at just a month or so ago that was published was something that will be powerful for us both now and also 5, 10, 15 years now. What these recommendations have now moved forward, I do believe, to Commissioner Briggs' point, has tremendous overlap into what the 3 after action reports have said. And then we have a strategic plan. And this is also going to, there's overlaps there, in recruitment, in hiring, in workplace, in discipline. There are some nuances. There's some things that are a little more detailed than others, but there's things that are in progress, things that are done, and things that we need to consider and contemplate. I would ask that you give us time to do what I've just described and come back and describe how we're going to blend these advisory committee responses into our strategic plan and into our actions going forward on the 3 after action reports as we pursue public safety. And what should be happening with this, just as there is a matrix of the 3 after action reports and the overlap, is that we would blend this in as well, so that 2 years from now, we can look back and say, you know, on page 32, what happened to that item and where did it end up going? And there'll be some slippage, or there may be, but certainly I would hope that none of the critical issues would be lost. But I do appreciate, and on behalf of my staff, our workforce, say thank you for recognizing. They don't complain. They just try to do their best and perform and provide the information. And I think, again, lastly, we can do this, and I see it, the path forward is blending it into the other ongoing initiatives.
I appreciate that, and again, I'll leave to you to tell us or to comment further on in terms of the capacity and so on going forward. I did just have one observation. This was also going to the points that both Commissioner Briggs and the Chief just made about the advisory committee and the input. And one thing I note, and I'm connecting this also to some prior comments we heard today about the website and keeping things up to date, because I was very surprised recently when I was looking on the website to find that, you know, according to the website, the commission itself has this capacity that we have a policy analyst and people who are in the business of evaluating policies and advising us on these issues. And when I made the call to Mr. Tiefenk to see why I had not met these people yet on the time that I've been on the commission, and I believe he advised me that those positions were eliminated some years ago as part of the budget process. So I'm just pointing out that, you know, there's that capacity issue that the commission, in my view, is, you know, has on an ongoing basis. I don't know how long the advisory committee will be in the mix. I would say that if there's a continuing effort, one other suggestion would be for the commission also to have some opportunity to inform some issues that they may be asked to look at going forward. But I think, you know, having produced this current body of work. So appreciate that. And that's my comment on this item.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Kalanche.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of comments. Again, thank you for Commissioner Decker for leading this and for everybody that participated. This is a great blueprint for us moving forward. And I agree that it should be folded into the work or the kind of the plan for the after action reports. I do want to see if some of these items could be even supported by the subcommittee work, because I want to make sure that as we tackle things, that kind of everything that we're looking at is folded into that work so that we're not duplicating efforts. So I think Chief Choi is working on kind of a strategy. So I would just welcome an opportunity to chime in a little bit more on how these roll out. But I think there's an opportunity to, as you mentioned, Chief, to tackle a lot of these. I think it's just a matter of identifying which are priority, which we have resources to do and which we don't, so that we take on a specific amount that is actually doable in the next coming years. But I look forward to seeing how you kind of put this together and how we can chime in and contribute to the work. So thank you for that.
Absolutely, Commissioner Kalanche. Thank you. Commissioner Soboroff?
Sure. You guys have said it all. There's two things that I want to bring up. One, I want to, in addition to you, Commissioner Decker, and the group, I want to thank Mr. Teefank for sort of riding herd on this and helping it become the excellent report that it is. And it looked like a difficult job to me. And the reason it did is because you guys talk to so many people with so many different viewpoints, and the inclusionary aspects of this, I think, are really what helped the results so far. And I look forward to hearing from the department as they respond.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Thank you to all the commissioners. Speaking on behalf of Mr. Teefank, this was a tremendous amount of work, and the advisory committee, I must thank, along with Mr. Teefank. They put in, I would venture to say, hundreds of hours. Regrettably, Mr. Commissioner Bonner, their work is done. I think they've politely and effectively concluded their work with gratitude for the opportunity to assist us, but with equal gratitude of their opportunity to move on to other projects that they may have. But I do want to thank them because the amount of time, as I think the document reflects, was enormous. They read through all of these reports. They read through books. They talked to experts. They brought in committee, as many of us attended those committee meetings last fall. They scoured through a lot of materials. They tried to be very thoughtful about the burdens this would place on the department. They tried to be consistent, and they tried to also reflect the urgency of now and moving forward, even though this is a year later, that there is an obligation to move forward and to affect change. And they collectively tried to balance that. I will say, perhaps as a final act, we are trying to get the two chairs of the advisory committee to come in and just make a few remarks where we all have an opportunity to thank them. Scheduling permitted, but we wanted to move this document forward so that the work could begin. It is not intended to bypass this commission in any way. As I said earlier, it was an effort to help us advance our work, give us that blueprint, but by no means do the work for us. Obviously, it's now in the hands of all the subcommittees should be working on these as relevant to the recommendations, and work with the department in each of the components. I'd ask Mr. Teefank to let all the commissioners know once the department decides who from each segment of the department would be responsible for evaluating and honing in and responding to the report back, to let the relevant subcommittees know. In some cases it's obvious, maybe in other cases it's not. But I do look forward to the department's report back. It was intended to be complementary to a lot of work for the strategic plan. They, of course, did not have access to the after action reports. But as Commissioner Briggs indicated earlier, there's a synergy between all of these recommendations. And while it's my hope that it does not detract in any way from all the other important work the department has to do, I trust the chief of police will set the priorities as appropriate, and we all take the appropriate action. I look forward to that report back, Chief. And with that, I'll move the matter forward. The recommended board action is to review and file the executive director's report and direct the department to report back relative to the current status of each of the items. I'll move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you so much. The Next matter on the agenda is closed session. Madam Secretary.
Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 4A1, 4B1, 4B2, 4B3, and 4B4 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you very much. We'll just wait a moment for the executive director.
Madam Secretary, my camera will not turn on. Can you control it from there?
I don't believe so, but we can hear you, sir. So
Okay, that's fine.
we do have a quorum. Commissioner Kalanchi is not here. However, she was in closed session. Commissioner Briggs was not. And as a result, Executive Director Teefank, would you mind closing out our or reading out our closed session items?
Absolutely. Commission's finished its work in closed session as it relates to item 4A1, in custody death. The chief's recommendation was to reclassify that to a death investigation. That was adopted on a unanimous vote of 4-0. Commissioner Briggs was not in closed session. As to items 4B, 1, 2, 3, and 4, they were all discussed and they were all unanimously adopted and adjudicated. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Teefank. Appreciate your assistance. We've concluded our agenda. I will move for us to adjourn. Is there a second to that?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. Thank you very much, commissioners.
Thanks, everyone.
We stand adjourned until our next scheduled board meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.